Chapter 1 Downhill. Finally out of the mountain. On the Grand Line, an unknown island, Lin Wei stood there with a smile of freedom regained on his face. 50 years. 50 years. He can finally get rid of the shackles of the system and get out of this island. When mentioning his own experience, even Lin Wei himself felt a bit of emotion. In fact, he is not a person in this world, he comes from a country called the Earth, because an accidental accident caused him to travel here, which is the world of One Piece. And also comes with a system. At the beginning, Lin Wei knew that he had traveled to the world of One Piece and had a system attached, which was quite tempting. Because he himself is an orphan, he is just an ordinary office worker in his world, and with a fixed monthly salary, he can basically see his future at a glance. However, One Piece world is different. Here, as long as you are strong enough, you can become the overlord of one party. In addition, there is a system for his rebirth, and the story of One Piece is also very clear. It is not like growing up and punching 4 emperors, kick admiral. But soon, Lin Wei was not calm. Because his system is not like other systems to help the protagonist grow up and open the system, he actually asked him to accept 25 disciples, otherwise he would stay on this island until he died of old age. When he learned of the task assigned to him by the system, Lin Wei had the urge to choke the system. I am someone who has just crossed into this world, you let me accept 25 disciples. Play with me? I don't even know the most basic armed color and seeing and hearing color, how can I teach it? But soon, the system gave Lin Wei a handful of sweet dates. Although he won't be right now, the system will distribute rewards, such as Observation Haki's Practice Master Plan, Armament Haki's Practice Master Plan, and the strongest of the 3 Haki Conquerors Haki's Practice Master Plan, as well as various powerful physical skills, swordsmanship, etc. In short, as long as Lin Wei is willing to accept this task, the system will let him grow up as quickly as possible. At that time, Lin Wei was also faintly moved, but when he thought of accepting 25 disciples, he still couldn't bear it. After all, the island he was on was extremely remote, and even if someone came to the island, he might not be able to accept him as a disciple. Therefore, Lin Wei asked the system if he could not accept this task. The system's answer at that time also made Lin Wei happy, saying yes, but the consequence is that in the world of pirates, it will not give Lin Wei any help. In other words, let Lin Wei fend for himself, and rely on himself for everything. When Lin Wei heard what the system said at the time, the corners of his mouth also twitched. Without providing any help, it is difficult to say whether he will survive tomorrow, because the small island he crossed over is full of beasts, and he was eaten by the beasts when he went to bed at night. Therefore, in desperation, Lin Wei agreed to the system to accept this task. After all, it is better to accept the task than to be eaten by the beast. Although the time is a little longer, it is always safe, and he can learn a lot from the system. This is 50 years. In the past 50 years, Lin Wei has learned a lot through the system. For example, the Observation Haki, Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki promised by the system are all masters one by one, and Lin Wei has all cultivated them to ultimate. In addition, Lin Wei also achieved the ultimate effect through the swordsmanship and physical skills of the system master, as well as various other skills. In short, in the past 50 years, as long as Lin Wei can increase his strength, he has learned it all the time, and all have reached the top level. In addition, Lin Wei has also obtained a gravitational fruit from the system. In these 50 years, Lin Wei has also successfully accepted 25 disciples. Among them are some of the more famous characters in the original works, such as Shanks, 4 Emperors of New World is one of his disciples. Buggy, who stayed in the same boat as Shanks, is also his disciple. In addition, Marco is also his disciple who has been instructed by him, and there are also Zoro's mentors Kojiro, Fisher Tiger, and Monkey D. Dragon, which is the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the original book. There are also his disciples in marine, such as Smoker, one of his disciples. In short, there are all kinds of people. And these disciples of self-taught have made a lot of achievements in pirate world after they came out of the mountain. For example, the red-haired Shanks, originally he became the Four Emperors when Luffy was about 12 or 13 years old, but now he has grown into Four Emperors 6 years earlier. There is also Smoker. In the original book, when Luffy went to sea, he was still a little general stationed in Logue Town, but now he has grown up Marine Vice Admiral. Another example is Kojiro. Because of Lin Wei, the Ishin dojo he created is not limited to East Blue, even the world is famous. In short, every one of those disciples who have been mentored by Lin Wei has a very high achievement after going down the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, Lin Wei gave his hands behind him. As for him, he was looking at the sea in the distance. 50 years of time have enhanced his strength, but also changed his appearance. When he came to this world, Lin Wei was only 30 years old, and now he has become an 80-year-old man. A black hair has become snow white, and the whole person exudes the breath of a worldly expert. I don't know what happened to those little guys. Standing on the top of the mountain, Lin Wei said inwardly. Although he only accepted 25 disciples to complete the tasks assigned by the system, Lin Wei and them all had a certain relationship with them after a long time of contact. Now that he is out of the mountain, he naturally wants to meet his disciples. Putting his hand into his arms, Lin Wei took out a phone worm. When the disciples learned to go out of the mountain, everyone left Lin Wei a phone worm and told Lin Wei that if he went out of the mountain, he must look for them. But most of these phone bugs died in the loss of time. Now only this phone worm remains. Lin Wei vaguely remembers that Kojiro left it. Picking up the phone worm, Lin Wei called Kojiro. Chapter 2. Damn it! Master is down the mountain. East Blue, Shimatsuki Village, Ishin Dojo. The owner of the dojo is a middle-aged man dressed in grey and white clothes. Shimatsuki Kojiro is his name. Kojiro is one of Lin Wei's disciples. However, unlike the original book, Kojiro's strength has improved a lot because of Lin Wei's teaching. Now the Ishin dojo he has created, even if you look at the entire East Blue, it is famous. Every day, countless little guys come to apprentice to learn art first, and the current Ishin dojo is full of thousands. In the dojo, Kojiro was sitting cross-legged on a futon. Two little guys were standing there holding wooden swords in front of him, surrounded by other disciples sitting cross-legged on the ground watching the battle. The two standing there are a little girl and a little boy. The girl is about 11 years old, and the boy is younger than the little girl, about 9 years old, with a signature green algae head. Guyana, I will definitely defeat you today. The boy held a bamboo knife and looked at the girl in front of him with a warlike expression on his face. The girl known as Kuina smiled slightly. He placed the bamboo sword in front of him and smiled at Zoro. You have already lost to me 1997 times. Still not giving up? Of course. I'm Roronoa Zoro. The boy yelled, then lifted the two bamboo knives in his hand and slashed towards Kuina. Kuina took a step back, holding the bamboo knife in both hands and directly greeted her. Happiness. The three bamboo knives collided, and there was a crackling sound. Kuina, who stopped Zoro's blow, smiled at Zoro. Although the power of the two knives is good, your attack method like a beast is not good. You can control it. Zoro said unconvinced, and then turned around, swiping the bamboo knife with his left hand and slashing it towards Kuina's shoulder. Kuina tapped the ground with one foot, and the whole person stepped backwards, avoiding Zoro's blow. Seeing Kuina dodging, a look of unwillingness flashed across Zoro's eyes, and he held the bamboo knife in both hands and attacked Kuina again. Although his offensive is strong, his style of play is too fierce, as Kuina said, and he doesn't have much skill. Therefore, every attack of Zoro was stopped by Kuina. Damn it! Zoro bit his tooth crown and he couldn't suppress Kuina even with such an attack. Gestures two bamboo knives, Zoro once again attacked towards Kuina, but Kuina slammed close to Zoro at this moment, and then she pierced the bamboo knives and pointed them at the 2 bamboo knives in Zoro's hands. Bang! 2 bamboo knives were picked up by Kuina and flew away at the same time. Zoro's face changed and he hurriedly wanted to grab the bamboo knife, but in the next instant, Kuina's bamboo knife landed on his shoulder, only 3 centimeters away from his shoulder. You lose. Zoro. Kuina smiled at Zoro, and then took the bamboo knife in her hand from Zoro's shoulder. Damn it! I lost to you again. Zoro was unwilling to face, challenged so many times, but couldn't beat Kuina once. Looking at Zoro's unwillingness, Kuina smiled and said, although you lost to me again this time, you have improved a lot from the last time. If your previous offensive was more fierce, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it. But Zoro obviously didn't listen to Kuina's words, he just said it simply as Kuina's safety. Hey! If you lose, you lose. Zoro is not someone who can't afford to lose, but I won't give in like this. When I become stronger, I will challenge you again. Zoro snorted coldly, then turned around and picked up the 2 bamboo knives on the ground that were picked up by Kuina. Kojiro looked at the reluctant Zoro and couldn't help shaking his head. This little guy is still as stubborn as ever. However, this little guy Zoro is really talented, even if he has lost to Kuina many times in a row, it is undeniable that his talent is high. Having opened the dojo for so many years, Zoro is the only disciple he has ever seen with the qualifications of a great swordsman. It shouldn't be a problem if he becomes a world-renowned great swordsman after some experience. As for the daughter Kuina, Kojiro sighed secretly. Although she is very talented and has defeated Zoro so many times, it is a pity that her daughter's advantage will gradually disappear as she grows up, and she may not be able to pass it. How long will it be surpassed by Zoro? If it's a teacher, I don't know if this problem can be solved. Kojiro thought inwardly. When it comes to the teacher, Kojiro also feels nostalgia. When he left Wano Kuni, he encountered a shipwreck on the way, was washed to a remote island, was rescued by the teacher, and then became the teacher's disciple. That was his most precious time so far, and he was able to achieve this because of his teacher. I don't know when the teacher will be out of the mountain, I really want to see him. Blubru. Just as this thought flashed through Kojiro's mind, a phone worm that Kojiro had placed on the side for a long time suddenly rang. This phone worm is used by Kojiro to contact the teacher. Since the establishment of the Ishin Dojo after he went down the mountain, he will always carry the phone worm and place it in his most prominent place to prevent the teacher from going down the mountain to call him and he can't receive it. And today, the phone worm that hadn't rang for several years actually rang, which made Kojiro's heart tremble. Is it a teacher? Picking up the phone worm, a voice of vicissitudes of life suddenly came from the other end. Is it Kojiro? Down the mountain as a teacher. Hearing the voice from the phone worm, Kojiro stood up directly on the ground, and the expression on his face changed from the previous indifferent to consternation. Damn it! What a teacher! The teacher is down. Chapter 3 Teacher. I will pick you up. Kojiro's mood at the moment can be said to be shocked, and it is no exaggeration that the teacher went down the mountain. While shocked, Kojiro was also a little flattered in his heart, because many brothers left the teacher with phone bugs, but the teacher went down the mountain and contacted him. What does this show? Doesn't it mean that the teacher values him most? Up. Thinking of this, Kojiro directly turned to the phone bug. Teacher. Where are you now? Where? I really don't know this as a teacher, so let's go. I'll see if there are any villages in the nearby waters, and I'll give you a specific location at that time. Okay. Teacher, wait to tell me where you are, and I will leave immediately to meet you. Kojiro said excitedly. Lin Wei nodded, then hung up the phone worm and put it in his arms. Kojiro has already been in touch, and other disciples should see them one after another if nothing happens. Look where there is a village first. Turning on observation haki, Lin Wei felt around in a circle. Then some subtle noises were introduced into Lin Wei's perception. There are really people. Lin Wei smiled faintly. Since there are people, then he should be able to ask what place it is. Launching observation haki again, Lin Wei wanted to determine the specific location, but in the next moment, his brow frowned. Don't kill me. Forget my daughter. I'm the only one. Mom. Go. There are voices of old people and children, but all of them are scared without exception. Although he has stayed on this island for 50 years, Lin Wei still knows the pirate world very well. If he guessed correctly, the village should be looted by pirates. I encountered this kind of thing as soon as I came out. This luck is no longer there, so let's solve it easily. Lifting his head, Lin Wei looked into the direction of the sound, and then he stepped on the ground with one foot and fell to the sea level below, and then stepped on the sea water and flew towards the village. Although Lin Wei was also demon fruit power, the system helped him avoid the curse of the sea, so even if his feet were stepping on the sea water, Lin Wei did not feel any discomfort. Ta-da! Lin Wei's speed was getting faster and faster, but he disappeared on the sea level in an instant. At the same time, in that village, the pirates are searching the village. In a house, a pirate walked out of it with some money, followed by an old man in black cloth and linen, and hugged his legs. Please, don't take away the money, this is my money for medical treatment. Go. The pirate snorted coldly and kicked the old man away. Where did the old man endure such a kick, even when he passed out? Please, don't take my wife away. On the other side, a man grabbed his wife's hand, and behind his wife were two vicious pirates. Go away. One of the pirates gave the man a cold look, and then directly lifted the long knife in his hand and swept it across the man's neck. Pouch! Blood splattered, and the man fell helplessly in a pool of blood. When the man's wife saw her husband being killed, she broke free from the pirate's hands and shook her husband's body vigorously. Then he ran to the pirate again and said helplessly, "Why do you want to kill him? Just catch me. Why do you want to kill him?" However, the pirate was indifferent, and said to his companion beside him, "Stun and take it away." Yes. The companion nodded, and then slapped the woman's neck with a palm, knocked her stunned and pressed it to her shoulder. More than these two places, tragedies are staged in every corner of the village. Facing the passing of the pirates, the villagers could hardly fight back. They could only watch the money, wives, and daughters in their homes being snatched away. All that is left for them is despair. In the middle of the village, the 70-year-old village chief knelt there. As the head of a village, he felt more heartache than others. A good village was ruined by these guys. Is there no one to save us? The village chief's face was full of despair. He really wanted someone to fall from the sky at this time, but he knew that this was just his extravagant hope. Who would come back to rescue them at this time? Lifting his head, the village chief glared at the pirates and roared, "Aren't you afraid of retribution if you do this?" Not far away, the pirate leader looked at the village chief who had cursed them, his eyes flashed with a vicious look, and then he turned to a subordinate next to him and said, "Kill that old fellow." Yes. The pirate nodded, then walked straight ahead, lifted the long knife in his hand and cut it towards the old man's neck. However, when his sword hurriedly slashed the village chief, the pirate's face suddenly changed in vain, and he felt as if his body was under control. This force became heavier and heavier, gradually bending the pirate's body, and then with a bang, his whole person directly hit the ground. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone including the pirate leader suddenly changed, and then they all turned around and looked behind them. An old man with a crane and a fairy bone was pacing up there. New book release, ask for collection *. Chapter 4. Are the current pirates doing like this? The old man walked slowly towards this place, while smiling on his face. Are the current pirates behave like this? The old man is naturally Lin Wei. Looking at the dead people on the ground and the innocent villagers killed by the pirates, he frowned. The pirates' behavior is even worse than the original description. Who are you? The leader of the pirates stared at Lin Wei. Even though the opponent was an old man, he didn't dare to care at all. If he guessed correctly, it was this old man who caused the subordinate to be pressed to the ground just now. Are you asking me? Lin Wei smiled, and then said, I'm here to ask for directions. Ask for directions? The corner of the pirate leader's mouth twitched slightly. Only when I believe in you will there be a ghost. When is it bad to ask for directions? He asked for directions when he was plundering the village. Are you so easy to deceive me when I am a 3-year-old child? Old stuff? I advise you not to be nosy. We are members of the evil wolf and pirate group. If we provoke us, our boss will not let you go. The pirate leader turned towards Lin Wei, and even in order to frighten him, he moved his pirate group out. However, his threats obviously didn't help. Lin Wei still had a calm expression on his face. He smiled at the pirate leader and asked, Wolf Pirate Group? Is it strong? The pirate leader thought Lin Wei was scared, and he straightened his chest and said, Of course, our evil wolf pirate group is the top 3 pirate group in this sea area, even if Grand Line has been there. I've been to the Grand Line, that's a more powerful pirate group. Lin Wei thoughtfully. So I advise you not to be nosy, otherwise it's not worth losing your life. The pirate leader said coldly. Don't worry. I won't be nosy. Lin Wei said with a smile, and hearing what he said, the pirate leader was also happy in his heart, but what Lin Wei said next made his face gloomy again. But these villagers are innocent, let them go, and keep the money you robbed. I saw Lin Wei smiled at him. Old stuff, toast, and not eat fine wine. Then don't blame us. The pirate leader's eyes were cold, and then he waved his big hand, kill this old guy. Yes. Suddenly, dozens of pirates rushed towards Lin Wei holding long knives. Looking at the pirate who rushed, Lin Wei shook his head. He was talking about it, but these guys are still like this. Die. Old stuff. The pirates rushed in front of Lin Wei. One of the pirates shouted angrily, and then slashed a long knife at Lin Wei's neck. I wanted to let you go. If that's the case, then I can't blame me. Lin Wei said faintly, and as his words fell, an invisible gravity burst out of his body, and all fell on these pirates. Boom! 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 These rushing pirates didn't even have time to react, they were crushed directly on the ground, and they were dizzy. What? Not far away, the pirate leader looked at the men who were crushed on the ground, his face suddenly changed. He obviously didn't see this old guy making a move, so why did all of his subordinates fall down? Looking at the shocked pirate leader, Lin Wei smiled and said, Next it is your turn. The pirate leader's complexion changed drastically, and he turned around to escape, but he had just taken a step, a huge force of gravity fell on him, and then he knelt on his legs, and slammed on him. On the ground. This is the power of devil fruit. The pirate leader who was overwhelmed to the ground showed a look of horror. If he didn't know how Lin Wei caused his men to fall down before, then he knows now. This is the power of devil fruit, and only demon fruit power can do this. This old guy turned out to be demon fruit power. Lin Wei did not care about the pirates who were overwhelmed to the ground. He walked slowly to the village chief and helped him up. It's okay. No. Nothing. The village chief stood up tremblingly, and said with a gratitude, Thank you, gentlemen, for your life-saving grace. Lin Wei smiled and said, No thanks. I'm just a passerby. I saw such a tragic thing happening here, so I helped by the way. Anyway, thanks a lot this time. The village chief was grateful and snorted. For Lin Wei, it might be just a hand-in-hand help, but for him, including the entire village, it was no different than saving lives. If it were not for Lin Wea's help, their village would have been ruined. Lin Wea glanced at the pirate who was overwhelmed by the fruit of gravity, and then said, "They are handed over to you, it is life or death for you to decide." Hearing what the old gentleman said, the village head turned his eyes to the pirates who fell on the ground, and then there was a raging anger in his eyes. It was these guys who had destroyed their homes. Kill them! The pirate of damn it! More and more villagers rushed here, some carrying wooden sticks and some carrying hoes, and slammed the pirates fiercely, venting the resentment in their hearts. Although these pirates are relatively powerful, they are flesh and blood after all, plus the dizziness that Lin Wea used to use the fruits of gravity to press before, and they can't resist the collective beating of the villagers. A dozen pirates were all beaten to death. The pirates were killed. These villagers were not happy, but sat on the ground. They all knew that even if these people died, their lost loved ones would never come back. This was also noticed by Lin Wea, and he immediately looked around the village. Innocent villagers were killed everywhere on the ground, including old people and strong men. Lin Wea saw 7 or 8 dead bodies. But Lin Wea knows that there are definitely more than so many people who really died. After all, the village is so big, there must be villagers killed by these pirates in other places. It's simply miserable, not too miserable. Looking at this miserable picture, Lin Wea couldn't help but think of some words that he used to see when he saw pirates. 99% of pirates are bad. It seems that this is indeed the case. Not all pirates are like the protagonists in the original book. More pirates are extremely vicious. In their eyes, innocent villagers are just objects of predation. Who will save my wife? At this time, a desperate cry came into Lin Wea's ears. Lin Wea looked up and saw an old woman not far away crying and hugging an old man. This old man is also the old man who was knocked out by the pirate before. New book released. Request collection *. Chapter 5 I try. What's the matter? The village chief ran over, looked at the old man in the old woman's arms, and asked. Other village names also surrounded the past. My wife just fainted after being kicked by the pirate, and he hasn't woken up yet. The old woman hugged the old man with a crying expression on her face. What? The village chief's expression changed, and the pirates who had suffered 1,000 swords even didn't let go of the old man. My wife is already ill, and the pirate was kicked again. If we don't get help, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive today. Having said this, the old woman cried directly, he was just such a wife, if she left, how would she live in the future? The village chief was also at a loss for a while, because he didn't understand medical skills, and he didn't know what to do with this kind of thing. Just when the village chief felt helpless, Lin Wea came over and said, "Let me have a look." "Old gentleman, can you help?" Seeing that the visitor was the old man who had just rescued them, the village head suddenly looked hopeful. He clearly saw the old gentleman's methods of suppressing the pirates before, so he felt that if it was this old gentleman, there might be a way. "Let me try it," Lin Wea said lightly, then walked to the old man's side and squatted down, putting his hand on the old man's pulse. In the past 50 years, Lin Wea has learned a lot from the system, including medical skills. Because it should not be difficult for Lin Wea to heal a seriously injured old man. After taking a moment to pulse carefully, Lin Wea straightened the old man's body, and then patted the old man's back with a palm. The face of the fainted old man suddenly flushed, and then a mouthful of black blood came out, and then he woke up magically. "My wife, you are awake." Seeing the old man awake, the old woman burst into tears of joy, and then she knelt directly in front of Lin Wea and kept kowtow, "Thank you, old sir." Lin Wea helped the old woman up, and then smiled and said, "No thanks." In addition, even though he woke up, the pirate's kick still caused him a certain amount of injury, so the rest of the time will have to be good for life and recuperation, but also don't worry, you will be fine after resting for 3 or 5 days. The old woman nodded, then turned to her wife and asked, my wife, how are you feeling? It's better, but the body is still a little uncomfortable. The old man touched his still a little blocked chest. I will help you in and rest. With the support of the old woman, the old man walked into the house tremblingly. This time I really thank you, old gentleman, not only for helping our entire village, but also for curing the wounded old man. The village chief walked up to Lin Wei and expressed gratitude. Others also looked at Lin Wei gratefully. For them, Lin Wei is undoubtedly their savior. You don't need to thank you. Lin Wei smiled slightly, and then said to the village chief, by the way, old man, I want to ask, what is this place? The safety of the village has now been resolved. Naturally, Lin Wei has to take care of his own affairs. After all, the kid Kojiro is still waiting for him to give him a place. This is Sunset Village, a village to the southwest of East Blue. The village chief turned towards Lin Wei. A Sunset Village southwest of East Blue. After getting the specific position, Lin Wei then contacted Kojiro. Is it a teacher? Kojiro's excited voice came from the phone worm. It's a teacher. The teacher is now in a village called Xiang Village, southwest of East Blue. Lin Wei informed Kojiro of the location and name of his village. Sunset Village? I know, I'll pass now. How long will it take? Lin Wei asked. According to the map, it is 300 nautical miles away from me. If I leave now, I will be there almost noon tomorrow. Kojiro glanced at the map, then said. Okay. Then I'll be here waiting for you. Hanging up the phone worm, Lin Wei turned to the village chief and said, I'm sorry, because of some objective factors, I may have to stay here for one night. I don't know if it will disturb you. The village chief was flattered and said, the old man is polite, you saved our entire village, let alone one night, even if we live for a month or a year, we are willing. Then bother. Lin Wei smiled. Old gentleman, come with me. Under the leadership of the village chief, Lin Wei came to the village chief's home. This is a very ordinary house, with some clay bricks on the outside, and some thatch on it. It looks quite impoverished. Because our village is relatively poor, everyone's life is not rich, and the place where they live is very simple. I hope the old man will not mind. The village chief turned towards Lin Wei. It's okay. As long as you can live in it. Lin Wei smiled. Lin Wei really didn't choose where to live, mainly because the simple house he built on that small island in the past 50 years was simpler than the village head's house to a certain extent. In addition, he had seen the situation in the village earlier, and many families lived in houses that were simpler than the village chief's. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Furthermore, he stayed here for one night only. For Lin Wei, it didn't matter whether it was simple or crude. The old gentleman doesn't mind it. The village chief said with a smile. He thought that the old gentleman might be picky, but now it seems that he thinks too much. This old gentleman is better than he thought. Walking into the house, the village head shouted to his wife, my wife, go make your bed, this old gentleman will live with us tonight. The village chief's wife was an old woman in her 60s. After hearing what the village chief said, she was flattered for a while. She knew that the village was rescued because of the old man. After vacating a room, the old woman cleaned up briefly, and then brought Lin Wei in. Old gentleman, you will live in this room tonight. It's a bit simple, I hope the old gentleman doesn't mind. No. I think it's pretty good. Lin Wei nodded and looked at the room. Although it was a bit crude, there was a touch of warmth. Seeing the old man said it was good, the old woman's face also had a thick smile, and he was really afraid that the old man would mind. Then old gentleman, just stay here, just call us if you need it. The village chief turned towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei nodded and said, and then stayed at the village chief's house. Asterisk. Chapter 6 To pick up your master. On the other side, inside Ishin Dojo. After Kojiro hung up the phone, he stood up and said to the disciples, "Get the boat. Prepare the boat? Where are we going?" Daughter Guyena asked Kojiro. "Go and pick up your Grand Master." Kojiro said excitedly. "Master too? Is it the two master father you often mentioned to us?" Kuina asked. "In the past, my father sometimes talked to him about the master he met on that island, so there was this person in Kuina's memory. I just listened to my father, but I never saw it." "That's right. That's the great master I often mentioned to you." Kojiro smiled and nodded, and then walked directly out of the dojo. At this moment, Kojiro was very excited and was finally able to see Master. After 10 minutes, the boat is ready. Kojiro boarded the boat with a group of disciples, and Kuina and Zoro went together. Kojiro was originally not going to take Guyena and Zoro. After all, both of them were relatively young, but they couldn't stand the stalker of the two and wanted to meet Master Tai, so Kojiro had to take them along. Standing on the boat, Kuina asked Zoro next to him, "Zoro, what do you think Master Tai looks like? Since he is the master of the master. He must be very old, he must be in his 50s or 60s. Zoro spoke out the way the master had been constructed in his mind. "Maybe it's very young, maybe." Kuina smiled. Zoro said, "I think it's an old man anyway." Guyena looked at Zoro and said, "Then let's make a bet. If you are very old, I will lose. If you are young, you will lose. The loser will stand for 3 hours tomorrow." "Bet. I'm afraid of you. I can't beat you than a sword, bet I'm not afraid." Zoro put his hands on his waist and looked unwilling to admit defeat. Seeing that Kuina and Zoro were betting with the teacher's age, Kojiro couldn't help shook his head. When do these two really have to compete? Turning his head too far, Kojiro looked into the distance. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen the teacher for a long time, almost 10 years. In 10 years, the teacher should have grown a lot older. When he first met the teacher was 70 years old, and now it has been 10 years since he came out of the mountain. Counting the time, the teacher should be 80 now. Thinking of this, Kojiro ordered his disciples to speed up the ship's travel speed. Brush. The boat sailed swiftly towards the village where Linwea was located, which is the Xiang village. As the sun sets, the entire Sunset village begins to be enveloped by night, and the villagers gradually fall asleep. The whole Sunset village is extremely quiet. In the room, Linwea is sitting cross-legged. The daily practice is a compulsory course for Linwea. Even if he has become strong enough now, Linwea has not fallen. Exhale and inhale. After about an hour passed like this, Linwea stopped, brushed his body, and fell asleep with his sleeves. At this time, on an isolated island 30 nautical miles away from Xiang village, a group of pirates were stationed there. Some of these pirates have one-eyed eyes, and some have a few scars on their faces. Although they look different, the signs on their bodies are all the same. On their chests are engraved with a wolf head pattern. This group of people are members of the Evil Wolf Pirate Group. It's all night. Why haven't Bazin and the others come back? The speaker is a 30-year-old man with a wolf head tattoo on his body. There is a visible scar on his face, extending from the corner of his eyes to his chin. The scar is squirming as he speaks, and it looks a little bit terrible. The man is the captain of the Evil Wolf Pirate Group, nicknamed the Lone Wolf. At this moment, the Lone Wolf frowned. It is reasonable to say that at the speed of Basang and the others, 2 hours would be enough to sack the Sunset village and come back, but it was all night. Basang and the others had not come back, which made him wonder. Get up. Could it be that something has happened? Could it be the deputy captain Basang who saw more women in Sunset village, so they forgot the time to play? After all, the previous few times Deputy Captain Basang came back the next day because of this. A pirate said. Forgot the time for playing a woman. The Lone Wolf frowned slightly. Although it was indeed possible, his inner intuition told him that Basang did not come back this time, and maybe it was not the reason. For whatever reason, go there tomorrow. Yes. Boss. The next day, it dawned. The lone wolf and his crew got up one after another and stood on the coast. The lone wolf glanced at the sea level. After finding that there was no Samba and their shadow, he said to his men, "Get the boat. Go to the sunset village." Yes. However, in 5 minutes, the boat was ready, and then the lone wolf led his team down onto the boat and walked towards the sunset village. Sunset village is not very far from them, it only took 2 hours to arrive. Boarded the island, but the scene that I saw next changed the face of the lone wolf drastically. I saw that on the coast, the Basang and others who he had sent to ransack the sunset village were lying there covered in blood. The lone wolf walked over, checked it, and his face suddenly became gloomy. They were all dead, and they were all beaten to death. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Believe it now. Enter the village. Standing up, the lone wolf waved his big hand, and then led his men into the sunset village. At this moment, the lone wolves were extremely angry, and Basang and the others were beaten to death. When the lone wolf led him into the village, on the other side, Lin Wei also woke up. As soon as he left the room, the old woman who was busy working in the kitchen walked out. He wiped his apron with his hand and said to Lin Wei, "Old sir. You are awake." Just woke up." Lin Wei smiled and nodded. "I'll get you some water to wash up." The old woman smiled, and then picked up a shabby but very clean wash basin and took a pot of hot water to wash Lin Wei. After finishing everything, the old woman took a large bowl of porridge from the stove, took out a few plates of pickles, and fished out 2 hard-boiled eggs for Lin Wei from the pot. "My family is relatively poor, there is nothing good to entertain you old gentlemen, I hope the old gentleman doesn't mind." The old woman turned to Lin Wei. "It's good to have rice, vegetables, and eggs." Lin Wei smiled. During the meal, the village head asked Lin Wei, "I don't know where the old man came from. Where is he going for this trip?" "I'm from a far-away place. As for where to go, I'm not sure yet, but one of my disciples will pick me up today, and the next stop should be to him." The village head and his wife are relatively simple people, because Lin Wei didn't hide anything. Furthermore, this is not a secret, and it's okay to tell them. Since he is the old gentleman's disciple, he must be a very powerful person. The village chief said with a smile. During the day, Lin Wei's methods of suppressing those pirates could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such a powerful person, so in his opinion Lin Wei's apprentice must be also very powerful. "I don't know this, I haven't seen them for many years." Lin Wei smiled. Since the disciples went down the mountain, Lin Wei has not contacted them, so Lin Wei really doesn't know how powerful his disciples are now. "Is that so?" The village chief nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, a villager suddenly broke into the village chief's house, and said with a panic, "It's not good. The village chief, another pirate has entered the village." "What?" The village chief stood up directly, and just came yesterday to criticize the pirates, so why are they here again today? Old gentleman, you must help us." The village head looked at Lin Wei imploringly. He knew that he had to rely on the old man to resist these pirates. "It's okay. I'm here." Lin Wei gave a relieved smile, then put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. "Where are the pirates?" he asked the villager. "They just entered the village, they should be at the entrance of the village now." The villager replied. "Take me over." "It is good." Under the leadership of this villager, Lin Wei came to the entrance of the village, and then he saw the group of pirates mentioned by the villager. There were a lot of people, more than the number of the pirates yesterday, about 30 or 40 people. Many villagers gathered at the entrance of the village. Some of them were holding hoes and some holding rolling pins. They looked at the group of pirates who had entered the village with fear. They were relieved until Lin Wei arrived. "Old sir." They looked at Lin Wei hopefully. The reason why they didn't back down was Lin Wei. They believed that as long as the old gentleman came, everything could be solved, even if these pirates looked better than those of yesterday. Even more powerful, they also believe that the old man will be able to solve it. Lin Wei naturally felt the thoughts of these villagers. He smiled at these villagers and said, "Just leave it to me." After speaking, Lin Wei walked out of the villagers, and then scanned the group of pirates. Although I have never seen these pirates, Lin Wei recognizes them from the signs on the other side. These people are members of the Evil Wolf pirate group, and are the companions of the pirates who ransacked the village yesterday. But these pirates obviously didn't care about Lin Wei, they just regarded him as an ordinary old man. The leader Lone Wolf stood up with a long knife in his hand, pointed at the beaten Basang and others on the ground, and said coldly, "Who killed them?" Hearing what the Lone Wolf said, the eyes of the villagers who came up yesterday suddenly flashed a look of fear. They killed people, but they didn't dare to stand up. They knew that if these people knew they were the ones who killed them, they would definitely not let them go. "I killed it." At this time, Lin Wei spoke. "You?" The Lone Wolf took a look at Lin Wei, then sneered, "Do you have this ability? An old man about to enter the soil, killing Basang? Don't be funny." "What? I don't look like it?" Lin Wei asked with a smile on his face. "Go away, old stuff. Don't hinder me from doing things." The Lone Wolf was too lazy to get in touch with Lin Wei's ink, and walked directly in front of him, lifted his foot and kicked towards Lin Wei. However, he had just raised his feet, and a huge gravitational force suddenly fell on him, and then his whole body was directly hit on the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The ground shuddered. "What?" The Lone Wolf was smashed, and his ribs were broken. However, it shocked him more than the scene before. How could there be such a heavy pressure? What is this? He tried to get up, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up. The whole person was like a huge boulder. Lin Wei knelt down, looked at the Lone Wolf, and said with a smile, "Do you think I look like now? You did it." The Lone Wolf raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Wei. "It's me." Lin Wei nodded, then smiled, and said, "Believe it now." "Old stuff." The Lone Wolf looked cold, and then said to his subordinates, "Give it to me. Kill this old guy." Chapter 8 Master and Disciples Meet. If the Lone Wolf didn't believe it before, then he believed it at this moment, and let him fall down at will. This method was enough to kill Basang and the others. Therefore, he also gave orders to his men without hesitation. Following the Lone Wolf's order, the pirates collectively rushed out, lifted the long knife in their hands and attacked Lin Wei. And looking at the collective rushing subordinates, there was a cold expression in the eyes of the Lone Wolf. "Old thing, no matter how good you are, you have to die." He has learned Lin Wei's methods, but in his opinion, no matter how strong he is only alone. With so many pirates working together, they can't deal with such an old guy? "Let me die? I'm afraid it won't work with you." Facing the vicious words of the Lone Wolf, Lin Wei smiled faintly, and then his eyes condensed. Gravity fruit is launched. Suddenly, an invisible gravity fell on the 30-odd pirates. Boom! 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 30 people landed in a group. The sound shouldn't be too beautiful. Here, the Lone Wolf who had just released his harsh words looked at the man who fell like him. His face instantly froze. How is this possible? With so many of his subordinates, all of them were solved at once. Lin Wei stood up, turned around and said to the villagers behind him, "Tie them up." "Yes, old sir." A dozen young and strong men brought ropes from their homes to tie all these pirates together. At this time, the village head came over and asked Lin Wei, "Old sir, what do you do with these people?" "Tie them here, someone will take care of it later." Lin Wei said lightly. Okay. The village chief nodded. At noon, Kojiro finally arrived at Sunset Village after a whole night of accelerated rushing. As soon as he entered the village, Kojiro immediately saw Lin Wei and ran over with excitement. Teacher! It's coming! Lin Wei looked at Kojiro and said with a smile. Behind him, the head of the village and the village name of Xiang Village looked at Kojiro, who called teacher Lin Wei, and their expressions changed drastically. They are all East Blue people, and therefore they were recognized as soon as Kojiro appeared. This is the owner of the famous East Blue Ishin Dojo, the swordsman Shimotsuki Kojiro. Such a big man actually came to them, and he was called the old gentleman before. Teacher? The swordsman Shimotsuki Kojiro turned out to be a disciple of an old gentleman. My goodness! Among them, the village chief was even more shocked. After learning that Lin Wei has an apprentice in the morning, he also thought about being a big man. It's just that he didn't expect it to be the sword master Shimotsuki Kojiro. This is a great swordsman, and his reputation is well known even in the world. When the village chief and the village name were shocked that Kojiro was Lin Wei's apprentice, behind Kojiro, Zoro and Kuina secretly looked at Lin Wei. Is he the master too? Kuina blinked his lovely eyes. This was the first time he had seen this great master, so naturally he was very curious. The same is true for Zoro. Like Kuina, his eyes are full of curiosity. It turns out that master's teacher looks like this. At this moment, Zoro suddenly thought of something, and he thrust his waist in and said to Kuina, haha. Kuina, I said Master Tai is an old man, you still don't believe it. Believe it now. Cut. You are purely blind. Kuina curled her lips upset. Blindness also depends on ability. Zoro didn't care about what Kuina said. He laughed at Kuina and said, remember our bet on the boat. You have to stand for 3 hours when you go back. Cut. Stand up. Kuina refused to admit defeat. Lin Wei was also attracted by the quarrel between Zoro and Kuina. Kojiro immediately explained, the two of them are betting on your teacher's age on the boat that came here. Now that you see the teacher, you are a real person. That bet comes up. Teacher, don't mind. It's okay. Little kid. Lin Wei said faintly, then glanced at the girl and the seaweed head boy. A smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be these two little guys. Zoro, Kuina. Right. Teacher, who are these people? At this time, Kojiro noticed the dozens of pirates who were tied together by Wahueda, and asked Lin Wei. They are the pirates who ransacked this village. They were subdued and tied here by me. You can deal with it. Lin Wei turned towards Kojiro. It is good. Kojiro nodded, and then walked to the pirates who were tied together. These pirates were from East Blue, so naturally they recognized Kojiro, and with the recognition, they felt a panic in their hearts. Sword. Sword Master Kojiro. Juggernaut is the title given to Kojiro by the outside world, but Kojiro's current strength is indeed worthy of this title. Don't kill me. The lone wolf glanced at Kojiro standing in front of him, and he was peeing his pants in shock. Although his evil wolf pirate group is considered a small and famous pirate group in East Blue, he knows that it can't be compared with the swordsman Kojiro. In front of the swordsman Kojiro, they are as weak as ants. At first he saw it with his own eyes that Kojiro cut a pirate ship with a single blow. If you don't kill you, will you keep you harming the people? Kojiro glanced at the pirates coldly, and then pulled out the saber around his waist. The sharp blade light flashed, bringing an astonishing slash to sweep across these pirates. These pirates died directly without even screaming. And the aftermath of the slash was to sever the big tree surrounded by 5 people. Asterisk. Chapter 9 This is your great master 1/4. Awesome. As expected of Kojiro, the sword saint. The villagers saw that Kojiro not only learned about so many pirates, but the aftermath of the formation cut off such a big tree, and their shocked mouths were the elder boss. They have only heard the name of the sword master Kojiro, but they don't know its strength. It looks really scary now. But then again, people as strong as Sword Saint Kojiro call the old gentleman a teacher, so how strong this old gentleman should be. Thinking about it this way, the villagers all looked at Lin Wei, who had the bones of a crane. They suppressed the two groups of pirates yesterday and today. They were shocked by Lin Wei's strength. The strength of the old man is far more than that. Lin Wei turned to the village chief and the villagers and said, "Well, these pirates have been solved, and you can live with peace of mind." "Thank you, old sir." Many villagers even knelt down in gratitude. They knew that if it weren't for the old gentleman, their sunset village would not exist. At this time, Kojiro walked over and said to the villagers, "In addition, if there are pirates invading here in the future, you can give me my name. I don't think the pirates will come over you anymore." "Thank you, Master Sword Saint." The villagers kept kowtow towards Kojiro. If Lin Wei helped them resolve these two crises, then Kojiro's remarks are to save them from being violated by pirates in the future. After all, Kojiro's reputation is still very big, let alone East Blue, even if it looks around the world, it is famous. No pirate dared to invade their small village at the risk of offending the sword master Kojiro. "Teacher, let's go too." Kojiro turned to look at Lin Wei, and said, Lin Wei nodded, then followed Kojiro to board the ship when he came, and left here. On the deck, Lin Wei looked at the Kojiro who was more mature than before, and smiled and said, "When I was learning arts behind me, you were just a kid in your early 20s. Become a famous swordsman in the world. It's all well taught by the teacher." Kojiro humbly said, "If I hadn't learned swordsmanship for 3 years after you, I wouldn't be able to achieve what I am now." "Haha. Really?" Lin Wei smiled faintly, then put his hands behind him and looked at the sea level. "How long will it be?" "It's going to be a while. If you feel tired, teacher, you can rest in the cabin. I have already made the bed for my disciple." Kojiro turned towards Lin Wei. "It's considerate in handling things." Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction, and then walked into the cabin with a flick of his sleeves. "Wait to call me." Lin Wei's voice came from the cabin. "Yes, teacher." Kojiro respectfully made a bow towards the cabin. "Master Tai is so handsome." On the side, Kuina has a nympho with 2 eyes, and the movement just now from Master Tai is not too handsome. "Kuina, don't be rude." Kojiro glared at Kuina, but Kuina shrugged and said fearlessly, "I'm not rude. Tu Master is really handsome." After speaking, she turned to look at Zoro who was aside. "You say yes." Zoro. Zoro nodded seriously like a small adult. "Master Tai is really handsome." On the sea level, the ship sailed overnight. After spending 1 night and 1.5 days, it finally arrived at Shimotsuki village. Kojiro walked into the cabin and said respectfully to Lin Wei who was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed and rested, "Teacher, here it is." On the bed, Lin Wei slowly opened his eyes, then walked off the bed and left the cabin. Standing on the deck, Lin Wei looked at the strange island in front of him. "Is this Shimotsuki village?" Walking off the boat, under the leadership of Kojiro, Lin Wei came to Ishin Dojo. Compared with the Ishin Dojo in the original book, the Ishin Dojo in front of you is much larger, and the area alone is more than 10 times larger. And on the square outside the dojo, hundreds of disciples were practicing swordsmanship seriously, with a very serious attitude, but most of them were small guys, just as old as Zoro and Kuina. After Kojiro appeared in the dojo, the disciples who were practicing swords stopped suddenly, and then turned to Kojiro slightly behind. "Hello, Master." Kojiro nodded, and then said to them, "This is the great master who I used to talk to you often. Call Master too." Suddenly, Hundreds of disciples turned to face Lin Wei respectfully and shouted, "Good master." In this regard, Lin Wei nodded slightly. "Teacher. Here." Lin Wei nodded, then followed Kojiro into the dojo. The little guys in the square tilted their heads and looked at Lin Wei curiously. "Is that the two master that master often mentions?" Chapter 10. Try if you can make progress 2/4. Different from those disciples who practice swords seriously outside the dojo is similar to an area where you can learn from each other. At this moment, in those areas, some teenagers are fighting in pairs. They are holding bamboo knives in constant exchanges. Bang! The fierce clash of bamboo knives is endless. "Are these also your disciples?" Lin Wei looked around at these little guys who were fighting, and then asked Kojiro. Kojiro nodded. "Since I went down the mountain, I created this dojo, but I didn't expect that more and more people would come to apprentice to learn art. There was no way to expand the dojo. Now the number of disciples in the dojo is nearly 1,000. A dojo with thousands of disciples, even if you look at the world at this scale, it should be second to none." Lin Wei said lightly. "Teacher praised." Kojiro said faintly, and he couldn't help feeling a little happy. "You must know that when he was on the mountain, the teacher always reprimanded him, and the teacher praised him for the first time. In the dojo, those disciples who were studying also noticed Kojiro, who entered the dojo, immediately stopped the study, and turned around to face Kojiro one by one and said, 'Hi master.'" Lin Wei nodded slightly, and then introduced Lin Wei like his disciples. "This is your great master." "Great master." The disciples turned to Lin Wei and shouted loudly. Lin Wei smiled and nodded, and then said to Kojiro, "By the way, have you contacted other seniors after going down the mountain?" He had a total of 25 disciples in the mountain at the beginning, and Lin Wei naturally seemed to see him at first sight. He wants to see how those boys are doing now. "That's not it." Kojiro shook his head. "After going down the mountain, some seniors became pirates and started their careers as pirates, and some were busy with their own business, and they rarely had contact." "Is that so?" Lin Wei nodded thoughtfully. "But I know where there are a few seniors." At this time, Kojiro said again. "Those few?" Lin Wei asked subconsciously. "Brother Buggy, Brother Smoker." Kojiro said, "Brother Buggy came to East Blue just like me after going down the mountain. He is now a pirate in a small town called Orange Town in East Blue. As for Brother Smoker, he has now become Marine Vice Admiral. But he will come to Logue Town to inspect the situation from time to time. So if you go to Logue Town, you should meet him." Buggy and Smoker. Lin Wei smiled slightly. It was said that these two little guys also came to his door earlier. Among them, Buggy Lin Wei was the most impressed. "I was impressed by Buggy not because of how hard Buggy worked, but because the kid was too lazy and not interested in spiritual practice, but was very interested in treasure." Lin Wei vaguely remembered that when he was on the island, the kid went to some caves to see if there were any treasures when he had time. Lin Wei also said at the time that Buggy said that there is no treasure on this island, but Buggy didn't believe it. For this reason, Buggy took longer to practice cultivation than others. He just went down the mountain after studying with Lin Wei for 10 years. It is also the longest time with Lin Wei among the many disciples. Because of this, Lin Wei has the deepest impression of Buggy, and his feelings are also the deepest. "I can take the teacher to Brother Buggy and Brother Smoker when I have time. If both of them know that teacher, you have gone down the mountain, they will be very happy." Kojiro turned towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei nodded. After walking around the dojo, Lin Wei stopped, and then he took out a knife at random from the shelf full of katana on the side. Seeing the teacher's sudden behavior, Kojiro suddenly asked, "Teacher? What are you? Try to improve your swordsmanship during the time after going down the mountain." Lin Wei held the knife in one hand and said towards Kojiro. "It is good." Kojiro nodded. He also wanted to compete with the teacher. After all, he was often abused by the teacher in the mountains. And now he has improved a lot compared to 10 years ago. In his opinion, even if he is not the teacher's opponent, he should be able to compare with the teacher. Carrying a long knife, the two walked to the center of the dojo. There are many disciples in the dojo at this moment. Looking at the Kojiro and Lin Wei who are standing in the center of the dojo with long knives, there is a flash of excitement in their eyes. "Master, is this going to be compared with Master Tai?" Immediately many disciples gathered around. Zoro and Kuina also noticed. There was also a hint of interest in their eyes. Then they trot over and came to the innermost part of the crowd, staring at Lin Wei and Kojiro who were facing each other with scorching eyes. Kuina and Zoro have always wanted to see their master's strength. "Hey! Zoro, how strong do you think Master Tai will be?" Kuina asked Zoro. Zoro said with a serious look, "Since he is too master, his strength must be very strong, at least much stronger than the master." "I feel so too." Kuina smiled. For the first time, the two held the same opinion. "You move first." Lin Wei with one hand behind him, said lightly towards Kojiro. "Then I'm welcome." "Teacher." Kojiro nodded, and his eyes flashed brightly. In the next instant, his whole person turned into a stream of light and shot towards Lin Wei. "Master's speed is so fast." Seeing the speed that Kojiro exploded, many disciples in the audience exclaimed. They have also seen Kojiro show great strength, but it is undoubtedly incomparable to this moment, especially at this speed, it is almost ultimate. Almost instantly, Kojiro rushed in front of Lin Wei, and then he volleyed Lin Wei with a knife in his right hand. In the face of Lin Wei, Kojiro didn't dare to have any reservations, and at the beginning, he unreservedly used his best. Chapter 11 Zoro wants to apprentice? 3/4. Brush. The astonishing light of the knife flashed, and the long knife swung down. Kojiro's strike was very fast, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as lightning, and this was also taught to Kojiro by Lin Wei on the mountain. All martial arts in the world are strong and unbreakable, but quick and unbreakable. After going down the mountain, Kojiro kept this in mind and began his own penance, and now he has practiced a fast sword. And the reason why Kojiro is called the swordsman of the world, is also because of his speed with the sword. When my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, came to East Blue and challenged Kojiro, he was shocked by Kojiro's fast sword. Although Hawkeye won the battle, Hawkeye gave Kojiro a very high evaluation. He also said that Kojiro was the first fast sword master he played against in his life. Kojiro also became famous because of the battle with Hawkeye. Until now, he has become a fearless swordsman in the East Blue and even countless swordsmen in the world. Besides, Lin Wei, watching Kojiro's ultimate sword, also slightly nodded. It seems that this kid didn't fall into practice even after going down the mountain. The speed of this sword was much faster than when he was on the mountain. Brush. Mentioning the long knife, Lin Wei faced him. Compared to Kojiro, Lin Wei's sword is undoubtedly faster, and the speed is even beyond the scope of the naked eye. The many disciples in the Ishin dojo that were onlookers did not even see Lin Wei's sword action clearly. Lin Wei's knife collided with Kojiro's knife. "I can't see the sword's movements at all." Exclamations kept ringing. At this moment, Zoro and Kuina, who are at the forefront, also grew their mouths in shock. "Master, this sword is too fast. Completely invisible. The speed of the sword is fast enough. But it's still too late." Lin Wei, who blocked Kojiro's blow with a sword, smiled faintly, and then he swept the sword in front of him with the sword in his right hand. Bang! The strong anti-shock force transmitted from Lin Wei's sword directly sent Kojiro away. He wiped his feet on the ground and glided back several tens of meters before he stopped. However, Kojiro was shocked in his heart at the moment. In the previous sword, he almost used his speed to ultimate, but he was stopped by the teacher so easily. Kojiro was repelled with a sword, and Lin Wei smiled at him and said, "Come again. It is good." Kojiro nodded and rushed out again. Pick, stab, chop, chop. In the face of Lin Wei, Kojiro has almost used what he has learned throughout his life to the ultimate. However, it's useless. No matter how he attacks, Lin Wei can easily block him. Then stand there and let Kojiro keep making moves. Master 2 is amazing. Among the spectators, Zoro's mouth-opened boss was the same as Kuina. Facing the teacher/father's offense, the Master 2 stopped all without moving a step. Regarding the strength of Master Tai, they also thought that it should be very strong, but what they didn't expect was that it turned out to be so strong. You know, even in the face of my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, the teacher/father only lost one move. However, in the face of Master Tai, the teacher/master was actually caught in such a difficult situation. Doesn't it mean that Master Tai's swordsmanship is stronger than my hawk? The world's largest swordsman. But Kojiro, he was also shocked. You must know that his practice has not fallen after going down the mountain. It is no less powerful than the practice behind the teacher. However, even so, it is still impossible to shake the teacher. The teacher's swordsmanship is too strong. The attack failed again. Kojiro stopped, and slightly bent towards Lin Wei with both hands. The disciple will bow down to the wind. It's not that Kojiro doesn't want to fight, but the teacher hasn't moved a single step after attacking for half an hour. This is a ghost. Kojiro feels that his heart is going to collapse again. Although it is still the same as on the mountain, your swordsmanship has improved a lot. Lin Wei smiled at Kojiro. No matter how strong you are, you still get abused by the teacher. Kojiro was a little frustrated. He knew that if the teacher had launched an offensive before, he would definitely be defeated in an instant. So to some extent, it can be regarded as being abused as before. However, there is one thing that Kojiro doesn't understand. It is reasonable to say that the higher the grade, the more the strength will be regressed, but from the teacher, he can't see the slightest sign of weakness. On the contrary, he is stronger than the mountain. This is against common sense. And this time he chose to compete with Lin Wei. Considering that Lin Wei is a bigger grade, he thought that the teacher's swordsmanship should have regressed, but in the end he hit him severely. This he has regressed, even more terrifying than when he was on the mountain. Lin Wei didn't know what Kojiro was thinking. After finishing the competition with Kojiro, he put the knife back in place, and then said to Kojiro, "As long as you work hard, you will surpass as a teacher sooner or later." If Lin Wei said this before the competition, Kojiro might agree, but after this competition, Kojiro had no such thoughts at all. He is 80 years old, and he can still abuse him like a mountain. Kojiro doesn't expect to be able to surpass the teacher in this life. It would be nice to not be abused by the teacher. Master 2. Can I practice swordsmanship behind you? At this moment, Zoro ran over and looked at Lin Wei with excitement. Do you want to learn swordsmanship from me? Lin Wei looked at Zoro in front of him and asked with interest. Yeah. I want to learn. Zoro nodded seriously. Can you tell me the reason? Why do you want to follow me to learn swordsmanship? Is it because my swordsmanship is better than your teacher's swordsmanship? Lin Wei asked with a smile. This is indeed one of the reasons, and another reason is that I have lost to Kuina more than 1,000 times, and I want to beat her. Zoro grumbled. Good guys. It turned out to want to defeat Kuina. Lin Wei laughed for a while. But think about it, I lost to the same person more than 1,000 times. I am afraid that no one can accept it, let alone Zoro, a very competitive kid. Asterisk. Chapter 12. I also want to learn swordsmanship from Master Tai 4/4. Lin Wei knew about the affairs between Zoro and Kuina. Zoro was young and energetic, but was defeated by Kuina. Then Zoro joined the Ishin dojo and began to challenge Kuina. It's just that Kuina is too strong. Even if Zoro works hard and reaches the level of defeating an adult, he still can't beat Kuina, losing to Kuina a full 2001 times. Do you really want to learn swordsmanship after me? Lin Wei asked Zoro. He knew Zoro's potential and talent. If Zoro really wanted to follow him to learn swordsmanship, then Lin Wei would not refuse. Furthermore, he has nothing to do after going down the mountain, and teaching Zoro can also pass some boring time. I want to learn. Zoro nodded firmly. Since you want to learn, then you. Seeing Zoro sincerely wanted to learn, Lin Wei smiled and nodded. Just about to agree to Zoro, Kuina rushed over. Zoro, you are cheating. If I can't win, I want to learn swordsmanship after Master Tai. Kuina said dissatisfied. Where am I cheating? If I can't beat you, can I still learn swordsmanship from the master? Zoro is also blasted, and fights hard for reasons. Just cheating. Kuina bulged her cheeks and said, you will learn swordsmanship behind Master Tai, and your strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It is estimated that you will be able to defeat me soon. I naturally refuse to accept it. It's useless if you don't agree. Master Little Boy has already agreed to me. Zoro snorted coldly, then turned his face to one side and stopped looking at Kuina. I'm furious. Seeing Zoro's hob meat, Kuina trembled with anger, and then he made a decision that Zoro had never thought of. I saw Kuina bulgingly said, no. I also want to learn swordsmanship from behind Master Tai. Kuina, you. Zoro's face is purple. Kuina is too despicable, and she wants to learn swordsmanship from behind the master. Kuina wrapped her arms around her chest, and said in a look like a small adult, could it be that you are only allowed to learn swordsmanship behind Master Tai, so you are not allowed to me? Zoro's body trembled in anger, and finally only suffocated these words, Kuina, you are too bad. Hey! I'm not bad. Kuina snorted coldly, and then turned to look at Lin Wei. Her little face looked at Lin Wei pitifully as if her face changed. Master 2. You have promised Zoro, but you can't help but promise me. While talking, Kuina also blinked big eyes at Lin Wei, posing a pitiful look. Lin Wei was also defeated by Kuina. This Nizai is really cute too. In order to agree to her, she resorted to the beauty trick. No, it was a girl trick. All right. Then you will follow Zoro to learn swordsmanship behind me. Kuina showed up like this. Lin Wei was not easy to refuse, so he agreed to Kuina. When Lin Wei agreed to her, Kuina jumped up in excitement, and then wrapped Lin Wei's arm and shook it affectionately. Master, you are the best. That's even more intimate than Kojiro. It's so shameless. Looking at Kuina, who is not good enough with her father, Zoro's teeth are itchy. Kuina is too bad, she actually plays cute with her daughter. Kuina let go of Lin Wei's arm, and said proudly towards Zoro, haha. Zoro, now your little abacus can't be done. Zoro snorted coldly, humph. Don't be proud of Kuina, even if the master promises you, I will defeat you in the end. Then I will wait and see. Kuina squinted the crescent moon and smiled. His appearance made Zoro half dead, and then he turned around and ignored Kuina. Teacher, will this happen? Kojiro walked over and said towards Lin Wei. It's okay. Lin Wei waved his hand, anyway, I'm idle, so it's better to teach these two little guys, and it's also fun to have two little guys by your side. Lin Wei said so, and Kojiro couldn't say anything, and then turned to Zoro and Kuina and said, you can't be rude to follow Master Tai in the future. Also, don't disturb Master Tai when he rests. Got it. Teacher. Got it. Father. The two smiled at Kojiro. Teacher. I will take you to Shimatsuki village. Kojiro turned to Lin Wei. It is good. Lin Wei nodded, and then left the Ishin dojo under the leadership of Kojiro. After Lin Wei left, Kuina and Zoro both pulled nasty smiles at the corners of their mouths, and they immediately gave a high five. Finish. At this moment, Lin Wei, who had just left the dojo, paused slightly, and then he smiled and shook his head. These two little guys. What's wrong? Teacher. Kojiro noticed Lin Wei's strangeness and asked immediately. Nothing. Let's go. Lin Wei smiled faintly, then lifted his steps and walked forward. Lin Wei was a little bit dumbfounded at the moment. These two little guys turned out to be in collusion. They were really two clever little ghosts, but he was actually deceived. It seems that the days to come will become very interesting. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Kuina's Heart Not 1/4. Time passed slowly, and it was already half a month since Lin Wei came to Shimotsuki village unknowingly. In the past half month, Lin Wei has also completely adapted to this place, and by now there is no discomfort anymore. Ishin Dojo Back Mountain. At this moment, one big, two small and three figures are standing there. The big one is naturally Lin Wei, and those two small figures are Zoro and Kuina. Since Lin Wei promised that the two of them could follow him to learn sword surgery, these two little guys often followed him. Today is the 15th day of their learning with Lin Wei. It's going on, Zoro. Kuina held the word Hideo towards Zoro. Come on. As for Zoro, he is holding two long knives. Now Zoro has not yet started to use the three-sword style like in the original work. That's good. Kuina's face was flat, her feet stomped on the ground and rushed out quickly. Looking at the rushing Kuina, Zoro's eyes were also full of seriousness. He knew Kuina's strength, so he didn't dare to be careless. Look at it. Kuina rushed in front of Zoro in an instant, and slashed at Zoro with a knife in both hands. Upon seeing this, Zoro directly lifted the double knives and crossed them to greet him. Clang! When the three knives collided, there was a sharp metal clash. Is it blocked? Kuina frowned, and then twitched the knives in both hands, aiming at the gap between Zoro's two knives, and preparing to pick them up and fly away like they did in the past. Is this another trick? Kuina. Looking at Kuina's posture, Zoro knew what she wanted to do, and Kuina wanted to pick up his double knives again. So the moment he saw Kuina's move, he drew two knives quickly. Brush. Kuina's cut was directly defeated. Failed. Kuina frowned and looked at Zoro again. There was a little more complexity in her eyes. Has Zoro grown to be able to deal with his move freely? It's time for me to attack, Kuina. Zoro grinned at Kuina, and then he held knives in both hands, and the whole person volleyed. Brush. 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 Under Zoro's turn, the two knives swung quickly, forming a double knife tornado and swept toward Kuina. Kuina didn't choose to fight hard, and chose to go back. Hey! A flash of excitement flashed in Zoro's eyes. It was the first time I saw Kuina step back. Step on. Stepping on the ground, Zoro rushed out in a big stride, the two swords in his hand constantly attacked Kuina from both sides. In the face of Zoro's fierce defense, Kuina had to choose defense. Clang! 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 The fierce collision sounded constantly. Zoro gets more excited as he fights, but Kuina gets more and more frightened as he fights. Because he found that Zoro's strength with every knife has improved a lot compared to the past, after several fights, his arm felt a little numb. Unexpectedly, your strength has improved so much. Zoro, in that case, I'm not welcome. Kuina knew that if he continued to defend like this, he would be defeated by Zoro sooner or later, so he turned from defense to offense. Holding Hitoichi text with both hands, he launched a crazy attack on Zoro. Zoro didn't expect Kuina to launch an offensive in an instant, her face changed slightly, and she held a pair of knives to defend. But isn't Kuina's attack with full strength so easy to block? Even if Zoro's strength has improved a lot, it is still a bit unstoppable. Soon, Zoro was in a mess. And Kuina found a chance. Brush. Holding a Hideo text in hand, Kuina slashed towards Zoro's head, but didn't cut it off, and finally stopped 10 centimeters above Zoro's head. Lost again. I'm really unwilling. Once again defeated by Kuina, a look of unwillingness flashed across Zoro's face. After studying with Master Tai for half a month, he still couldn't beat Kuina. However, he didn't know that Kuina had a solemn expression at the moment. Although he won this time, it was not as easy as he used to be. This battle Zoro had put a lot of pressure on her. If it weren't for her full effort offensive, she may lose this time. Thinking of this, an unwilling emotion flashed in her eyes. She knew that because she was a daughter, the advantages of girls would gradually be inferior to boys as they age. It would be great if I were a boy like Zoro, Kuina said inwardly. Not far away, Lin Wei looked at the lost Kuina in his eyes. He knew why Kuina was like this. I'm afraid he thought of his daughter, just like in the original book. It looks like you have to enlighten Kuina. In Lin Wei's mind, there is no difference between a male body and a daughter body. Although the male body has an advantage in strength, the daughter body also has her advantage. That is the flexibility of the body, which can achieve many poses that men can't do. And a girl can also become an outstanding swordsman through practice. The road to Kendo depends on whether you work hard enough, but there is no distinction between men and women. This is not the case with his disciple Jun. Although he is a daughter, he has also become a powerful swordsman. When he was on the mountain, he often played against Kojiro. He was not weaker than Kojiro. But Kuina doesn't know this, and she is still deeply troubled by her daughter. Lin Wei knows very well that if he keeps this state of mind, Kuina will soon be surpassed by Zoro in the past, and the gap with Zoro will only get farther and farther in the future. When a person has baggage in his heart, he can no longer concentrate. In the original book, why did Zoro grow so fast? In addition to his excellent swordsmanship, it is also Zoro's strong heart that is not afraid of life and death. So for today's Kuina, if you want to become stronger and break through yourself, you must get rid of the current idea that a daughter is not as good as a man. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Zoro started 3 swords 2/4. The moon is like a silver plate and the sky is full of stars. After Yamanaka, a petite figure was sitting there. Qianying is naturally Kuina. After finishing her practice at Lin Wei today, she came here alone. What are you thinking about? At this moment, an old voice sounded behind her. Kuina turned and looked behind her, and then she saw Lin Wei who appeared behind her at some unknown time. Master 2. Looking at your expression, there seems to be something on your mind. Lin Wei walked over, and then sat down beside Kuina. No. What's wrong with me? Kuina tried to grin, but the smile looked a bit bitter. Laughing so reluctantly, still say no. Lin Wei smiled, and then said, Tell Master Tai, maybe Master Tai can help you. Kuina was silent for a moment, and then said, Master 2. Do you think girls can really become powerful swordsmen? On this question, Lin Wei asked with a smile. Kuina nodded seriously. If this is what you want to ask, then Master Tai can tell you very directly that girls can become powerful swordsmen. Lin Wei said in a loud voice. But girls will develop physically, and they will be far inferior in strength to boys. As Kuina said, she scratched her chest with her hand. My body is just beginning to develop. How about development? What about boys who are not as powerful as boys? Who knows? Lin Wei laughed. The sword is held with both hands, not with a developed body, and the strength is not as good as the strength-enhancing practice of boys. Sword practice has never been divided into men and women. Also, do you know Marine Jun? Kuina asked curiously. Jun? Who is she? Lin Wei said, "She is also a disciple of Master Tai, just like your father. She is a girl like you." However, with her own step-by-step hard work, she eventually became a powerful swordsman, and she is also a master of swordsmanship. Never lose to your father. Not to lose to father. Kuina was startled, and then asked a little excitedly, "Master, what you said is true?" Lin Wei nodded, "Of course. If you don't believe me, I can ask your father. When I was in the mountains, your father often discussed with her. So Kuina, remember not to care if you are a daughter. Can't a daughter become a powerful swordsman? The same can be done, even in my opinion, girls have a greater advantage in swordsmanship than boys, because girls are born with physical bodies. Just soft, he can do what many boys can't do." Lin Wei has a loud voice, his words hit Kuina's heart. As for Kuina's long-lost heart knot was completely opened at this moment, and then she stood up and looked at Lin Wei with excitement, "Master too. I know, I will work harder to practice swordsmanship in the future. I will never care about my daughter again." Kuina was very excited at this moment. He never thought that his daughter's body would have an advantage over a man's body. And she felt that what Master Tai said was right. The sword was held with the hand, not with the body, as long as the strength couldn't be increased. Of course, what excites Kuina most is the Jun that Master Tai said, who is a daughter like her, turned out to be a great swordsman who did not lose to her father. Since others can become powerful swordsmen, she thinks that she can also be. Seeing that Kuina's heart knot was completely opened, Lin Wei immediately smiled faintly, "It's good to know. Besides, it's getting late. Go back to bed. If you're late tomorrow morning, Master won't be merciful." He. Knowing the Master, I will go back to sleep. Kuina stuck out her tongue playfully at Lin Wei, and then ran down the mountain excitedly. Looking at Kuina's jumping figure, Lin Wei smiled slightly, and finally opened the knot of Nazai's heart completely. And Lin Wei is also curious about how high Kuina's future achievements will be when this knot is opened. After all, in the original book, Kuina's talent in swordsmanship is not lost to Zoro, and even Lin Wei seems to be higher than Zoro. Victory against Zoro in 2001 is a good proof. Flicking his sleeves, Lin Wei immediately put his hands behind him and walked slowly down the mountain. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that the knot was opened and Kuina came earlier than usual. When Lin Wei came to Hushan, Kuina was already there waiting. "Are you here so early?" Lin Wei walked over and asked with a smile. "Yeah. I'm so motivated now." Kuina grinned, her eyes narrowed into a crescent. At this moment, Zoro also came, looking at the smiling Kuina, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. "How do you feel that Kuina is not the same as usual?" "Come, Zoro." Lin Wei interrupted Zoro's mind. Zoro looked sternly, then came to Lin Wei and stood with Kuina. But unlike yesterday, Zoro has 3 knives hanging around his waist today. 3 knives, is this kid planning to start 3 knives? Lin Wei was not surprised that Zoro used 3 knives, because Zoro in the original book is a swordsman with 3 swords. But Kuina was different. Seeing Zoro had 3 knives hanging around her waist, she was immediately surprised, and then asked, "Zoro, you don't want to use 3 knives?" "Yes." Zoro nodded seriously, 2 knives can't beat you, I will use 3 knives. "But you only have 2 hands, how do you hold 3 knives?" Kuina was a little puzzled. In his opinion, at most 2 hands could only hold 2 knives at the same time. "Who said you must hold a knife with your hand?" Zoro grinned, and then he drew out the 3 knives, holding one in each of his left and right hands, and he bit the third one in his mouth. "That's not it." Zoro bit the handle of the knife and said to Kuina, "Bite with your mouth." Kuina was also shocked by Zoro's bold idea, biting a knife in her mouth, and looking at the world, it is probably Zoro's case. **** Chapter 15 Teaching 6 Styles Shave 3/4. Compared to Guyena, Lin Wei was not so shocked, with an unexpected expression, because in the original book, Zoro's 3 swords flow and the third knife was bit in the mouth, and developed some more powerful ones. Moves. One of the most powerful tricks is 3,000 worlds. With a straight face, Lin Wei turned towards Zoro and Kuina and said, I will teach you other skills today. Master 2. What are you going to teach us today? Kuina asked first. The things that Master Tai taught them in the past half-month have made them infinitely useful, so she really wants to know what skills Master Tai will teach them this time. Today, Master Tai taught you not swordsmanship skills, but physical skills. Lin Wei put his hands behind him, and said lightly. Does the swordsman also need Master's powerful physical skills? Kuina asked curiously. Of course. Lin Wei nodded. Master's powerful physical skill will greatly enhance your combat effectiveness. And then the teacher will teach you a speed-type physical skill called shaving. This trick is also a relatively powerful physical skill in Marine, but it is extremely difficult, and only some powerful generals in Marine can understand it. But if you can learn it, even if you face opponents stronger than you in the future, you will be able to fight against them, and even kill with one blow. One-hit kills? The bodies of Zoro and Kuina trembled. What kind of physical technique this shave is so powerful? Looking at the shocked faces of Zoro and Kuina, Lin Wei smiled faintly, and then said to them, Now I will show you the power of shaving. Shaving was originally one of the 6 styles in Marine. The reason why Lin Wei knew it was because of the system. On the mountain, he learned a lot of powerful physical skills through the system, and Marine 6 styles was one of them. However, Lin Wei chose to pass on shaving to Kuina and Zoro, considering that the burst of shaving can make people move at high speed, as if they disappeared in an instant. Just imagine, when a swordsman has a shave, what a terrifying outbreak will be. One-hit kills is not a slander. Look up. With a solemn expression, Lin Wei's legs slammed towards the ground. Boom. With a burst of air, Lin Wei's figure disappeared directly into the eyes of Zoro and Kuina. When it had to appear again, it was already 20 meters away. This is still the result of Lin Wei's deliberate control, otherwise, even if it is to cross 100 meters at a time, it will not be a problem. Is this the power of shaving? The bosses with long mouths of Zoro and Kuina, their small faces were shrouded in shock. The distance of 20 meters was surpassed in an instant, and the explosion of this shave was too fast. After starting to shave again, Lin Wei returned to Zoro and Kuina, and then said to them, the power of shave is to increase the speed of a person to ultimate. Just imagine, when a swordsman is a master, he will shave. How? Kuina and Zoro didn't think about this question, but now Lin Wei asked, they couldn't help but think about it. Immediately after that, the backs of the 2 people were cold at the same time. If the swordsman is the master shaved, then the fighting power can be said to be a bunker. Crossing 20 meters in an instant, at this terrifying speed, I am afraid that the opponent will be killed before he can react. Looking at the fearful expressions of Kuina and Zoro, Lin Wei smiled and asked, do you want to learn? Yes. Kuina and Zoro nodded without hesitation. Such a pervert physical skill, a fool doesn't want to learn it. Seeing Zoro and Kuina want to learn, Lin Wei smiled slightly, and then said, then I will teach you about shaving, but the difficulty of shaving is very difficult, and the learning process will be very difficult. Otherwise, there will not be only some generals in Marine. Yes, so you have to endure this kind of pain. This is not to scare Kuina and Zoro, but the truth. After all, shaving is a highly explosive physical technique. It requires both feet to step on the ground continuously at high speed in an instant. Therefore, if you want the master, you must perform both feet. The process of intermittent training on the ground must be very hard. It's okay, to master. We are not afraid. We have suffered this kind of suffering. Kuina said with a firm face, the same is true for Zoro. There was no fear on their faces. Looking at the undaunted expressions of Kuina and Zoro, Lin Wei nodded with satisfaction. It seems that even when they were young, both of them had strong perseverance. Taking the two of them to a flat open space, Lin Wei said to them, before learning the principle of shave with you. In front of them, Zoro and Kuina listened carefully. Lin Wei put his hands behind his back and said faintly, the so-called shaving is a high-speed explosive physical technique. You need to use your feet to quickly step on the ground in an instant to form a strong impact and make people generate extremely high speed. Like this. While talking, Lin Wei gave a demonstration to Kuina and Lin Wei. However, he didn't step on the ground as fast as he demonstrated shaving. After all, the speed is too fast, Zoro and Kuina can't see it at all. What he demonstrates is the slow motion of shaving. Ta-da-da. Lin Wei's feet uninterruptedly stepped on the ground, bringing up a cloud of dust. Master 2. This shave seems to be very simple, it's just the most basic step on the ground. Zoro looked at Lin Wei's feet and couldn't help but say. Simple. Lin Wei smiled, it's quite as simple as you, and ordinary people can step on the ground with both feet, but shaving requires the feet of the human body to step on the ground dozens of times in an instant to have an effect. Step on the ground dozens of times in an instant. Zoro was stunned and stepped on the ground dozens of times in an instant. This is simply impossible. Zoro tried, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only step on the ground 2 or 3 times in an instant. Master 2. So difficult. Zoro turned towards Lin Wei. If it's not difficult, then everyone can learn it. Lin Wei smiled, and couldn't help but sigh Zoro's innocence. This kid thinks everything is too simple. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Diligent Zoro and Kuina 4/4. Okay. Let's start training. The task I set for you this week is to step on the ground 5 times in an instant. Yes. 2 Master. Zoro and Kuina yelled loudly, and then began the practice of shaving earnestly. As for Lin Wei, they stood by and watched. It is a very difficult task for Zoro, who is only 9 years old, and Kuina, who is 11 years old, to step on the ground 5 times in a single week. However, there is pressure to have motivation. He was like this when he was on the mountain. It was precisely because of the tremendous pressure that he completed an amazing transformation. The sun keeps rising, and it's noon unknowingly. Later, Yamanaka, Zoro and Kuina continued to train. Although the two of them have strong perseverance, they are only children. They have been training on the ground all morning, and they are already sweating profusely. Okay. The morning training ends here. Lin Wei looked at the sweaty Zoro and Kuina, and said lightly. As Lin Wei's words fell, Zoro and Kuina collapsed directly on the ground, the two panting heavily, and their feet felt sore. Tired. Lin Wei said with a smile. Tired. The two nodded breathlessly. If you feel you can't hold on, you can give up. 2 Master won't force you. Lin Wei smiled. Hey. I won't give up. Not 5 times, I will definitely finish it in a week. Zoro snorted coldly. Kuina did the same, unwilling to say, I will definitely do it too. Come on, then. Lin Wei squeezed his fist to encourage them, but this posture on him, an 80-year-old man, was really a bit dissonant. After the morning practice, Lin Wei returned to Ishin Dojo with Zoro and Kuina. Kojiro looked at the sweaty Zoro and Kuina, his face was startled, and it was the first time that he saw Zoro and Kuina so tired. So he asked Lin Wei, Teacher. What happened to them? Practice martial arts. Lin Wei smiled. Why is it so tired after practicing? Kojiro thought inwardly. During lunchtime, Kojiro ordered people to prepare a lot of hearty meals, which served Lin Wei. Zoro and Kuina are also on the table. Perhaps it was because they were too tired from practicing in the morning, and both of them were extremely hungry. They almost gobbled up their food when they ate, and the posture was no weaker than the protagonist in the original book. Almost the two of them ate the large table full of food. You two should also leave a little bit for Master Tai. Kojiro scolded. It's okay. Let them eat, they will have strength only when they are full. Lin Wei smiled. After lunch, Zoro and Kuina rested for half an hour, and then Lin Wei took them to the back mountain again, and began the afternoon penance. In this way, Zoro and Kuina started the arduous practice in order to learn to shave. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Unconsciously, it has been 5 days since Zoro and Kuina practice shave. In the past 5 days, almost the two of them were practicing with full strength, and even some adults could not compare their strength by far. However, there is always a reward for paying, and this is confirmed by Zoro and Kuina. After 5 days of penance, Zoro can already step on the ground 4 times in an instant, and the same is true for Kuina, reaching the level of 4 steps in an instant. Although it is only 2 days before the mission deadline, in Lin Wei's view, with the perseverance of Zoro and Kuina, it should be no difficulty to increase it again in 2 days. In the next 2 days, Zoro and Kuina were still practicing hard, and finally, after a day of training, they reached the ground 5 times at a time. Master 2. We did it. After being able to step on the ground 5 times at a time, Zoro was the first to run over, and then Kuina also rushed over. The two of them reported their achievements to Lin Wei with a look of excitement. Not bad. It was completed a day earlier than I expected. Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction. He originally thought that completing 5 steps in a week should be a huge challenge for Zoro and Kuina. Now it seems that he still underestimated the potential of these two little guys. Afterwards, Lin Wei said again, but you can't be proud. Although it is good to complete 5 steps on the ground in 6 days, there is still a big distance from the standard of shaving dozens of steps in an instant, so in the next period of time you two one has to train as hard as the previous 6 days. Well, we know that we will not be proud. Zoro and Kuina nodded seriously. Lin Wei glanced at the beach and found that the sun was only half of his head left, so he said to the two of them, it's getting late, so I won't train today. Go back to the evening to take a good rest and keep your strength, and continue tomorrow. Yes. To Master. The two yelled, and then they went down the mountain with Lin Wei. The dinner was still prepared by Kojiro. As for Zoro and Kuina, they were eager to eat, and their appetite was even bigger than the previous few days. Kojiro was already quite familiar with this scene, so he didn't blame Zoro and Kuina. Master 2. We are finished. After dinner, the two did not forget to report to Lin Wei, but Lin Wei smiled slightly. Yet. Let's rest. The two nodded, then left the dining table and returned to their respective rooms. After a while, there was a snoring sound. Teacher, what are you teaching Zoro and Kuina these few days? Why are they so tired every time they come back? Kojiro wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but kept it in his heart. This time, taking advantage of the opportunity to be alone with the teacher, he finally couldn't help asking it out. In his opinion, ordinary swordsmanship training should not be so tiring. Nothing. Just teaching them one of the Marine 6 styles to shave. Lin Wei said calmly. What? Kojiro's face changed and he taught Zoro and Kuina Marine 6 styles to shave. Asterisk. Chapter 17 80-year-old, 20-year-old body? 5/4. One more chapter. Teacher. Is it too early to teach them one of the 6 shaves? Kojiro turned towards Lin Wei. Others don't know about the shaving of Marine 6 styles. He knows it. It is extremely powerful and difficult to practice. Even if you look at all Marines, there are only some generals. However, Lin Wei actually wants to teach Zoro and Kuina to shave. Kojiro was a little worried. After all, they are only children, and they can't bear the burden of practicing shaving on their bodies. You look down on them too much. Kojiro. Who knows? Lin Wei smiled faintly. Do you know where in the past 6 days, Zoro and your daughter Kuina will shave? Which step? Kojiro asked subconsciously. 5 times on the ground in a flash. Lin Wei smiled. 5 times to step on the ground. Kojiro was stunned. Even when he was learning to shave, it took a full week to reach the level of 5 steps on the ground in an instant. Zoro and Kuina did it in just 6 days. No. Isn't it? Yes. Lin Wei smiled and nodded. Better than you as a teacher and father. Awesome. Kojiro didn't know what to say for a while, and only these 3 words popped out in the end. Lin Wei continued, so don't think that Zoro and Kuina can't bear it when they are young. Their tolerance is much stronger than you think. At this point, even some adults can't match it. The teacher preached. Kojiro is a teacher of Taoism. As for Lin Wei, he picked up a glass of wine on the side. Today is in a good mood as a teacher, and you have a good drink with you as a teacher. It is good. Kojiro nodded. This meal, the master and the apprentice drank directly until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. The one that Kojiro drank was called a drunk, but Lin Wei was still like a okay person. This drink is still as bad as it was when I was on the mountain. Looking at the drunk Kojiro lying on the table, Lin Wei smiled and shook his head, then grabbed Kojiro's clothes and threw it into Kojiro's room, and then Lin Wei swept his sleeves back to himself room. The moon enters the silver plate, the stars are quite sky. The sky was getting dark, and then the morning sun rose again. Lin Wei, who was in his sleep, was awakened by a shout, and then he saw Zoro and Kuina standing in front of his bed. Master 2. You are late today. Zoro bulged his cheeks. In the morning, he and Kuina came to the back mountain in enthusiasm, only to find that the master was not there, so they waited there, but after waiting for more than half an hour, the master was nowhere to be seen. The 2 of them then left the back mountain. Came to Lin Wei's room. It turned out that Master Tai was actually sleeping late, so there was the scene before. Haha. Master 2 overslept. Lin Wei knew that it was because of his drinking. Lifting the quilt, Lin Wei stood up immediately. However, as soon as I stood up, Kuina's scream rang in my ear, "Ah, Master!" I saw that Kuina held her face in both hands and turned her head aside. What's the matter? Lin Wei frowned, then glanced at his body, his face flushed. *CK. I didn't even wear clothes on my upper body. Master 2 drank too much last night. Explaining to the shy Kuina, Lin Wei picked up his clothes and put on them, but Zoro in front of him stared directly at Lin Wei, causing Lin Wei to be dissatisfied. What are you looking at? Zoro. Master, you are so strong, just like a young man. Zoro said, the doubt in his heart. Well, I don't know. Lin Wei smiled and said. Lin Wei himself was a little puzzled about his own body. He was 80 years old, but his body was as strong as an ox, even stronger than when he was young. Generally speaking, the older the grade, the worse the body, but Lin Wei can't see this from his own body. Find a time to ask the system what's going on. Lin Wei knows that perhaps only the system can explain this reason. After getting dressed, Lin Wei took Zoro and Kuina out of the room, simply got some food, and then came to the back mountain. You have finished stepping on the ground 5 times in an instant, and the next task is to step on the ground 10 times in half a month. If you can complete this task as scheduled before, I'll give you a reward. Standing in front of Zoro and Kuina, Lin Wei smiled. What reward? Master 2. Zoro and Kuina asked expectantly. Take you out to sea once. Lin Wei smiled. Both Zoro and Kuina are still young, and he knows that the 2 of them must have never been to sea, so this reward can be very tempting for them. Sure enough, when Lin Wei said to take them out to sea, both Zoro and Kuina's eyes flashed with excitement. They have stayed in Shimotsuki village for so many years, but they have not been to sea yet. The only time I went to sea was the last time I went to pick up Master Tai at Sunset Village, but that was nothing to go to sea at all. They were all monitored by Master Kojiro along the way, and there was no opportunity for free activities at all. Therefore, when Lin Wei wanted to say to take them out to sea, the two of them were extremely excited. "Master, are you true?" Zoro asked excitedly. "The same goes for Kuina." "Of course it's true." Lin Wei smiled and nodded and said, "If you can complete this task, then Master Tai will take you out to sea. Then can we play arbitrarily when we are at sea?" Zoro asked excitedly. "Good boy, this is what I care about." Lin Wei smiled and shook his head, then nodded and said, "Yes. Yeah. Master, you are so kind." Zoro and Kuina were so excited that they almost fell into Lin Wei's arms. "Don't be so happy. Taking you to sea is based on your completion of the task. If you don't complete it, then I won't go to sea for you," Lin Wei said. "Don't worry. Master, we will definitely complete the task, and we will also work hard to complete the task just to go to sea for nothing else," Zoro said with a look of excitement, and then began to practice, and Kuina also joined it. These two little guys. Lin Wei smiled secretly. He was more active than anything else to take them to sea. Asterisk. Chapter 18 The Sudden Change of Zoro and Kuina 1/4. Smiling and shook his head, Lin Wei then walked to a boulder and sat down, writing on the practice of Zoro and Kuina, and asked about the system. "System? What's the matter with my body? I am obviously 80 years old, why is it still as strong as a young man?" The system replied, "That's because of the host's own cultivation. After 50 years of cultivation, host has already been tempered to ultimate. Naturally, it will not be as old as other elderly people of the same age. Another reason is that the system gives you the benefits of host. Although you are now in your 80s, your body's functions are maintained at the level of the prime of life. That's it." Lin Wei nodded clearly. It turned out to be because of this. "By the way, my body is maintained at the level of the prime of life, then my lifespan has also been extended a lot. A person's death is generally due to physical failure, but the system just said that his physical function is maintained in his prime, then Lin Wei guesses that his lifespan may also be extended. After all, even if he is 80 years old, he should still be able to live a long time with a body in his prime." Yes. The systematic answer made Lin Wei happy, as expected. "Then how much life do I have for the system?" Lin Wei is more concerned about his remaining lifespan. After all, he is now in his 80s. If he were to put it on an ordinary person, 80 would be the age when he was exhausted. This system is not easy to answer, but one thing is certain, host will have no problems with your body in 50 years. The system says so. 50 years, enough. Lin Wei grinned. 50 years is enough time for him to do a lot of things in this pirate world. "Host, is there anything else you want to ask?" At this time, the system voice in Lin Wei's mind resounded again. "Nothing." Lin Wei waved his hand casually. "Okay." The system fell silent completely after saying this sentence. As for Lin Wei's face, there is glory. It seems that in addition to his old appearance, all aspects of his body's functions are still maintained at the level of a mature man. In addition, the remaining lifespan is as much as 50 years. Thinking about it this way, Lin Wei thinks the system is still very good for him. Time flies, and it is noon soon. Lin Wei took Zoro and Kuina down the mountain to fill their stomachs and simply rested, then returned to the back mountain and continued to practice. 1 day. 2 days. In the time of practice, Tenten has passed, and Kuina and Zoro are also improving rapidly. Achieved 6 instant steps on the ground in 2 days. In 5 days, he stepped on the ground 7 times in an instant. On the 12th day, the two of them had reached the ground 9 times in an instant. Adding to the 6 days it took to reach the 5-time standard before, the 18-day Zoro and Kuina have reached the 9-time standard. 9 times in 18 days, Lin Wei estimates that even if you look at the entire marine, only those monster-level people can do it. After being able to step on the ground 9 times in an instant, it took Zoro and Kuina 2 more days to improve once again on the original basis. If you improve once on the basis of 9 times, it will naturally be 10 times. It took 14 days, 1 day ahead of the deadline given by Lin Wei. Master 2. We are done. After completing the task, Zoro and Kuina ran over excitedly. Good. Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction. Master, when will you take us out to sea? Zoro and Kuina looked expectantly. Good guys. Still thinking about it? Lin Wei smiled and shook his head, and immediately said, Don't worry. Master promised that you will naturally not break your promise, but now you have been able to step on the ground 10 times in an instant, and you should be able to use the power of shave. Although I won't appear 20 meters away in an instant like mine, but your speed should have increased a lot. You can try it. Hearing that, Zoro and Kuina have a sense of interest in their eyes. They have been training these days, but they have never really used shave. Listening to Lin Wei's words, they suddenly became curious about what level of shave power they could use with the level of stepping on the ground 10 times in an instant. Zoro, how about we try together? Kuina said to Zoro. It is good. Zoro nodded, then looked into the distance with Kuina, and then glared at both feet. Bang! Bang! With the sound of 2 sonic booms, Kuina and Zoro's bodies shot directly into the distance at an astonishing speed, and behind them, a trail of afterimages could be seen faintly. That was only when the speed reached a certain level. Effect. Almost in the blink of an eye, Zoro and Kuina appeared 20 meters away. Kuina and Zoro, who stopped looking at the distance between themselves and Lin Wei, were shocked. Such a long distance, they actually passed it all at once. Lin Wei came over and asked with a smile, How is it? Are you still satisfied? Satisfied. Satisfied. The two nodded excitedly. The distance of 20 meters can be crossed in the blink of an eye. This feeling is really great. For the first time they experienced the feeling of wind. And this is not the full power of the shave, and how great it feels to be a complete shave. They are all excited when they think about it. Looking at the excited expressions of Zoro and Kuina, Lin Wei smiled, and immediately said to them, Go back to eat and sleep well at night, and meet at the beach at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The seaside. Zoro and Kuina frowned. Shouldn't they be in the back mountain? Then it seemed that something had been thought of, and their faces were instantly shrouded in excitement. Does Master Tai say? Well, take you to sea tomorrow. Lin Wei smiled and nodded. Yet. Master, you are so kind. Zoro and Kuina jumped with excitement. This time I will meet a disciple when I go to sea. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Meet Buggy 2/4. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Wei took Zoro and Kuina to the beach, accompanied by Kojiro. You go back. There will be nothing wrong with me. Lin Wei turned towards Kojiro. Kojiro nodded, and then said to Kuina and Zoro, This time I must listen to the master too much when I go out to sea. Don't play around, have you heard? Got it. Father. Got it. Master. The two nodded. Then teacher, these 2 boys will be handed over to you. Kojiro turned to Lin Wei. Lin Wei nodded, and then said, Right. I remember you told me that Buggy is in a place called Orange Town in East Blue, right? Yes. Teacher. Kojiro nodded, and then asked, Teacher, why did you suddenly ask about this? This time I went out to sea anyway, and I went to meet Buggy Kid by the way. Lin Wei said lightly. Master. Do you want me to send someone to tell Brother Buggy and let him pick you up? Kojiro asked. Lin Wei shook his head. No need for this, I can go by myself, and I also want to see what Buggy is doing these years. If you tell Buggy, I won't look at it. Lin Wei, the Buggy Kid, knows that it's bad. If you know that he's here, you can't do everything for the good. So Lin Wei chose to go alone this time, so that he would know what Buggy was doing. Okay. Then I won't notify Brother Buggy. Kojiro nodded. Lin Wei nodded slightly, then boarded the boat with Zoro and Kuina and left Shimatsuki village. On the shore, Kojiro couldn't help but worry about Brother Buggy looking at the boat shadow that was going away. Although he has very little contact with Brother Buggy, he has also heard about Brother Buggy over the years. That wind review is really not very good. If you let the teacher know, then Brother Buggy will have to peel off at least. Bless yourselves. Brother Buggy. The blue sea level is endless. At this moment, a ship is sailing slowly. There are 3 people standing on the boat. It is Lin Wei, Kuina, and Zoro. It has been half an hour since I left Shimatsuki village. At the speed of the boat, it should be in the sea 10 nautical miles away from Shimatsuki village. It feels good to go to sea. Zoro and Kuina stood on the bow, opened their hands and took a deep breath of the air mixed with sea water, their little faces full of enjoyment. Turning around, Zoro asked Lin Wei next to him, Master, can I go to the sea to play? In the past, Zoro has also swam in the sea, but most of them are on the beach and the water is not deep. Now that he is out to sea, Zoro naturally wants to try the feeling of swimming in the sea. He thinks swimming in the deep sea should be very cool. Can you swim? Lin Wei asked. Of course it will. Zoro's face Tsundere raised his chin. I can swim when I'm 5 years old. Okay. Then you can swim in the sea. But you can't be too far to know if you don't. Lin Wei said. Don't worry. Master, I won't swim too far. Seeing Lin Wei agree to him, Zoro's face was immediately happy, and then he looked at Kuina beside him and asked, Kuina, do you want to be together? I won't go. Kuina refused Zoro. Besides, both of us are going to swim. Who will accompany Taifu Master? So did you? Zoro nodded. Indeed, if Kuina and he were both going to sea, there would be only one master left on the boat. Then I will go down first. He took off his clothes, leaving only a small pant. And then Zoro plunged into the sea directly, then got out of the sea with a puff, leaving a head outside. It's still fun in the deep sea. Zoro grinned. Don't swim too far. Zoro. Kuina stood on the boat and said towards Zoro underwater. Don't worry. I won't swim too far. Zoro nodded, then turned over and jumped directly into the water. Regardless of Zoro's young age, but this water is quite good, a few breaths and he swims 10 meters away. Master 2. Would you like to come down and play together? As if feeling that he was not enjoying himself swimming alone, Zoro floated on the water and beckoned to Lin Wei. This kid is not addicted to himself and wants to pull me together. Looking at Zoro who was waving at him, Lin Wei smiled and shook his head, but speaking of it, he hadn't really tried the feeling of swimming in the deep sea. So when Zoro said so, he was also faintly moved. Just play with this kid. He chuckled and said something, and then Lin Wei took off his coat, leaving just a big pants like Zoro, and then plunged into the sea. The reason why Kuina didn't accompany Zoro into the water before was because she was afraid that Master Tai was bored by herself, but now that Master Tai also went into the water, she immediately took off her clothes and went into the water. Of course, Kuina is a girl, it is impossible to wear only a big pants like Lin Wei and Zoro, she also wears a thin dress on the upper body. Zoro saw that Master Tai and Kuina had also come down. A look of excitement appeared on his face immediately, and then he said to Lin Wei and Kuina, Master Tai, Kuina. How about we swim faster than anyone else? Haha. Then compare. Lin Wei also came to the innocents. One turned over and swam quickly towards Zoro, while Kuina followed Lin Wei closely. Zoro grinned when he saw Lin Wei and Kuina chasing after him, and then plunged into the sea. The Tasun trio were swimming in the distance at a fast speed. When Lin Wei, Kuina, and Zoro were swimming in the distance, at a depth of 100 meters from them, a giant sea monster suddenly opened its eyes, and then it looked towards the sea level. Somewhere, that is where Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina are located. Waving its tail, the sea monster swam towards the three of them at an astonishing speed. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Roll 3/4. On the sea level, Zoro is swimming as fast as a fish, Kuina is behind Zoro, and Lin Wei is the last one. These two little guys swim really fast. Seeing Zoro and Kuina who had dumped him for nearly 20 meters, Lin Wei also shook his head secretly. However, he was not surprised. After all, Zoro and Kuina lived by the sea all year round, and the water is naturally very good, but he also has some swimming experience in his previous life. Although he has often been in the sea to catch fish in the past 50 years, but the speed is definitely not as fast as Zoro and Kuina who grow up by the sea. Of course, if you use some means, Lin Wei will definitely be able to catch up, but facing a child the age of Zoro and Kuina, Lin Wei thinks that if you use some means, it would be a bit shameless, and he is simply slow of swimming. Not far away, Zoro looked at Lin Wei who was far behind him, and immediately laughed, "Master, you are too slow. Master 2 just doesn't want to swim. Lin Wei has a serious way. Haha. Master, you lie to me." Zoro laughed. He didn't believe Lin Wei was too lazy to swim. "Zoro, do you feel a little movement underwater?" At this moment, Kuina swam to Zoro's side and asked him. In fact, Kuina had felt it before. At the time, he thought it was some fish underwater, so he didn't care, but after swimming for a while, she found something was wrong. This kind of movement is not like a fish. Movement? Nothing. Zoro shook his head. "You take a closer look," Kuina said to Zoro. Hearing this, Zoro immediately calmed down and felt it, and then his eyes were startled. There was really some movement, and the movement was not small. Immediately, Zoro's face changed. Isn't it a sea monster? In the depths of the seabed, the movement grew louder and louder, and a huge figure directly burst out of the sea. This is a slender and huge sea monster with sharp fangs. At this moment, it is staring at Kuina and Zoro with a greedy color. This is the king of offshore. Zoro's scared soul was gone at the moment, and Kuina was the same. Frightened, the two turned and swam quickly towards Lin Wei. While swimming, the two of them also shouted at Lin Wei, "Master Tai, save us!" Not far away, Lin Wei looked at the king of the sea behind Zoro and Kuina. His face changed slightly, and then he slammed his feet against the sea, and the whole person passed through underwater like a murloc. Then they grabbed Zoro and Kuina and escaped from the mouth of the king of the sea. "Master 2. What should I do? This guy is amazing." Zoro was trembling in Lin Wei's arms, as did Kuina, with fear in her eyes. Although they have learned a lot from Lin Wei during this time, and their strength has improved a lot, they are only children about 10 years old after all, and naturally they are very afraid of terrifying sea monsters like the king of the sea. "It's okay. There is too much master here." Lin Wei smiled at Zoro and Kuina, then turned his head and looked at the king of the sea. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. "Go!" The king of the sea, who originally wanted to open his blood basin and swallow the three Lin Wei's disciples and grandsons together, felt Lin Wei's gaze at the moment. His eyes gradually shrank, and then he seemed to see something terrible. Fled into the sea. "Master 2. That's amazing." The boss of Zoro and Kuina with small mouths. Master Tai scared the king of the sea away with just one look. It's okay now. Lin Wei turned and looked at Zoro and Kuina kindly. Zoro and Kuina nodded, then Zoro said to Lin Wei, Master, let's get on the boat. Why? Stop swimming? Lin Wei asked. Zoro shook his head. Stop swimming, I'm afraid my life will be gone if I swim further. Okay. Then let's get on the boat. Carrying Zoro in one hand and Kuina in the other, Lin Wei slammed his feet against the sea. With the help of the strong recoil of the sea, Lin Wei returned to the boat with an arrow. Hey! I was really scared to death just now. Zoro returned to the boat and patted his chest. He didn't expect that he would meet the king of the sea here. That guy can eat people without spitting out bones. He knew that if it weren't for being two master, this time I'm afraid he and Kuina. It has become the mouth hyuxia food of the king of the sea. That's right. Master, what did you just do to it? You scared it away with just one look. Zoro asked Lin Wei. When he asked, Kuina became curious too. In their impression, the king of the coast is very powerful, and fishermen usually flee away from it in fright when they see it, but Lin Wei scared it away with just a look, which made Zoro and Kuina curious. This is too far away for you, you will know when you grow up. Lin Wei smiled. He used Conqueror's haki to frighten the king of the seas before, but this is something that cannot be achieved by cultivation, it is innate. Although Zoro and Kuina have high potential, they did not have the qualifications to awaken Conquerors from the original work, so Lin Wei did not tell them Conqueror's haki. Furthermore, even if you tell them, Zoro and Kuina may not understand what they are thinking now. Chapter 21 Zoro. Shot together 4/4. It seems that because of the influence of the king of the sea, Zoro and Kuina did not go to sea again during the next journey, and stayed on the ship honestly. After sailing for half an hour, a puff of black smoke caught Zoro's attention. Kuina, do you see what happened there? Zoro pointed his finger in the direction of the black smoke and motioned to Kuina to look. Following the direction of Zoro's fingers, Kuina put her hand on her eyes and took a look, then her brows suddenly wrinkled. It looks like a ship, Zoro. Moreover, there seems to be people walking around on the ship. It is very likely that some pirates are looting the passing ships. Kuina told Zoro what she saw. As for Zoro, his face suddenly changed when he heard that there was a pirate, and then he ran to Lin Wei and said, Master, it's not good, there is a pirate ahead of him robbing the ship. Let me see. Lin Wei got up from the chair and came to the bow of the ship. He glanced into the distance. There were pirates, and there were still a lot of people, like a dozen people. Master, what should we do now? Are we going to take action? Zoro asked Lin Wei. Do you want to shoot? Lin Wei asked Zoro. He didn't answer Zoro head-on, but asked Zoro if he wanted to make a move, because in the future, Zoro will definitely encounter similar things, and these things need to be faced by Zoro himself. I want to shoot. Zoro said his thoughts. What about you, Kuina? Lin Wei asked Kuina. I want to. Kuina's answer is the same as Zoro. Since you want to, let's go take a look. Lin Wei smiled and said, then turned the direction of the boat and walked towards the smoke-emitting place. The place where the black smoke was coming was the ship that was ransacked by the pirates. 7 or 8 corpses were lying on the ground, and the blood stained the deck red. A dozen pirates stood on the deck. Each of these pirates carried a long knife with scarlet blood remaining on the knife edge. Please, don't kill us. On the deck, a middle-aged man knelt there, kowtowing to the pirates, and beside him were kneeling a middle-aged woman and a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The woman is the wife of the middle-aged man, and the young girl is his daughter. They are all passengers on this ship. They originally wanted to take a vacation to relax at sea, but they encountered pirates. Dozens of tourists on the ship were all killed by these pirates, and only 3 of them were still alive. But he knew that it was only a matter of time before they were killed, so the middle-aged man kept begging these pirates, hoping that these people would let them go. A one-eyed pirate knelt down and jokingly said to the middle-aged man, "Let you go. That's okay. But your wife and daughter have to let us enjoy it first." After finishing speaking, the one-eyed man stood up and said to the man behind him, "Baby, both of them?" "Yes, boss." The 4 pirates came out and walked over with a smile on their faces. Then, regardless of the resistance of the mother and daughter, they dragged them aside and put their hands on them. The middle-aged man saw this scene, his face changed suddenly, he climbed in front of the one-eyed pirate, and kept kowtow, My wife can give it to you, but my daughter is only 16 years old, she is still a child. Go away." The one-eyed pirate became impatient and kicked the middle-aged man's chest directly, kicking him out. Then he looked at the middle-aged man's daughter, and walked over with an evil look, "Little beauty, let me take care of you, uncle." When he came to the girl's face, the middle-aged man became obsessed and grabbed the girl's leg. Just when he wanted to take the next move, 2 raps sounded behind him. "Stop!" The people who came were Zoro and Kuina. After approaching the ship, they heard the movement inside, and then jumped onto the ship with the help of a shave. Lin Wei also came up, but he did not intervene, but stood by as a bystander. After all, this was the first time Zoro and Kuina had come into contact with this kind of thing, so he wanted to see how Zoro and Kuina deal with it. At the end of the deck, the lone wolf pirate turned and looked at Zoro and Kuina, then laughed. It turned out to be 2 little ghosts. Are the little ghosts so arrogant now? Also took care of their pirates. If you let them go, I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Kuina held the word Hideo and shouted coldly at the one-eyed pirate. A girl film, the tone is not small, I want to see how you are not polite to us. The one-eyed man sneered and didn't see Zoro and Kuina in his eyes at all. In his opinion, where the 2 little ghosts could go. Kuina turned out to be completely unwilling to listen, and immediately swept the moonlight towards Zoro. "Let's do it together." "Zoro. It is good." Zoro nodded, took out the 3 knives from his waist, took one in each hand, and bit the other in his mouth. "Hello. Boy, did you hit anyone with 3 knives?" The one-eyed pirate suddenly laughed when he watched Zoro use 3 knives. He really is a sucker. Wait, will surprise you. Zoro snorted coldly, and then his feet slammed on the ground. Step. In an instant, there were afterimages in Zoro's body. And the moment Zoro rushed out, Kuina also shot, stepping on the shaved feet and galloping towards the pirates. The one-eyed pirate who had previously laughed at Zoro saw the speed at which Zoro and Kuina erupt, his face suddenly changed, and then he shouted at his men, "Stop them!" At this moment, the one-eyed man also realized that these 2 people were not ordinary little ghosts at all. Asterisk. Chapter 22. It turned out to be a buggy person 1/4. With the one-eyed pirate's order, the pirates standing on the deck rushed out with long knives, but they couldn't even touch the clothes of Kuina and Zoro. Kakuzu. Brush. 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 With a wave of the long knife, Zoro and Kuina swept past these people, but in an instant, the 4 pirates fell. Good. Lin Wei looked at all this and nodded in satisfaction. He originally thought that Zoro and Kuina would be merciful, but now it doesn't seem to be. This is what Lin Wei wants to see. After all, if you treat the wicked with mercy, then you will be left with an extremely sinister situation. After all, the wicked will not show mercy to your men. What? The moment when the one-eyed pirate saw his hand, the 2 little ghosts had solved 4 of them, and his expression became even more panicked. How is this possible? These 2 little ghosts seem to be only 10 years old, how can they be so strong? In a hurry, he hurriedly said to his subordinates, "Stop using knives, use guns, no matter how fast these 2 little ghosts are, they will definitely not be able to avoid bullets. Hearing what the one-eyed pirate said, those subordinates suddenly pulled out the guns from their waists. As for Lin Wei, seeing these pirates picking up their guns and shooting them, he wanted to see how Zoro and Kuina would do in such a situation. Zoro, get rid of their guns together. Kuina, who was galloping, said towards Zoro. Kuina knows very well that if they wait for them to pull out their guns, then their situation will be very difficult. After all, they still can't avoid bullets. Although the speed of shaving is fast, it is still weaker than the speed of bullets. It is good. Zoro nodded, and then rushed towards the pirates with 3 knives. The same is true for Kuina. Brush. 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 The sharp knife light slashed through the hands of these pirates, and brought up blood swords, and knocked out all the guns in the hands of these pirates. After doing all this, Zoro and Kuina did not stop, and continued to attack the pirates. Bang! Bang! The remaining 7 or 8 pirates were all solved by Zoro and Kuina. Next to you. After solving all the pirates, Zoro and Kuina looked at the one-eyed pirate. The one-eyed pirate was obviously scared. He took a long knife and said with a look of fear, "You, don't come here, I am a member of the Buggy Pirates. If you kill me, our Captain Buggy will not let you go." Not far away, Lin Wei, the one-eyed pirate, frowned suddenly after speaking. Captain Buggy? This group of pirates turned out to be Buggy's men? This is kind of interesting. It doesn't matter what you are, Buggy or not, Buggy, I still kill you. Zoro carried a long knife and walked to the one-eyed pirate, and wanted to cut it off with a single knife, but Lin Wei came over and stopped him. Don't kill him yet. Zoro. Zoro stopped, and then looked at Lin Wei with a puzzled look. What's the matter? To master. This guy keeps it useful. Lin Wei smiled, then walked to the one-eyed pirate and asked, You just said your captain is Buggy. Yes. The one-eyed pirate thought Lin Wei was jealous of Captain Buggy's reputation, so he lifted his chest and said, We Captain Buggy is East Blue's premier pirate. So I advise you to leave me alone. East Blue's premier pirate. Lin Wei smiled faintly, and immediately said to the one-eyed pirate. Then you take me to meet the so-called East Blue #1 big pirate in your mouth. Speaking of which, I have grown so old, I haven't seen a great one yet. The pirate. Hey! The one-eyed pirate frowned. After learning that he was Captain Buggy's person, he still went to see Captain Buggy? But he didn't think much about it, on the contrary, it just happened to be what he wanted. If these guys get to Captain Buggy can definitely get rid of him. Thinking of this, a sneer suddenly appeared in his heart, and he immediately said to Lin Wei, Okay. I will take you to see our captain. On the side, the middle-aged man who was kicked out by the one-eyed pirate walked over and said to Lin Wei, Old sir, I am very grateful for you to save us this time, but Buggy is a very powerful pirate. If you come to him there, it's like a wolf entering a tiger's mouth. It's okay. I have my own measures. Lin Wei smiled at the middle-aged man, and then said to the one-eyed pirate, Take me to see you. The one-eyed pirate nodded, and then took Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina towards Orange Town, where Buggy was located. Orange Town is not very far away, it is only 50 nautical miles away. It took 2 hours, and Lin Wei and the others have arrived. As soon as he entered Orange Town, the one-eyed pirate glanced at the 3 Lin Wei disciples and grandsons behind him, sneered inwardly, Wait a minute to see how I can deal with you. Going all the way to Orange Town, the one-eyed pirate finally stopped at a castle with Lin Wei, Kuina, and Zoro. However, the one-eyed man did not continue to bring Lin Wei in, and then said to the people of the Buggy pirate group around, Come on. Surround these guys. In between Sumi, 30 pirates rushed over and surrounded Lin Wei, Kuina, and Zoro. Old guy. Now you can't escape. The one-eyed pirate looked at Lin Wei playfully. Zoro and Kuina looked at the 34 pirates who surrounded them, and their faces suddenly became angry. These guys are too despicable. In contrast, Lin Wei has a calm face. Don't worry. These guys dare not shoot us. After that, Lin Wei raised his head and said to the one-eyed pirate, "What about the first big pirate in the East Blue, Captain Buggy?" "Hey! Don't worry, our Captain Buggy will be here soon. Then it will be the death of the three of you." The one-eyed pirate sneered. "Okay. Then I'll be here waiting for your Captain Buggy to come." Lin Wei smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Buggy who gets pumped and yells 2/4. You surround them, I'll go to Captain Buggy. After saying this, the one-eyed pirate went straight to the castle. Coming to the castle, the one-eyed pirate found Buggy and told Buggy what had happened before. "What? Our brother was killed." When Buggy heard this, a flash of anger suddenly appeared on his face. There was someone who killed him in East Blue. "Yes. Captain Buggy." The one-eyed pirate nodded and said, "The other brothers were all killed by the other brothers' methods, but I brought them. Now they are surrounded by our people. Now I'm waiting for Captain Buggy to speak. Take it over. I want to see what kind of guy it is, who dared to kill me." After speaking, Buggy walked out of the castle aggressively, followed by the one-eyed pirate. The one-eyed pirate is very excited at the moment. He knows that as long as Captain Buggy takes action, the two little ghosts and the old guy are definitely dead. After all, Captain Buggy is the #1 pirate in East Blue, and it is not easy to solve the two little ghosts and the old guy. Besides, Buggy came to the square after walking out of the castle, and then he asked the men on the square, "Where are the people?" "It's here. Captain Buggy." A pirate pointed to the circle they were surrounded by, then gave up a passage and let Captain Buggy walk over. Crossing the human wall, Buggy came inside, and then he looked at Lin Wei, Kuina, and Zoro. "You killed." However, as soon as the words were spoken, Buggy stopped immediately, and an angry face gradually became confounded at this moment. "Captain Buggy! What's wrong with you?" The one-eyed pirate noticed Buggy's strangeness and asked immediately. Buggy walked tremblingly in front of Lin Wei, and the next scene left everyone present, including Cyclops, dumbfounded. I saw Buggy knelt directly in front of Lin Wei. "Teacher." As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked. The 30 pirates and the one-eyed pirate who surrounded Lin Wei, Kuina, and Zoro froze at this moment. "Teacher?" Captain Buggy actually called this old guy as a teacher. Similarly, Kuina and Zoro were stunned. This person actually called Master Tai as a teacher. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of what Master Tai said when they went to sea today, saying they wanted to meet Buggy, and the pirate in front of them was also called Buggy. Immediately, their hearts were shaken, and Buggy, the big pirate clown in East Blue, turned out to be a disciple of Master Tai. However, Zoro and Kuina knew that Buggy was Lin Wei's disciple, but the members of the Buggy pirate group did not know that the one-eyed pirate was like this. When they heard Buggy called Lin Wei as a teacher, he rushed over. "Captain Buggy, did you admit the wrong person?" Buggy slapped the one-eyed pirate directly, and then yelled, "A hole! Can I still recognize my teacher?" After speaking, Buggy turned around and looked at Lin Wei. His face immediately turned into a pleasing expression. "Teacher! Why don't you tell me when you go down the mountain, so I can send someone to pick you up? If I told you, wouldn't I be able to see you doing good things?" Lin Wei smiled faintly. Hearing what Lin Wei said, Buggy's face suddenly changed, and then he said, "Old teacher. Don't just think that I have done it because my subordinates have done something that hurts the world. I have been doing it all these years. Uphold your teachings and never do bad things. Hee. I'll watch it as a teacher." Lin Wei said without a smile, then looked at Zoro and Kuina beside him. "Zoro, Kuina, you two hang him up." "Yes. To master." Zoro and Kuina nodded, then found a rope, tied the buggy, and then hung it upside down on a beam. "The whip is coming." Lin Wei stretched out a hand. Zoro on the side handed a long whip to Lin Wei's hand. "Teacher, raise your hands high. I will never dare any more." Buggy, who was hung from the beam, begged Lin Wei. But Lin Wei didn't change his face in the slightest. "Raise your hand high? Why didn't you think about raising your hand high when you do those things that hurt the world?" After that, Lin Wei directly swung the whip at Buggy. Buggy's face changed, and then his whole person was split into 2 quarters, and the whip passed through the gap of his split. It's okay for Buggy not to hide, but Lin Wei gets even more angry when he hides. It's still split. After finishing speaking, Lin Wei directly covered Armament Hacky with the long whip, and then grabbed Buggy's struggling lower body with one hand, and throbbed. "I will split you! I will split you!" This violent pumping was almost a whip to the flesh, and the one that Buggy pumped was called a scream. "Ah! Ah! Master! You let me go! I won't dare any more!" Buggy kept begging for mercy, but it was obvious that Lin Wei would not just let him go, because when the disciples went down the mountain, he had warned everyone that they should not do anything that hurts the truth after going down the mountain. Under the circumstances that he warned, Buggy still knowingly committed the crime, which undoubtedly did not touch Lin Wei's bottom line. Therefore, after Buggy yelled these words, Lin Wei not only didn't show mercy from his subordinates, but instead drew it even harder. Happiness. With whip after whip, Lin Wei kept beating Buggy. As for Buggy's horrible call, his eyes were cut open, and the whole square echoed with Buggy's miserable cry. Not far away, the Buggy Pirates group looked at the bumped Buggy who was yelling, and they were suddenly shocked. Dignified Captain Buggy, East Blue's premier pirate, was whipped like this. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Sad Buggy 3/4. Snapped. Snapped. In the square, Lin Wei held a long whip and lashed Buggy continuously. Buggy screamed every time he slapped Buggy. As for the Buggy Pirates group around, they only dared to watch from a distance. How dare they come forward? After a few more strokes, Lin Wei stopped, rubbed his aching wrist, and then asked Zoro, "How long have you been hitting?" "Master, you have been smoking for 3 full hours." Zoro said so. 3 hours? Then stop here today, and make up the rest tomorrow. Passing the whip in his hand to Zoro, Lin Wei turned and looked at the Buggy Pirates not far away. "Let's put down your captain." "Yes. Yes." The pirates nodded, and then rushed to put Buggy down from the beam. The Buggy look at this moment can be said to be miserable. It can't be miserable. Except for a better face, there is almost no good place in other places. All skin and flesh are broken. Captain Buggy is so pitiful. Some subordinates felt distressed and even wiped their tears. Buggy limped to Lin Wei after being put down by his subordinates. "Old teacher, don't look at me so poorly. These whips can't offset what you do." Lin Wei looked at Buggy coldly. Although he knew that the pirates were very bad, he didn't allow his disciples. "You go to kill the pirate, I won't say a word, but if you are doing some housebreaking activities as a pirate, this Lin Wei will be intolerable." After all, he didn't teach Buggy their skills to let him do it. I know." Where did Buggy dare to violate Lin Wei's words, and kept nodding straight. "Just no." Lin Wei snorted coldly, and then said to Buggy, "Besides, I am staying here tonight, and you arrange for your subordinates to clean up 2 rooms and come out." The reason for the 2 rooms is naturally because there are 3 people on his side, 1 of him. As for Zoro and Kuina, although they are of different genders, they are only children now and can live in 1 room. "Yes. Teacher. I'm going to order someone to make arrangements." Buggy nodded, and then said to a subordinate next to him, "Quick! Go and prepare for the 2 rooms to come out." "Yes. Captain Buggy." The subordinate nodded, and then left here to arrange a room. After giving orders to his men, Buggy turned and looked at Lin Wei again. Teacher. When did you go down the mountain? I went down the mountain more than half a month ago. Lin Wei said lightly. Buggy's expression changed, and then he said, Hey? More than half a month ago? Then why did you come to me now, master? Although Lin Wei was miserable, Buggy still likes his master very much in his heart. Lin Wei said, the phone worms you gave me are dead, only the phone worm left by your younger brother Kojiro is still alive, so I contacted him. I have been with Kojiro for the past half month. Are you there with junior brother Kojiro? Buggy's eyes sank, and then he cursed secretly, this damn Kojiro, the teacher didn't tell him when he went down the mountain, causing him to be beaten like this by the teacher. What are you whispering? Lin Wei frowned and looked at Buggy. No. Nothing. Buggy's face suddenly became pleased, and then stretched out a hand to support one of Lin Wei's arm. Master. I will take you to my Buggy pirate group for a stroll. Lin Wei snorted coldly, don't think that you can avoid the whip of tomorrow if you please me. I know. I know. Buggy nodded hurriedly. And then led Lin Wei around his Buggy pirates. Speaking of it, the Buggy pirate group in this life is indeed much stronger than the original. Not only is the pirate group dozens of times larger, but the crew is also much stronger than the original. This point makes Lin Wei a little satisfied. If after 10 years of practice, he still looks like a bird in the original book, then Lin Wei may immediately hang Buggy and beat him up again. During the wandering, the sky gradually darkened. The dinner Buggy prepared was quite generous. The large table full of dang dang was full of superb dishes, several times more abundant than at Kojiro, and Buggy knew that Lin Wei liked to drink, so he ordered someone to get some good wine. Teacher. Are you still satisfied? At the table, Buggy asked Lin Wei who was eating. Not bad. Lin Wei nodded. Teacher, you think it's good? Hearing Lin Wei said that it was good, Buggy's face was instantly pleased, and then he picked up a jug of wine from the bottom of the table and filled Lin Wei with a bowl. Teacher. This is East Blue's best wine, try it. Picking up the bowl, Lin Wei took a sip, then nodded in satisfaction, not bad. Right. I ordered someone to do it on purpose. I know that. Hello, teacher. Buggy smiled. You kid knows how to be a teacher. Lin Wei looked at Buggy and said. Buggy grinned, hey. That's natural. After all, I was behind the teacher for the longest time, much longer than those guys. After that, Buggy filled Lin Wei with another bowl, and Lin Wei did not politely picked up the bowl and took another sip. After dinner, Lin Wei yelled Buggy to him, and said to him, attack me and let me see how your strength has improved after going down the mountain. Teacher. This is unnecessary. Buggy hesitated. Don't play with me, hurry up. Lin Wei scolded. Okay. No way, Buggy had to obey. Standing on the ground of Lin Wei, Buggy covered armament Haki with his right hand, and then he shot out directly, punching Lin Wei. Boom. Lin Wei put his hands behind him, and fist facing Buggy was directly clenched, but when he held it, Lin Wei frowned. The power seems to be the same as when on the mountain. Asterisk. Chapter 25 You Can't Kill You for the Teacher 4/4. Aware of this, Lin Wei was about to look at Buggy. Wouldn't this kid not practice completely after going down the mountain? Open observation Haki. I try to get to which step? Lin Wei asked Buggy. Yes, it's the teacher. Buggy is a little guilty at the moment, because he really didn't practice at all after going down the mountain. His current strength is still the same as the mountain. Open observation Haki, and then Lin Wei attacked Buggy. With this attack, Lin Wei's gaze at Buggy completely changed. Even observation Haki was the same as it was on the mountain. Show me your devil fruit ability. Show the 6 forms to me again. Next, Lin Wei kept Buggy to show him the skills he taught, and with Buggy's show, Lin Wei's anger grew more and more. Armament haki is the same as the mountain. Observation haki is the same as the mountain. The level of development of devil fruit is the same as on the mountain. Even physique is the same as on the mountain. The things he taught Buggy is all at the level of staying on the mountain. Zoro. Get the whip. Lin Wei shouted. Yes. To master. Zoro didn't know what happened, but he still passed the whip to Lin Wei. You two hang him up again. Yes. To master. Zoro and Kuina nodded, and then they found a rope to tie up the buggy again, and then hung it from the beam. The people in the buggy pirates group around looked at the Captain Buggy who was hanging up again, and they were all dumbfounded for a while. What's the situation? Why Captain Buggy was hoisted again? Lin Wei carried the whip and walked to Buggy, angrily said, Do you know why you should be slapped again as a teacher? No. No. Because my strength hasn't improved at all. Buggy said busy. You still know. Lin Wei became angry. After going down the mountain for 7 full years, you haven't made any progress at all. Armed color, seeing and hearing color, split fruit, physical skills are all at the level of staying on the mountain. I can't kill you today. To be honest, Buggy became a pirate, and he did some housebreaking activities. Although Lin Wei was a little angry, he could understand it. After all, he was a pirate. But for the entire 7 years, Buggy hasn't improved at all, which makes Lin Wei unbearable. For 7 years, even if Buggy only spends 10 minutes a day practicing, his strength will be much stronger than when he was on the mountain. However, Buggy's strength hasn't improved a bit for 7 years. What does this show? It shows that Buggy hasn't practiced at all in these 7 years. How does this make Lin Wei not angry? Why did he accept such a disciple who was unworthy? Speaking of the long whip, Lin Wei was violently pumping against Buggy, even harder than during the day. Buggy was pumped badly by Lin Wei during the day. If he could stand it, he would be pumped like this again, and immediately yelled. While shouting, he prayed to Lin Wei, Teacher. I know I was wrong. I will try my best to practice tomorrow and tomorrow. Tomorrow. Buggy didn't say anything. When Lin Wei became more angry, he said to Buggy, When I went down the mountain, I told you that your talent is not good. Cultivation, how did you promise me at the time? You said that after going down the mountain, you must practice hard, and when I go down the mountain, I will see you who are far different from the one on the mountain. The result? Your strength is still the same as that of the mountain for 7 years, and you actually told me that you are starting to work hard. I believe you a ghost. Happiness. Speaking of the long whip, Lin Wei slapped again. As for Buggy, he called it miserable, which was just like killing a pig. Buggy is also very regretful at this moment. He knew this a long time ago. In the past 7 years, he would take some time to practice what he said, but now it is too late to say anything. Seeing the teacher like this, he knew that it would be endless if he didn't smoke for a few hours, so he didn't beg for mercy anymore and let Lin Wei smoke. As the saying goes, dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. At this moment, Buggy has this mentality. But who is Lin Wei? He has been with Buggy for 10 years, and he has known Buggy's temperament for a long time. So when he saw Buggy like this, the anger in his heart couldn't help but become more angry, so he started to act even more. It was really a whip. Whip to the meat. Whip after whip, Lin Wei stopped until late at night. Teacher. Are you sour? The battered Buggy didn't forget to ask about Lin Wei's hand, but Lin Wei was even more angry with this question. He said coldly towards Buggy, Even if my hands are sore, don't even think about coming down today. After that, Lin Wei continued to smoke again, and it stopped for 2 hours. It's not that Lin Wei doesn't want to smoke anymore, but his hand is so sore that he can't even catch the whip. I will stop here for the time being today, and I will treat you well tomorrow. I haven't made any progress in 7 years, how can I accept an apprentice like you? After saying this, the angry Lin Wei went straight away. Zoro and Kuina also left with Lin Wei. After Lin Wei left, Buggy's subordinates stepped forward and put Buggy down. Seeing Buggy's skin spattered, a pirate suddenly said, "Captain Buggy, your teacher is too ruthless. It is said that the teacher loves his disciples, but the teacher, Captain Buggy, is really cruel. This is almost killing Captain Buggy. This is pretty good." Buggy sighed. The complexions of those subordinates suddenly changed, and their skins were ripped apart, which is not bad. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Sweet Buggy 1/4. The next day, when Lin Wei got up, he saw Buggy who was waiting for breakfast in the lobby. Lin Wei walked to the dining table and then sat down, and said indifferently, "Woke up so early. Teacher, come to me, can I not afford to go early? In addition, the disciple has prepared your favorite breakfast, snowfish." While Buggy was talking, he picked a snowfish on the table and placed it on the plate in front of Lin Wei. "This kid is very caring, he even remembers what I like for breakfast." Looking at Buggy's caring look, the anger in Lin Wei's heart also faded a bit at this moment. Although Buggy is a little uncomfortable, he does a good job in other aspects, which is much better than that of Kojiro. But this is the only thing that makes Lin Wei more satisfied. After breakfast, Buggy took Lin Wei and wandered around. "What about Shanks? How is he now?" Lin Wei asked Buggy. The relationship between Shanks and Buggy Lin Wei knows. They are both crew members of the Roger Pirates. Both of them came to his island at the same time. It's just that Shanks has worked harder than Buggy, and the qualifications are also very good, only 2 years after learning. Shanks. He is now the 4 emperors of New World. Buggy replied. Has it become 4 emperors? Lin Wei nodded, almost as he expected. After all, Shanks in the original book became the 4 emperors. After studying behind him for 2 years, he has improved in all aspects of strength. It is normal to become 4 emperors ahead of schedule. Have you contacted Shanks after going down the mountain? Lin Wei asked. I don't want to contact him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost the treasure map of demon fruit power. Buggy said with an unhappy expression. Lin Wei shook his head, this kid is still brooding about it. That's right. Teacher, who are the 2 little ghosts with you before? Buggy asked Lin Wei. They. One of them is Kojiro's daughter, and the other is a student of Kojiro Dojo. They are now following me to learn swordsmanship. Lin Wei said. That's it. Buggy nodded clearly. After continuing to stroll around for a while, Lin Wei returned to Buggy's place, and then he said to Buggy, Okay. I have to go back as a teacher. I'm with you. Buggy licked his face. Are you willing to abandon your Buggy pirates? Lin Wei joked. It's okay. Master, besides, I want to accompany you more with the teacher. Buggy pleased. Your boy has a sweet mouth. Lin Wei smiled faintly and brushed his sleeves, then let's go together. Boarding Buggy's boat, Lin Wei left Orange Town with Zoro and Kuina, heading towards Ishin Dojo, Shimotsuki Village. Orange Town is not far from Shimotsuki Village and it is only 100 nautical miles away, and Buggy's boat is relatively fast, and it only took an hour to get there. Teacher. You are back. Seeing Lin Wei coming back, Kojiro greeted him immediately, and then Kojiro noticed Buggy who was next to Lin Wei, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Buggy, you are here too. Hey? Brother Buggy, what's the matter with your injury? At this time, Kojiro noticed these scars on Buggy's body and asked immediately. I fell by myself. I fell by myself. Kojiro was puzzled, and he could fall like this. Zoro did it in front of Kojiro, and whispered, Don't listen to him nonsense, it was too master. Kojiro paused slightly and looked at Buggy again. Hey! What are you looking at, Kojiro? Buggy glared at Kojiro and said. Haha. Nothing. Kojiro waved his hand with a smile on his face, but his heart was secretly said, Brother Buggy was really miserable, he was beaten like this by the teacher. After Lin Huia entered the dojo, Buggy took Kojiro aside and yelled, You kid, why didn't the teacher tell me in advance? In his opinion, if Kojiro had informed in advance, he would never be beaten like this by the teacher. Kojiro explained, Don't blame me. Brother Buggy, I wanted to tell you too, but the teacher told me not to notify you. So I can't help it. After all, the master's order cannot be violated. Can't you tell me secretly? Buggy's angry teeth tickled. Cannot. Kojiro resolutely said. You are ruthless. Buggy was speechless, and only these two words popped out in the end. After Buggy followed Lin Huia to Kojiro, he did not leave, and stayed here for the next few days. As for Lin Huia, his life has not changed because of Buggy's arrival. He still took Zoro and Kuina to the back mountain to practice as usual. By the way, there is another Buggy. After being violently pumped by Lin Huia that day, Buggy now dare not slacken anymore and follow Zoro and Kuina to practice in the back mountain. Just as the subjects of practice, Kuina and Zoro practiced shaving and swordsmanship, while Buggy practiced the physical arts taught to him by armament haki and observation haki and Lin Huia. Later, Yamanaka, Zoro and Kuina were in the practice of shaving. Shave, Zoro and Kuina had reached the level of being able to step on the ground 10 times in an instant some time ago. After several days of practice after returning, both of them are already master shaves thoroughly. Now they are able to start shaving like Lin Huia did and appear 20 meters away instantly. Bang! Bang! With a quick step on the ground with both feet, Zoro and Kuina disappeared into place in an instant, and when they reappeared, they were already 20 meters away. Yes. Master shaved thoroughly in less than a month, so the progress is faster than your master father. Lin Huia said with appreciation. Hey! It's all because you taught me well, master. Zoro and Kuina chuckled. The two of them knew that if it hadn't been for Lin Huia's careful teaching, they wouldn't have learned to shave in such a short time. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Power of Chopping Steel 2/4. I'm just playing a supporting role, and the point is that you work hard enough. Lin Huia smiled slightly, and immediately faced both Zoro and Kuina and said, The practice of shave is over here. Next, I will teach you something new. And what I want to teach you today is the power of slashing strength. This is the skill that can only be understood when swordsmanship reaches a certain level. Zoro and Kuina looked ecstatic. Master Tai actually wanted to pass on the power of steel cutting to them. They naturally know what the power of cutting steel is, that is the power that can cut steel. This thing is difficult to say, simple is not easy, the important point is whether you can understand the breadth of all things. Lin Huia said. Understand the breadth of all things. Zoro and Kuina frowned, and they could see that they were very strange to this existence. Yes. Lin Huia nodded and said, Everything has breadth, trees have trees, rocks have rocks, and earth has earth. These breadths are extremely weak, but once they become the master, they will have the power to cut steel. Like this. Brush. Lifting the long knife in his hand, Lin Huia slashed at the rock beside him. The action was very light, but the rock was split into two at the moment it was touched by the long knife. Similarly, you can selectively cut things according to the breadth of all things, just like me now. Don't want to cut this leaf, then no matter how I swing the knife, the leaf will not break. Brush. Lifting the long knife, Lin Huia swiped quickly at a cluster of leaves on the big tree beside him. The long knife fell on the cluster of leaves, only sliding over the surface of the leaves. As for the leaves themselves, they hadn't even been scratched. Such a sharp knife cuts through the leaves without cutting a single leaf. Zoro and Kuina looked at the intact leaves, and they were shocked. Looking at the shocked Zoro and Kuina, Lin Huia said lightly, This is the power of all things breathing. If you can comprehend the breathing of all things, you can also be like me. Then how can we comprehend the breath of all things? Kuina asked Lin Wei. Very simple. One word is quiet. Lin Wei faintly said with his hands behind him, let yourself be alone, feel the surroundings seriously, and persevere, you can realize this power. There is actually no shortcut to the breathing of all things, only a calm mind can do it. This is also a threshold for many swordsmen. But Zoro and Kuina are different. Although both of them are still very young, they are both very talented in swordsmanship. Lin Wei believes that they can understand it. It is only a matter of time. Leave yourself alone. Zoro and Kuina nodded thoughtfully, and then the two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes. Seeing Zoro and Kuina, they were in a state for an instant. Lin Wei didn't bother and walked to the side quietly. This flash is half a day. Zoro opened his eyes and complained to Lin Wei, "To master. It's so difficult. I tried for so long, but I didn't feel the breath of all things in your mouth. But my own breath sounds very good. Clear." Lin Wei smiled and said, "If it's not difficult, wouldn't it be possible that all swordsmen in the world can master this power?" After that, Lin Wei looked at Kuina, and Kuina was still meditating at this moment. After a while, Kuina opened her eyes. When Kuina opened his eyes, Lin Wei asked, "How?" "I didn't feel it. But I can hear my heartbeat." Kuina said so. Oh. There was a bright color in Lin Wei's eyes, and this Nizai could hear her heartbeat the first time she realized it. You know, to hear your own heartbeat, you need to be calm to a certain degree. Kuina could hear her heartbeat as soon as she meditated for the first time. No wonder Zoro has challenged so many times without beating Kuina. This Nizai's talent in swordsmanship is really terrifying. Putting away these thoughts, Lin Wei said to the two of them, "Go down the mountain." The two nodded, and then left the back mountain with Lin Wei. In the afternoon, Lin Wei still let Zoro and Kuina meditate alone. Not only in the afternoon, but for the next half a month, Lin Wei let Zoro and Kuina practice this task. After all, the power of cutting steel is very powerful. If Zoro and Kuina can master, then their own swordsmanship has been greatly improved. Coupled with the shave that he taught before, it can be said that even children Zoro and Kuina can play against some more powerful swordsmen. Wrote a chapter in the hospital with a mobile phone, and the remaining two. I will replenish you tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 28 The Experience of Zoro and Kuina 3/4. First make up what you owed yesterday. Time passed in a hurry, and half a month passed in a blink of an eye. After half a month of practice, although Zoro and Kuina did not realize the breath of all things, Lin Wei could feel that they were a lot closer to realizing the breath of all things. Lin Wei is also very satisfied with this. It seems that both Zoro and Kuina are very talented in understanding the breath of all things. But it is normal to think about it. After all, both of them are very talented in swordsmanship. Both Zoro and Kuina have the qualifications of a great swordsman. Although the breath of all things is the threshold for many swordsmen, it is only limited to swordsmen. For people with the qualifications of great swordsmen, it is not difficult to understand them, it is just a matter of time. Then, another month passed. With the guidance of Lin Wei and hard training, Kuina finally succeeded in comprehending the breath of all things, but Zoro is not bad, although the grade is 2 years younger than Kuina, but the qualifications are there, and the breath of all things is only understood. Only half a month longer than Kuina. Later Yamanaka, Kuina, and Zoro held long knives and chopped on 2 pieces of steel. Click! The blade slashed across, and the 2 pieces of steel instantly split into 2. Is this the power of steel cutting? Zoro and Kuina looked at the broken steel, and there was a burst of ecstasy in their eyes. On the other side, Buggy, who was cultivating, was dumbfounded when he saw this. Oh my god! These 2 brats actually cut off the steel. You are already masters of the power of steel cutting, the next step is to experience. Tomorrow morning, go to sea with Master Tai. Master Tai will take you to experience. Yes. To Master. Zoro and Kuina shouted excitedly. The two of them are also very excited when they think about going out to practice. After all, they have not really experienced it until now. The only time Lin Wei took them out to sea was the last time Lin Wei took them out to sea. It's not too late. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Wei took Zoro and Kuina on board again. Teacher. How long are you going out this time? Kojiro asked Lin Wei. Regarding Kuina and Zoro going to sea, Kojiro is not worried because there is a teacher. At least 1 week, as long as 1 month. Lin Wei said lightly. Teacher. I want to go with you too. Buggy looked cute. You just stay here honestly, if you go, how can you still experience it? Lin Wei gave Buggy a white look. Although Buggy is a bit uncomfortable, he is the #1 pirate in East Blue now. If he takes Buggy with him, Lin Wei can imagine what the pirates will look like when they see Buggy, and I am afraid they will run away right away. Okay then. Buggy drooped his head. Next, Lin Wei didn't say anything more, and drove the boat out of here. As for the destination of the first stop, Lin Wei has already decided, Kokoyaksi village. If he remembers correctly, the dragon pirates is there. The strength of the dragon pirates is not that strong, but it is undoubtedly enough for Kuina, who is only 11 years old, and Zoro, who is 9 years old. And when traveling to Koko West Village, Lin Wei also told Zoro and Kuina of his opponent this time. Zoro and Kuina were shocked when they heard that Lin Wei had arranged the dragon pirates as their opponent. Immediately afterwards, Zoro said, Master 2. The dragon pirates are so powerful. We may not have been able to fight. Although Zoro is young, he is from East Blue after all, so he has heard of some famous pirate groups in East Blue. The Evil Dragon Pirate Group is one of them, and the internal masters are like clouds. The leader of the Murloc Arlong is even more terrifying. The official bounty is as high as 20 million Baileys. They may not be able to defeat such a powerful pirate group. Yet. 2 Master. Or let's change another one. Kuina also opened her mouth, and she was also worried that she and Zoro would not be the opponents of the dragon pirates. Don't worry. You can fight with them, if you really can't beat the master, I will take it. Lin Wei's words made Zoro and Kuina a little relieved. Then, Zoro said to Lin Wei, that's all, once we are not the opponent too, master, you can help us. Lin Wei smiled and nodded. The ship sailed rapidly from the sea level, and it took about an hour to finally arrive at Kokoyashi village. At the moment on the coast, some fishermen were drying their nets there. When Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina landed on the island, they all looked over. However, Lin Wei looks like an 80-year-old man from the outside, while Kuina and Zoro are only 2 children about 10 years old. Therefore, the eyes of these fishermen only stayed on Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina for a while, and then they didn't look at it again. Let's go. Bringing Zoro, Kuina, and Lin Wei along the trail slowly went deep into Koko West Village. Finally stopped in front of a tall building. It is much more luxurious than the village looks like, it is more like a park, and the interior is a building similar to a pagoda. With the memory in his mind, Lin Wei knew that this place should be the location of the Evil Dragon Pirate Group, which is Arlong Park. Master, is this here? Zoro glanced at the park in front of him, then turned his head and asked Lin Wei beside him. Yeah. That's it. Lin Wei nodded, and immediately patted the heads of Zoro and Kuina. Go in. The two nodded, and then followed Lin Wei into Arlong Park. At the moment, not far from Arlong Park, there are some residents of Koko West Village standing, looking at the Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina entering Arlong Park. They are all startled. The old man and 2 children even entered Arlong Park. Don't they know that the people living there are from the Dragon Pirates group? Quick! Go and notify Mr. Kenzo. Immediately, the 2 put down their hose and rushed towards Kenzo frantically. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Underestimated. 4/4. The 2 changes owed yesterday have been made up. Now write today. Arlong Park. At this moment, the leader Arlong was lying on a chair by the pool, and standing beside him were several senior officials of the Arlong Pirate Group. Octopus Little 8, Crow Obi, Hu. Like Arlong, they are all Murlocs. Carlo Obi, have the villagers' protection fees been collected this month? Arlong lay lazily on the chair, looking at Carlo Obi in front of him. Boss Arlong. Take it all. Carlo Obi is a cartilaginous Murloc, he nodded towards Arlong. That's good. Arlong smiled with satisfaction, and immediately said, also pay more attention to the people in Kokoyashi village. I always feel that some families have hidden some people and haven't reported it. Don't worry. Boss Arlong, I understand. Carlo Obi smiled. Arlong nodded. Closing his eyes, Arlong was about to rest for a while, but his brow furrowed in the next moment because he heard a sound of footsteps. Opening his eyes, Arlong looked in the direction of the sound, where 3 figures appeared in front of him. To be precise, it should be an old man and 2 children. Krubai, who are they? Arlong asked at Krobi. I don't know. Krobi is also at a loss at the moment. An old man and 2 children came to Arlong Park? Hey! Old man, did you go to the wrong place? Arlong frowned. If it hadn't been for Krobi's previous statement that all the protection fees for the residents of Kokoyashi village had been paid, he was in a better mood, and he would have taken the shot at this moment. The old man is Lin Wia. When he heard what Arlong said, he smiled and asked, wrong. There should be no? Isn't this Arlong Park? Do you dare to break in when you know this is my site? While saying this, Arlong's face gradually became gloomy. No way. Lin Wia shrugged, East Blue doesn't have some more powerful pirates, so I can only find you dragon pirates. What do you mean? Arlong's eyes flashed with a chill, and he heard the bad words in the other party's words. Lin Wia smiled and said, it's not interesting, but my 2 disciples followed me for a while and took them out to practice. So I came to you. After hearing what Lin Wia said, Arlong directly sat up from the chair, looked at Lin Wia with interest, and said, you mean you want to take our dragon pirate group to the 2 little ghosts next to you? Practice your hands. That's what it means. Lin Wia smiled and nodded. Hey! I'm not mistaken. Take our dragon pirate group to practice. Does this old guy know what kind of dragon pirate group exists? Haha. The first time I heard that we were training with our dragon pirates, it was really interesting. The members of the evil dragon pirate group laughed loudly at this moment, and then Krobi and Akio walked out. Old guy, I'll accompany you 2 students and grandchildren to practice their hands. They are not angry, so in their opinion the old guy's idea is simply stupid. Practice their hands with the Arlong pirates? And there are still 2 little devil heads, this kind of thinking is really naive. Come on. We are ready, you can let your 2 little disciples take action at any time. Krobi rubbed his broad Murloc palm and smiled playfully at Lin Wia. The people in the evil dragon pirate group around them have an attitude of watching a good show. Looking at the playful Crow Obi and Akio, Lin Wia smiled faintly, and immediately looked at Zoro and Kuina. Go. It is good. The 2 nodded, and then they drew out the long knife in their hands, looking at Krobi and Akamichi intently. Be careful. Just do your best to attack. Krubai said disapprovingly. That's good. Zoro and Kuina stared at them, and then they stepped on the ground with their feet. Shave. Swipe. In an instant, the 2 of them disappeared directly into the sights of Krobi and Akio. Krobi, who had laughed at Zoro and Kuina, frowned, and the same was true for Murloc Aq. It disappeared in an instant. Here. At this moment, two voices of a man and a woman rang in the ears of Krobi and Aq. They turned around subconsciously, and even the two little ghosts appeared behind them. What? Immediately, their faces changed drastically. When? To be a senior cadre of the Arlong pirates, both Krobi and Aq have a certain IQ. Therefore, after seeing these two little ghosts, they should realize that these two people are not ordinary kid. But at this time I realized that it was obviously too late. After appearing behind them with shaved, Zoro and Kuina made quick shots. Brush! Brush! The blade light flashed, and then a deep bloodstain appeared on the backs of Krobi and Hu. Ah! Ah! Krobi and Aq screamed directly. How is it possible? These two little ghosts actually hurt Aq and Krobi. It's a lie. The people from the evil dragon pirate group around looked at the long knife marks on the backs of Krobi and Aq, and they were all stunned for a while. They were a little unbelievable about this scene. After all, Aq and Krobi were high-ranking cadres of their dragon pirate group. Arlong's eyes were also full of shock, but by comparison, what surprised him more was the means that the two little ghosts had shown before. Arlong is not like other people. He was born on the Fishmen Island, and was once a member of the Pirates of the Sun, so his knowledge is much broader. He recognized it when Zoro and Kuina made the shot earlier. That is one of Marine 6 style shaves. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Angry Arlong 1/4. How is this possible? There was a deep shock in Arlong's eyes. Although Arlong is not Marine, he knows Marine 6 styles, and this shave is one of them. In the past in the Pirates of the Suns, he often confronted Marines, and he had also come into contact with some masters with 6 types of Marines, but these Marines were all characters at the general level. The two little ghosts seem to be about 10 years old, and they can shave one of Marine 6 styles. Besides, after Aq and Krobi took a sword with Zoro and Kuina, they also got serious. But being serious does not mean that you can stop the attack of Zoro and Kuina. Shaved and Lin Wui's own swordsmanship, Zoro and Kuina almost pressed them and beat them, but within 10 minutes, the two of them were bloodstained. Don't be kidding. Krobi was furious. He was not an opponent of a kid, and the same was true of the Murloc Aq, his face flushed. Shame, this is simply an extreme shame. 1000 watts Zheng Chuan. The angry Krobi directly used his Nirvana, 1000 watts, and blasted Kuina with his fist. Although it is not as powerful as Jinbei, if it falls on Kuina, it is enough to seriously hurt Kuina. But the Qunwei Zhengchuan is only a physical skill after all, and it needs to be close to exert its power, so it is obviously not a threat to Kuina, who has been shaved by the master. Brush. Starting to shave, Kuina disappeared in front of Krobi again. Brush. Then Daemong flashed. Krobi had another wound on his body, plus those wounds left by Kuina before. A total of 39. These wounds saw the bones with knives, and if Krobi, who was a Murloc, was physically stronger than a human, the 39 knives would be enough to kill him. As for the Murloc Aq, he is not much better than Krobi, with 37 knife marks on his body. These knife marks were all cut by Zoro. As for Zoro and Kuina, they only left some sweat, and there were no scars. They were in stark contrast with the Krobi and the Murloc Aq who were covered with knife marks. Even children can see that this time Kuina and Zoro won, and they won. Humble human beings dare to hurt my compatriots. Die to me. Arlong's eyes turned red at the moment. This is considered the only desirable aspect of Arlong. Although his personality is bad, he treats his compatriots well. Therefore, when he saw that Krobi and Aq were cut so many knives by those two little ghosts, he directly picked up his weapon-serrated sword and slashed towards Kuina and Zoro. Zoro and Kuina, join forces to deal with this guy. Besides Lin Wui, when he saw Arlong rushing towards Zoro and Kuina, he was directly towards them. Arlong's strength Lin Wei knows. It's relatively strong. Even if Zoro and Kuina have been behind him during this time, they have improved a lot, but if they are alone, they are not Arlong's opponents at all. Only when the two of them work together can they have a chance to win. Understood. 2 Master. Zoro and Kuina nodded, and then looked at the rushing Arlong. Brush. Brush. The two started to shave almost at the same time. As for Arlong did not change because of the disappearance of Zoro and Kuina, he knows the nature of shaving. Although the speed is extremely fast and it feels like disappearing in an instant, the path that he rushes out is straight. This is also what Arlong realized when he played against Marine in the Pirates of the Sun. Therefore, when he saw Zoro and Kuina disappear, he directly waved the sawtooth knife in his hand and volleyed in front of him. Obviously it was swayed towards the air, but at this moment 2 metal collision sounds were heard. Immediately after that, the 2 figures flew out directly. These 2 figures are Zoro and Kuina. As expected of Arlong boss. Around, the people of the Evil Dragon Pirate group saw that Arlong stunned the 2 little ghosts with a single blow, and their faces were immediately happy. In contrast, Lin Wei frowned slightly, and this guy actually hit Zoro and Kuina who were shaved. Although Zoro and Kuina today are still young and can't maximize the power of shaving, the speed of shaving by stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant is also quite amazing. This Arlong actually hit Zoro and Kuina. It deserves to be from the Sun Pirates. Arlong is a member of the Pirates of the Sunday. Lin Wei knows that he wanted to crack the shave. It should have been realized by Arlong in the Pirates of the Sun and Marine for countless times. Zoro and Kuina glide on the ground for tens of meters before they stopped. At this moment, their faces were slightly dignified. Obviously he did not expect that Arlong would hit them in a single encounter, and the force just now was so strong. Zoro joined hands and slashed the big serrated knife in his hand. Kuina said to Zoro, "It is good." Zoro nodded, and then started shaving again with Kuina. Brush. Brush. The figures of the 2 disappeared again. "Hey! You even used this trick. What a brat!" Arlong snorted coldly, waved the sawtooth knife in his hands with both hands and slashed in front of him again. This time he also hit Zoro and Kuina, but the difference is that he did not slash Zoro and Kuina like before. On the contrary, the serrated knife in his hand was directly transformed into 3 pieces. Dang! 2 serrated knives fell to the ground and made a clear metallic sound, while the other was held in Arlong's hand. It cut off Boss Arlong's serrated knife. The people in the surrounding Dragon Pirates group were shocked at this moment and they couldn't close their mouths. They didn't understand that the same steel was the same as the collision between the knives. Why did the Boss Arlong's sawtooth knife break? That was just now. There are waves in the eyes of Octopus Zioba. He is also a swordsman, so he knows the essence of swordsmanship. The collision between the knives, but the boss of Arlong's knives broke like tofu. There is only one possibility, that is, the swordsmanship of these 2 little ghosts has reached the point where they can cut steel. Asterisk. Chapter 31 The Evil Dragon and Pirate Group is destroyed 2/4. The power of cutting steel. When these 4 words appeared in Xiao Ba's mind, his whole person directly froze. Zhang Gang is the skill of the master of swordsmanship. These 2 little ghosts who seem to be only 10 years old are actually capable of Zhang Gang technique. OMG! What kind of world is this? Besides, Arlong himself, he also froze at the moment. Looking at the grip in his hand and the 2 blades on the ground, his heart could not be calm for a long time. His sawtooth knife was cut into 3 pieces by these 2 little ghosts. Hey! Shark monster, if I lose my weapon, I want to see how you can stop us. Zoro grinned at Arlong, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Then he stepped his feet on the ground. Brush. Shaving started, and instantly he appeared on Arlong's left side. Hand up and down. This knife also contained the power of cutting steel, and Arlong's tough shark skin was directly cut open. Scarlet blood flowed down Arlong's back, rendering his entire back red. Damn it's kid! The sharp pain behind Arlong's mouth twitched slightly, and then he lifted his wide murloc palm and directly blasted towards Zoro. However, Kakuzu didn't even touch Zoro's clothes, and with the help of shaved Zoro disappeared in front of Arlong again. With the serrated sword before, Arlong was able to stop Kuina who started the shaving, but now that he has lost his weapon, he can't resist Zoro and Kuina in the shaving state with his bare hands, let alone the Zoro who has learned the power of cutting steel. And Kuina. However, within 5 minutes, Arlong's body was covered with scars. Although those injuries did not kill Arlong, they were enough to make Arlong quite uncomfortable. After all, they were all wounds on the bone. Phew! Phew! Arlong gasped. He didn't expect these two little ghosts to be so powerful. His eyes flashed with a gloomy color, and then Arlong jumped directly into the pool. Not far away, Lin Wei looked at Arlong who jumped into the pool and walked towards Kuina and Zoro. Although Zoro and Kuina suppressed Arlong before, the young Zoro and Kuina could not stop Arlong's trick. Kuina, Zoro, this experience will end here. Lin Wei walked to Zoro and Kuina's side and turned towards them. It is good. Zoro and Kuina still listened to Lin Wei's words, even if the name Arlong was not completely defeated by them, they did not continue. Since Master Tai said no more, then no more. However, Zoro and Kuina stopped fighting, but Arlong, who was deep in the pool at the moment, did not stop. I saw that he shot out, like a sharp arrow, rushing directly from the bottom of the pool to Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina. Die to me! 3 humble humans. Zoro and Kuina's expressions changed, and they were ready to shoot together, but Lin Wei stepped forward. Leave it to me. Seeing Arlong sprinting, Lin Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! In the next instant, a majestic gravitational force swept out of his body, pressing against Arlong like a mountain. Arlong in the sprint only felt a strong pressure coming from his body, and then his whole body fell directly and hit the ground. Boom! The hard ground was directly smashed away. What is this? Arlong was pressed on the ground and couldn't move, the whole person seemed to be stuck to the ground. The surrounding evil dragon pirates looked at the immobile boss Arlong in front of Lin Wei. And they all rushed out. Go and solve this old guy together. Rescue boss Arlong. Go. Between Sumi, the entire evil dragon pirate group had surrounded the ancients, but they didn't wait for their next move. A strong gravitational force fell on them, and then they directly hit the ground like Arlong. This gravitational force grew stronger and stronger, and in the end the entire ground was cracked open. Next moment. Boom! The entire ground collapsed directly. After doing all this, Lin Wei turned to Zoro and Kuina and said, "Let's go." Zoro and Kuina nodded, then followed Lin Wei and left here. Before leaving, the two of them couldn't help but glanced into the collapsed ground. Master 2 is amazing. After the 3 Lin Wei disciples and grandsons left, a marine who was in charge of Kokoyashi village walked out tremblingly, looking at the backs of the 3 Lin Wei and the collapsed ground behind them. His heart twitched. Who on earth is this old gentleman? He solved the entire dragon pirate group in an instant. You have to report the situation here to your superiors. Leaving Arlong Park, the marine rushed to the branch madly. In his opinion, whether the old gentleman is a good or a bad person, he must report the matter to his superiors. After all, the strength of the Dragon Pirates group is not weak, and it can solve the entire Dragon Pirates group with no effort. Let alone East Blue, it is quite powerful even if it is placed in New World. After the marine left, the village police Jianzhang came to Arlong Park under the leadership of several villagers. The reason why Kenzo came here was naturally that the two villagers had reported to him that an old gentleman had entered Arlong Park with two children by mistake. Because he was worried about the safety of the three of them, Kenzo came here. However, the scene I saw before my eyes stunned Kenzo and the two villagers. There was a ruin at the site, and the entire group of dragon pirates was gone. Mr. Kenzo, you see there is a big hole. At this time, a villager pointed to the big pit by the pool, and Jianzhang was about to look there when he heard the words. Forced by the curiosity in his heart, he walked over and then glanced at the big hole. However, at this look, his pupils suddenly shrank. All the members in the big pit were from the dragon pirates, and even the leader, Arlong, was also there. Ah, Uncle Ajian. At this time, a girl with an orange dress in a small skirt walked out tremblingly from behind a rock. This girl is not someone else but Nami. Nami. Tell me what just happened here. Kenzo asked Nami. Nami nodded, and then explained what happened here. Hearing what Nami said, Jianzhang's expression suddenly changed. Not only the expressions of the two villagers who came here with him also changed. Everything here comes from the old gentleman. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Little Luffy 3/4. The Dragon Pirate Group may not be considered as a powerful pirate group in the 4 sea areas, but it is also considered a well-known pirate group in East Blue, so the news of its demise soon spread from East Blue. It was also spread to the headquarters, and Lin Hui's method of destroying the dragon pirates was too strong, even if it attracted the attention of Marine senior management. Naval Headquarters, Malin Fodor. In the meeting room, Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral and other Marine executives are sitting here, and what they are discussing at this moment is the destruction of the East Blue dragon pirates. Looking at the document from East Blue, Sengoku frowned slightly, without any means. Just standing there is to press the entire dragon pirate group into the ground. What kind of ability is this? Although I don't know what the ability is, but there is no doubt that this is the means of the capable person. That is to say, the old gentleman should be a demon fruit power. Vice Admiral Tsuru followed Sengoku's words. Garb. Did you know that East Blue has this number? Sengoku asked Garp. East Blue is Garp's hometown, and Garp sometimes goes to East Blue. Sengoku thinks that if there is such a character, Garp should know. No. Garp shook his head. At least there is no such person among the pirates and ordinary people I know. Don't you even know Garp? Sengoku frowned more tightly. It would be easy if he knew the identity of the other party, but it would be a little troublesome if he didn't know it. Because if the other party is a pirate, then the potential threat is great, even an old gentleman can't ignore it. Let's do it. I'm going back to see my grandson next week, and look into it by the way. Garp said. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Sengoku nodded. Sengoku is more at ease with Garp. Time panicked, and a week was over in a blink of an eye. During this week, Lin Hui took Zoro and Kuina to practice in East Blue. What Kuina and Zoro played was cool, but the pirates were forced to fight. Facing Zoro and Kuina they only had to be abused. Now the pirates in East Blue saw Zoro and Kuina almost teetering. It's so boring. To master. There is no pirate that East Blue can fight. On the sea level, Zoro stood there, looking at the empty surroundings without a pirate's shadow, couldn't help but complain. No way. East Blue is, after all, the weakest ocean among the 4 oceans, and there is no way without some pirates who can fight. Lin Hui said lightly. Master, shall we go back now? Zoro asked Lin Hui. Wandering for a few days. If you find nothing, just go back. Lin Hui said. It is good. Zoro nodded. Time flies, and it's dusk in a blink of an eye. Lin Hui took Zoro and Kuina to a small island, and then found a forest. All of them choose the forest, naturally because there are many beasts here. Pick up wood and start a fire, and soon a bonfire is lit up in the forest. Next to the fire, Linwia, Kuina, and Zoro were sitting there, and beside them was a wild boar that had just hit. At this moment, the three people of Tu and Sun were roasting on the fire with a wooden stick wearing wild boar. Soon, there was a burst of aroma on the barbecue. Master Tu. I'll start first. He hadn't eaten anything in the afternoon, and Zoro was hungry. After smelling the scent, he immediately picked up the roasted wild pork and ate it. Kuina quickly joined them, and the two little guys gnawed hard. Eat slowly, don't burn it. Linwia smiled faintly, then picked up a piece of barbecue and ate it. When Linwia, Kuina, and Zoro were eating vigorously, they were in a bush 10 meters away from them. A pair of big slick eyes stared at this place, staring at the side while still drooling. Then he directly stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of barbecue beside the fire. It is strange to say that it is obviously a child's hand, but the moment it stretches out, it grows up, like rubber. Kuina and Zoro, who were enjoying eating right now, did not notice this hand, but Linwia did. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the little longer hand, and then pulled it vigorously. Then a figure suddenly flew out of the grass, and then staggered to Linwia's body. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The petite figure rolled on the ground several times, yelling pain while rolling. Linwia glanced at the figure, and the next moment, his brows were frowned. He was a child less than 10 years old, looking about the same age as Zoro. Zoro and Kuina, who were eating barbecue, thought someone was attacking, but when they saw that they were just a child like them, they suddenly relaxed their vigilance. Hey! Who are you? Zoro frowned and asked. Hey! I won't tell you. The little guy was not afraid, and glanced to one side like a little adult. I won't tell you, my name is Luffy. Zoro's mouth twitched slightly, and you said your name yourself. Linwia on the side followed the little guy uttering his name, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Luffy? He once again forgot to look at the little guy, and then the smile on his face grew thicker. What a kid! Asterisk. Chapter 33 The Three Brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo 4/4. Linwia did not expect to encounter Luffy here, and it was still in this situation. Linwia felt that fate was quite wonderful for a while. And through Luffy, Linwia roughly guessed where this place is. It should be the back mountain of Windmill Village, where Luffy lived with Sabo and Ace when he was a child. Can you give me that meat? Luffy pointed at the roasted wild pork in front of Linwia, drooling. Do you want to eat? Linwia asked Luffy. Luffy nodded unceasingly. It was obviously starving to see that. Then give it to you. Picking up the wild boar, Linwia handed it to Luffy. It can be seen that Luffy is really hungry. A large piece of meat is solved in one bite. Zoro and Kuina are dumbfounded. Anything else? It seemed that a large piece of roasted wild pork could not fill his stomach, so Luffy hid his idea on the piece of meat in Linwia's hands. As for Linwia, seeing Luffy hit his mind unexpectedly, he blew his beard and stared. What a kid! Really a foodie. I have to eat this piece of meat in my hand. If you want to eat it, get it yourself. There is a big wild boar over there. Roast it yourself. Linwia pointed to the big half of the wild boar lying on the ground beside him and said towards Luffy. Wow! Luffy's eyes reflected light. If he eats such a big wild boar, he won't have to starve tonight. Picking up the knife Linwia used to cut wild boar, Luffy began to shave the wild boar, then sharpened some wooden sticks, and then inserted the shaved wild boar head into it, and then inserted it around the fire. Obviously don't be too skilled. Does this kid often eat barbecues in the wild? Zoro couldn't help muttering as he looked at Luffy's skillful technique. It looks like it should be. Kuina nodded. After inserting a piece of wild boar, Luffy continued to work until the fire was filled with wild boar. Finish. Looking at his masterpiece, Luffy clapped his hands with pride on his face. On the contrary, Kuina and Zoro were stunned. Looking at the pile of meat beside the fire, Zoro asked Luffy, "You made so much, can you eat it?" "Of course you can eat it." Luffy grinned. "Hey! Luffy, have you found something to eat?" At this time, a voice came from not far away, and two figures rushed out of the grass. The two are not others, they are Ace and Sabo. The reason why Ace and Sabo appeared here was also because Luffy was hungry. As a brother, they were too embarrassed to let Luffy come out to find food by himself, so the two of them came out with Luffy. But the night is darker, even if Sabo and Ace are relatively strong and good at catching beasts, they have not been caught in a short time, so this is what happened. Ace and Sabo, who walked out of the grass, saw Luffy's shadow at once, but soon they discovered the shadows of other people. These other people are naturally Linwea, Zoro, and Kuina. "Luffy, who are they?" Ace walked to Luffy's side and asked. "They came across when I was looking for meat, but they are better, and they give me meat." Luffy's mind is simple. As long as someone feeds meat, he thinks that the other person is a good person, but Linwea, Kuina, and Zoro are indeed good people. Even if they are not good people, they are definitely not bad. "Is that so?" Ace nodded, then walked to Linwea and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Grandpa, my brother is causing you trouble." "Brother is more polite." Linwea waved his hand, "It's okay. Anyway, the three of us can't eat this big wild boar. It doesn't matter if we feed him. In addition, if you are hungry, you can also eat together." "Really?" Ace smiled, and accompanied Luffy along the way to find food. He was really hungry. Linwea smiled slightly, then looked at the golden kid not far away. This meal unexpectedly ran into these three little guys. Although the two little guys did not register themselves, Linwea still recognized them. Ace, Sabo. Luffy's elder brother. "Thank you, Grandpa." Ace thanked him, then walked to Luffy and sat down. Sabo did the same. The three little guys sat by the fire. "Luffy, you bake too much." Ace looked at the wild boar heads all around the fire, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Don't be surprised. Ace, you don't know the appetite of Luffy." In contrast, Sabo is not so surprised. He knows Luffy's appetite, it is amazing, one person can top 10, or even more. Haha. That said, Ace laughed loudly. He forgot about this. This guy Luffy is so appetizing. A scent soon came from the fire, and Luffy knew that the meat was roasted, so he couldn't wait to take the roast off, and he was not afraid that it would be hot and just ate it. Sabo and Ace also started to move, but their speed is far less than Luffy. The two of them ate a piece of barbecue. Luffy has already eaten 10 yuan. Soon, a whole wild boar was eaten by the three brothers. Filling up his stomach, Luffy lay on the ground with satisfaction, touching his bulging belly, while Ace and Sabo were sitting by the fire. "By the way, Grandpa, are you also from here?" Ace asked Linwea. I'm from another village. Shimotsuki village, have you heard of it?" Linwea said kindly. "Shimotsuki village? Is it the Shimotsuki village of Kojiro?" Ace asked. "Yeah. It's the Shimotsuki village." Linwea nodded. Shimotsuki village is a famous village in East Blue. It is rumored that Kojiro is a powerful swordsman, and he only lost one move against Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye. "Grandpa, since you belong to that village, you should also be a very powerful person." Hearing this, Linwea smiled faintly. "Forget it." Asterisk. Chapter 34 Invitation from Ace 1/4. "Hey! I knew it." Seeing that he was right, Ace grinned, and then asked Linwea, "Then, Grandpa, have you seen the Juggernaut and Shiro?" I've seen it." Linwea smiled and nodded. "Really? Then what kind of person is he? Isn't he as powerful as the rumors say? Ace asked with a look of interest, as if he was very interested in Kojiro. Well, how should I say? People are not bad, and they are indeed very strong. Lin Wei groped his chin. It turns out that the rumors are true. Ace said with joy. What? You admire him very much. Lin Wei joked. Worship is not counted. Ace smiled and said, I just listened to the people in the village talking about the swordsman Kojiro, but I have never seen it, so it is inevitable to be a little curious. Is that so? Lin Wei nodded suddenly, and then said to Ace, if you have time, you can come to Shimatsuki village. I can take you to meet him. Really? Ace asked excitedly. Lin Wei nodded. In this way, on the topic of Kojiro, Ace and Lin Wei have been talking late at night. During the period, Ace kept asking about Kojiro, and Lin Wei answered seriously. As for Luffy and Sabo, they sat on both sides of Ace with interest and listened to Lin Wei. Their eyes also flashed with interest, and they were also very interested in Kojiro. Zoro and Kuina, one of them is Kojiro's disciple and the other is Kojiro's daughter, knowing his master father is very famous, and therefore he is so obsessed with Luffy, Sabo, and Ace that their master father doesn't think accident. But Lin Wei is different. Although he also knows that Kojiro is quite famous, he didn't expect that even children like Luffy, Sabo, Ace would have heard of Kojiro's name, and he was quite obsessed with it. His disciple is really famous. As the night got deeper, Ace glanced at the sky, then stood up and said to Lin Wei, Grandpa, we have to go back. Lin Wei smiled and nodded. He knew that Ace, Sabo, and Luffy lived with the bandits in Dodon. If he didn't go back at night, that guy would definitely come out to find them, so he didn't leave them three. By the way, Grandpa, are you planning to live here tonight? Ace asked Lin Wei. When he asked, Luffy and Sabo also looked at Lin Wei. They have lived here for a year or two, knowing that it is dangerous to live here at night. Yet, we are going to live here tonight. Lin Wei nodded. It's too dangerous to live here. Many wild beasts feed at night. If Grandpa doesn't mind, you can live with me. Although the conditions are not very good, I always stay in the house. It is safer than here. Much. Ace said towards Lin Wei. Is that good? Lin Wei smiled. It's okay. Ace smiled and said, besides, you invited the three of our brothers to eat such meat today, how can we bear to let you live here? After speaking, he looked at Sabo and Luffy, say yes. Luffy, Sabo. Yes. Sabo and Luffy nodded, and then said to Lin Wei, Grandpa, you can live with us. Lin Wei thought for a while, and finally agreed to Ace and the others, let's do it. Seeing Lin Wei's agreement, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's expressions were instantly pleased. Then Grandpa, come with me. It will be here soon. Ace said to Lin Wei. It is good. Lin Wei nodded, and then left here with Zoro, Kuina, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, and headed to their house. The three people's residence is not far from here. It took half an hour to arrive. That's it. Grandpa. Ace pointed to the small wooden houses 30 meters away and turned towards Lin Wei. Following the trail, Ace brought Lin Wei and Son to the wooden house, but before they approached, a roar rang from the inside, and then an obese old woman walked out. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, where did the three of you go this night? The old woman is burly and has yellow hair. If she doesn't listen to her voice, she thinks she is a big man. But such an old woman, who would have thought that she was the leader of the bandits? That's right, the old woman is exactly Dodon. Luffy is hungry, so the two of us went out with Luffy to find food. Ace smiled, not being scared by Dodan's aura at all, they were used to it a long time ago. I brought 3 people back when I was looking for food. Dodan glanced at Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina, and said unhappy. Ace introduced, "We met this old man in the forest. We shared a lot of meat for us. Considering that living in the forest at night is more dangerous, so I brought them here. Dadan, you shouldn't have any comments." Dadan snorted coldly, "Jing is asking me trouble." After saying this, Dadan returned to his room. Although he did not verbally or agree, his attitude was very clear, and he did not object to Lin Wei and the three of them living here. Dadan is like this. "Don't mind Grandpa." After Dadan left, Ace said to Lin Wei, "It's okay." Lin Wei smiled slightly, then followed Ace and the others in. The room is not very big, about 30 square meters, but it is enough for Lin Wei, Zoro, and Kuina to live in. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Who Dare to Bully My Grandson 2/4. In the next few days, Lin Wei also lived in Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. In the morning, he took Zoro and Kuina to hunt some pirates. In the afternoon, he stayed with Luffy, Sabo, and Ace in the back mountain. Teach them some physical skills to pass the time. For Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, Lin Wei also likes it very much. Therefore, Lin Wei has nothing to do with them, just like a normal grandfather. After Yamanaka, Lin Wei is standing there at the moment. In front of him, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo are constantly practicing. In terms of learning, Ace and Sabo are more talented, and they can get through in many places, but Luffy is different. This kid is completely stunned, and he hasn't learned well after 2 days of learning. Seeing this, Lin Wei couldn't help but think about how Rayleigh came over during the 2 years he taught Luffy in the original book. "Grandpa, I'm tired, I'll rest for a while and practice later." At this time, Luffy walked over and stretched out and lay directly in front of Lin Wei. However, as soon as he lay down, Lin Wei dropped a fist, and Luffy clutched his head in pain and screamed, "It hurts." "Grandpa, how come your fist is heavier than my grandpa's fist?" Lin Wei smiled and said, "If you know it hurts, go and train. If you don't train anymore, you won't be able to beat Ace and Sabo even more." Upon hearing Lin Wei say this, Luffy stood up immediately, "Hey! I can definitely beat Ace, Sabo, and the others." After that, Luffy trot over and continued training. And looking at the seriously training Luffy, Lin Wei also shook his head. This kid really couldn't beat him. No wonder Garp beats Luffy a lot. It's not unreasonable. When he walked to the side of the rock and sat down, Lin Wei began to close his eyes and relax. At this time, at the port of Windmill Village, a warship stopped here. This is a Koto warship, and when it comes to Koto, everyone should guess who it is. Yes, it is Garp. This Dog's Head warship is also Garp's dedicated private warship. Dressed as a justice officer, Garp got off the boat. Garp appeared here, in addition to visiting his grandson Luffy, and also to investigate Lin Wei. After Garp entered Windmill Village, a woman walked over. The woman's name was Makina, the proprietress of a bar in Windmill Village. "Mr. Garp, come back to see Luffy again." "Haha. Yeah. My grandson has to come back often." Garp grinned, and then asked Makina, "Where is that kid now?" "This time should be at Dodon's place." Makina said. "Okay. I get it." Garp nodded, then walked up the mountain. Coming to Dardon's residence, Garp said to Dardon, who was lying on a chair basking in the sun, "Dardon, it's been a long time." Dadan opened his eyes. After seeing Garp's face, he almost fell from his chair in shock. Garp. Why are you so nervous?" "I came to see Luffy, where is that kid?" Seeing Dadan's nervous look, Garp suddenly smiled. Seeing Garp came back to see Luffy. Even though Dadandang was relieved, he said to Garp, "Luffy is on the back mountain. You should be with Ace now. Do you want me to take you there?" "No need. I'll be there alone, I want to see what Luffy is doing this time." Turning around, Garp went straight to the back hill. Coming to the back mountain, Garp even heard Luffy's voice, but this voice made Garp frown. The sound was not the sound of Luffy laughing, but the sound of shouting pain. As he approached, the scene before him made Garp's brows burst. An old gentleman hit Luffy on the head with his fist. Garp Luffy. Therefore, after seeing this scene, he directly lifted an iron fist and rushed out. Who dare to beat my grandson? Good guy, that's a guardian. Boom. With this punch, Garp was not polite, and directly blasted Lin Wei head on. As for Luffy also saw Garp at this time, Ace also noticed, his face changed. Old man! Stop it! Ace yelled hurriedly. He knew that the old man must have shot because he saw Luffy being beaten by the old man, but he didn't know that this was just the old man and Luffy having a fight, not really beating Luffy at all. But how could Ace stop the angry Garp with a word? He went straight to Lin Wei. It's over. Seeing this scene, Ace's heart suddenly sank. He knew the strength of the old man. If the punch fell on the old man would definitely fall to the ground. However, the unexpected scene that Grandpa couldn't afford to be seriously injured did not happen. I saw Garp's iron fist was directly held by a hand. That's Grandpa's hand. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Who are you 3/4? Hey! Seeing this scene, Ace heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Grandpa's reaction was fast enough to stop him. But Garp is different. His eyes are full of surprise. Although he didn't use his full force with this punch, it was not something that ordinary people could stop. Even the big pirates who bounty over 100 million in New World couldn't take it. However, the old gentleman caught it all at once, and didn't take a step back. That you misunderstood, I was just playing with Luffy. Lin Wei said lightly. Playing? Ghosts believe it. Garp snorted coldly, and then dropped another punch. Boom. This punch Garp strengthened, but Lin Wei still took it easily. Now Garp was even more shocked. What is the origin of this old gentleman? Just when Garp was about to increase his strength again, Ace rushed out. Smelly old man, don't bully Grandpa. Seeing Ace rushing in, Garp didn't continue to shoot, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Wei. Who is your excellency? He knew about the previous fight, and the old man in front of him who looked like he was 80 or 90 years old was not an ordinary person at all. This person's strength is even stronger than those big pirates who offer a bounty of over 100 million. Lin Wei smiled faintly. I'm just an ordinary person. Your excellency is not like an ordinary person. Garp narrowed his eyes. Ace looked at Garp's unkind gaze, and suddenly became angry. Smelly old man. What are you doing? Grandpa is not a bad person. Luffy also rushed out and stretched out two little hands to firmly protect Lin Wei behind him. Grandpa. Don't bully Grandpa. Grandpa is good, not only gives us food, but also teaches us great physical skills. Surgery. When Luffy said this, Garp's face was slightly taken aback, and then he asked Luffy, what you said is true? Of course. Luffy said loudly, Grandpa is fine. Then that fist hit you on the head before. That's because I was lazy, so Grandpa beat me. Now Garp knew he had misunderstood, and then he said to Lin Wei, I'm sorry. Old gentleman, I was rude just now. Garp wasn't an unreasonable person either, his attitude eased as soon as he heard this. It's okay. Grandpa can understand when he sees his grandson being beaten by someone for a while. Lin Wei smiled faintly. In this way, under the explanation of Ace and Luffy, the misunderstanding was also resolved. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo continued to practice the physical skills Lin Wei taught them. As for Lin Wei and Garp, it seemed that they were about the same age, and they started talking. I don't know where the old man's last name comes from. Garp asked with a smile. Although the previous encounters let him know that this old gentleman is not an ordinary person, but after some contact, Garp also saw that this old gentleman is not a bad person, so he put his guard down. The old man's surname is Lin and his name is Endless. Now he lives in Shimotsuki village. This time he came out with his 2 grandchildren to practice. Lin Wei said lightly. 2 disciples. Garp looked around, but there were no other people here except Lin Wei and Ace. The 2 of them went out to experience. Garp nodded, no wonder he didn't see it. At this moment, Garp suddenly thought of something. His eyes were stunned. The reason for Garp's reaction was that the document submitted from the East Blue branch to the headquarters last week seemed to say that the dragon pirate was destroyed. The group is an old gentleman, with 2 little dolls by his side. Reminiscent of Lin Wei and his 2 grandchildren, Garp immediately asked, "Old gentleman, recently I heard that the dragon pirate group was destroyed, and the person who destroyed it is as old as the old gentleman. Could it be you, old gentleman?" Hearing this, Lin Wei smiled slightly, and then said, "Does this matter? Even your headquarters know?" Although Lin Wei didn't say it clearly, the answer to Garp was very clear. He destroyed the dragon and pirate group. Garp's face changed slightly, and it was the old gentleman who did it. "What? You Marine want to catch me?" Lin Wei asked Garp. "No. No." Garp hurriedly waved his hand. It was the East Blue branch who passed a document saying that the people who destroyed the dragon and pirates were too strong, and the above were not assured, so I took advantage of the time of visiting Luffy to come and investigate. After all, old gentleman, you also know that the world is too chaotic, and the number of pirates is increasing year by year, so if the other party is a pirate, naturally, we Marine have to do some measures too. But since that person is you, old gentleman, then I can rest assured." At this time, Kuina and Zoro, who had gone out to practice, also came back. They glanced at Garp, who was sitting next to Lin Wei, and asked Lin Wei, "Master too? Who is he?" Although Garp is a marine hero and is well known, children like Kuina and Zoro, who have stayed in the village since childhood, have never seen Garp. "He is Luffy's grandfather, a very famous marine," Lin Wei introduced. Oh. Kuina and Zoro nodded. Garp looked at Zoro and Kuina a few times, but this look shocked his heart. The 2 little dolls exude a strong sword intent. Asterisk. Chapter 37 7 Warlords of the Sea 4/4. Although Garp is not a swordsman, his adjutant Bogart is, so he can also perceive swordsmen. On Kuina and Zoro, Garp perceives the breath that only swordsmen exude. Unbelievably, these 2 little dolls turned out to be 2 swordsmen. Lin Wei saw Garp's expression in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "How about my 2 disciples?" "Excellent." Garp's pertinent evaluation said, "In time, I will become a very powerful swordsman. Then you will honor your promise." Lin Wei smiled faintly, then looked at Zoro and Kuina. "You're tired after training. There is grilled meat over there, let's eat it." "It is good." The 2 nodded, then walked aside and ate the barbecue. Looking at Kuina and Zoro, who were eating barbecue, Garp asked, "Old gentleman, are your 2 grandchildren from Shimotsuki village?" After feeling the powerful sword intent from Kuina and Zoro previously, Garp became curious about Zoro and Kuina. Lin Wei nodded. No wonder he exudes such a sword intent. Garp was surprised because he knew that Shimotsuki village had a powerful swordsman. The swordsman Kojiro. It is not too surprising that children who grow up in that environment will become swordsmen at such a young age. After all, the reputation of the swordsman Kojiro is very loud. Even if you look at it, it is famous, and it is rumored that Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, only lost 1 move. Time slipped away in the chat, and soon it was dusk. Garp stood up and said to Lin Wei, "It's getting dark, I will go down the mountain first. Tomorrow I will come to the old man to talk about life." "It is good." Garp smiled and nodded. After Garp left, Lin Wei, Zoro and Kuina also returned to Dodon. In the next few days, Garp often came to chat with Lin Wei, perhaps because the two are similar in age, so the chat is very speculative. And the topic of discussion is also transferred from the two of them to the current world situation. Sir, the government recently proposed a topic called 7 Warlords of the Sea, which means selecting 7 pirates from many pirates, giving them specific rights and not being hunted by marine like other pirates, but the only condition is to stand up when the government needs it. I don't know what old gentleman do you think about this proposal? Do you want me to tell the truth or lie? Lin Wei said meaningfully. Of course it's the truth. The truth is that this proposal may benefit the government, but it is tantamount to catastrophe for civilians. Lin Wei said. Why do you say that, old gentleman? Garp was puzzled. The pirates like to pillage originally, but when the government gives them privileges, what will they do? They will only get worse. And to be selected as the pirates of 7 Warlords of the Sea, the strength should be very strong, at least they are the pirates who are offering a reward for the start of the tens of millions of Baileys. Do you think such great pirates will have no ambition? Perhaps there are some very individual pirates who are more orthodox school, but how many more such pirates? You grant privileges to the pirates, which is tantamount to pushing those civilians into the fire pit. Even if Lin Wei has never seen pirates, he knows how granting privileges to pirates will affect the world. Perhaps these pirates will behave well and follow the government's intentions, but they do it secretly. Who knows the business? And these activities ultimately suffer only from ordinary people. Garp had a cold sweat on his back when Lin Wei said. Regarding the issue of 7 Warlords of the Sea, Garp himself had thought about it, but he was thinking about the impact on the world government and pirates. He didn't think about ordinary civilians. Now that Lin Wei said, Garp knows the seriousness of the matter. Indeed, the establishment of 7 Warlords of the Sea may benefit the government and limit the situation of pirates, but ordinary civilians will undoubtedly suffer. After all, can you count on the pirate if you grant him privileges? It's out of the question. On the contrary, it will naturally breed its more arrogant arrogance. Thinking of this, Garp immediately looked at Lin Wei. Old gentleman. I have been taught. Then what do you plan to do when you go back? Lin Wei asked. I will oppose the government's proposal. Garp spoke out his thoughts. No? You are too naive, Garp. Lin Wei laughed. Why does the old gentleman say that I am naive? Garp frowned, puzzled. Lin Wei said, you just said that this proposal was initiated by the world government. Do you think you can defeat the government's decision with your own strength? Garp was stunned. It seems impossible. Then old man, what do you think I should do? Garp asked Lin Wei. Lin Wei said, since the government's decision cannot be vetoed, then if you want ordinary civilians not to be affected, all you have to do is to make a fuss on the list of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Choose those pirates that you think are more decent to do 7 Warlords of the Sea, so that's not enough. Can this work? Garp asked. Lin Wei smiled and said, how can't it work? The purpose of setting up the 7 Warlords of the Sea is to let the 7 pirates use it for their own use, and to divide the power of the pirates. The government doesn't care whether it is righteous or evil. They only care about the strength of these 7 pirates. So as long as the 7 pirates you recommend are strong enough, the government won't say anything. Besides, the government also cares about people's hearts. If you tell the potential harm of those evil pirates, I think the government will not only oppose it, but will strongly support it. Lin Wei's words made Garp abruptly. He turned to Lin Wei and said with excitement, I understand. Old gentleman. Asterisk. Chapter 38 shocked Garp 1/4. It seems that on the Shishibukai issue, Lin Wei gave Garp a good suggestion. In the next few days, Garp has been looking for Lin Wei more frequently. As long as he has time, he will ask Lin Wei for some internal marine issues. It's like a scholar is asking a teacher. Regarding the questions Garp asked for, Lin Wei can always point out the problem sharply and give Garp good advice. Just like that, it was the past week. On the coast of Windmill Village, Lin Wei is standing there, Zoro and Kuina are standing beside him. Old gentleman, are you going back now? Garp looked at Lin Wei with a trace of perseverance in his eyes. Lin Wei put his hands behind him, and said faintly, it's been a while since I came out this time, and it's time to go back. Is that so? Garp frowned slightly. To be honest, he still had a lot of questions to ask Lin Wei, but he didn't expect to leave so soon. Grandpa, when will you come next time? Luffy asked Lin Wei. I will come often if I have time. Lin Wei smiled at Luffy. That's a deal. Luffy laughed. Well, it's a deal. Lin Wei nodded, then said towards Zoro and Kuina, get on the boat. Zoro and Kuina nodded, and then followed Lin Wei aboard the boat. Starting the boat, Lin Wei was about to leave here, but the next moment, his brows frowned, because he found that the boat could not start. Old gentleman. What's the matter? Garp noticed something strange and asked immediately. There seems to be something wrong with the boat. I'll take a look. Garp boarded the ship, came to the rudder and tried to start, but the ship did not move at all. Immediately afterwards, Garp went to take a look in the cabin, and it was intact. The internal facilities are all intact, it can only be the sails. Garp jumped to the mast and checked. Sure enough, it was a problem with the sails, the canvas was aging, cracks appeared, and the wind could not drive it. Jumping off the mast, Garp patted his hands and said to Lin Wei, I found the problem. It's because the sails are aging and there are many cracks. Can this thing be repaired? Lin Wei asked. Repairing may be very troublesome, because many of the sails are aging and can only be replaced, but if they do, is there a boat builder in Fengch village? Garp said. Is that so? Lin Wei frowned. If it is not repaired well, it would be really troublesome. After all, there is only one type of marine transportation in the world. If the old gentleman doesn't mind, I can take you back in my boat. Garp said to Lin Wei. I won't trouble you with this. I'll let my disciple pick it up. That's fine too. Garp nodded. Taking out the phone worm, Lin Wei pressed it a few times. After a while, Kojiro's voice rang from the phone worm. Teacher. Did something happen? That's it. My ship broke down and cannot sail anymore. Come and pick us up. Lin Wei wormed to the phone. Okay. Kojiro nodded, and then asked, Teacher, where are you now? Here in Windmill Village. Okay. I'll pass now. How long will it take? It should be there tomorrow. Got it. Hanging up the phone worm, Lin Wei said towards Garp, my disciple will arrive tomorrow, I'm afraid I will have to live here again tonight. Haha. It's okay. Old gentleman, you can live as long as you want. Garp is anxious that Lin Wei will not leave. So why would he care that Lin Wei is staying here tonight? Taking Zoro, Kuina, and Lin Wei back to the back mountain of Fengch village. By the way, old gentleman, your disciple should also be a very good person, right? Earlier in the port, I heard Lin Wei talk about his disciples, because Garp was also curious. In his opinion, even the two disciples are so good, even more powerful than the disciples. Haha. So normal. Lin Wei laughed. Old gentleman, you are humble again. Garp laughed. The night is getting deeper, and when the new sun rises, a new day begins again. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the phone worm in Lin Wei's arms who was eating breakfast suddenly rang. After pressing the answer button, Kojiro's voice rang from the phone worm. Teacher. The disciple is here. Okay. Let's pass as a teacher. Hanging up the phone worm, Lin Wei said to Garp who was also eating breakfast, my disciple is here. Then I will accompany you to the old man. It is good. Lin Wei nodded, and then led Zoro, Kuina, and Garp towards the port. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo also followed. When he arrived at the port, Lin Wei saw Kojiro's figure, and he was standing in the port waiting. As for Kojiro, he also noticed Lin Wei, ran over immediately, and then bent down towards Lin Wei. Teacher. Coming. Lin Wei smiled. Kojiro nodded, because the journey is relatively long, it took some time. I hope you won't be offended by the teacher. It's okay. Lin Wei said casually. Garp on the side looked at the man with strong sword intent in front of him, and his whole body was shocked. This is Kojiro, the sword master. In contrast, what shocked him even more was Kojiro's address to the old gentleman. Teacher. The disciple of this old gentleman turned out to be Kojiro, the sword saint. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Marine Supreme Conference 2/4. In fact, for this disciple of Lin Wei, Garp also thought that he would be some powerful character, but he never thought it turned out to be Kojiro, the most famous swordsman. Grandpa. What's wrong with you? Luffy looked at that Garp looked a little wrong, and asked immediately. Luffy. Do you know who this is? Garp said. Who is it? Luffy asked suspiciously. When Garp said so, Ace and Sabo were also curious. He is Kojiro, the master of the Ishin Dojo in East Blue Shimatsuki village. As soon as these words came out, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace's shocked mouths couldn't close together. He is the sword master Kojiro. No, isn't it? Grandpa's disciple turned out to be such a big man. In the hearts of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, Kojiro is regarded as a legendary character, and they also wanted to meet the sword master and see the style. What they didn't expect was that such a legendary figure was actually a disciple of the grandfather. Originally, Lin Wei's image in the hearts of Ace, Luffy, and Sabo was very high. Now that it is known that the sword master Kojiro is Lin Wei's disciple, that image has directly reached the clouds. Looking at Lin Wei with the eyes of the three of them is called an admiration. At this time, Kojiro also noticed Garp. He stepped forward and said, Is this the marine hero Garp, Vice Admiral? Garp was taken aback for a moment, and finally admitted his identity. Sure enough, I have been admiring the name for a long time. Swordmaster Kojiro bowed to Garp, completely devoid of the arrogance of a swordmaster. You're welcome. You're welcome. Garp was a little overwhelmed by Kojiro's courtesy. Zoro and Kuina looked at their father-teacher's name for Garp, and their eyes were also mixed with surprise. Luffy's grandfather turned out to be the marine hero Garp. For Garp, Zoro and Kuina have also heard about him. He is a very famous soldier. He is also praised as a marine hero by the world. His reputation is even better than that of Marine Marshal Sengoku. What they didn't expect was that such a legendary figure turned out to be Luffy's grandfather. Kojiro, we have to go. At this time, Lin Wei's voice sounded from behind Kojiro, and Kojiro turned around. Yes. Teacher. They boarded the boat with Lin Wei, Kuina, and Zoro, and the next few people gradually drifted away in the eyes of Garp, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. Ace. Do you feel like dreaming now? Sabo stared at the boat shadow that was going away, and said lightly. It feels like dreaming. Ace nodded. Until now, they have not yet eased up. The Sword Saint Kojiro turned out to be the grandfather's disciple. How sacred is this old grandfather? Even someone as powerful as Sword Saint Kojiro is his disciple. Sabo said. Ace said, should be a world-famous person. After all, he can teach someone as good as the Sword Master Kojiro, and the strength of the grandfather must be even more terrifying than the Sword Master Kojiro. I don't know if it's a world-class expert. Anyway, I know that the grandfather is very good, and I even give it to me. Luffy grinned. The corners of Sabo and Ace's mouth twitched. Eat. Eat. Just know to eat. Above sea level. The ship sailed slowly, and another ship was tied to a strong chain behind him. Because of the pulling of a ship, the speed of travel was much slower. However, the distance between Shimotsuki village and Windmill village is not too far, it is only 100 nautical miles away. Even if the traveling speed is slow, it only took 2 days to arrive back. After getting off the boat, Zoro and Kuina took a deep breath. It's better to be home. At this moment, Buggy also ran over, and saw Lin Wei disembarking from the boat and said, "Teacher, you are back. You kid. Haven't been lazy during this time." Lin Wei looked at Buggy weirdly. "No. I have been working hard during this period of time. If you don't believe me, you can ask Koshiro. Just don't be lazy." With a cold snort, Lin Wei immediately ignored Buggy and followed the path back to Ishin Dojo. When Lin Wei arrived at Ishin Dojo, Garp also returned to the headquarters. Upon returning to the headquarters, Garp went straight to the Sengoku meeting room and gathered the marine executives together in his own name. "Garp. What's the matter? Why did you call us as soon as I got back?" Sengoku, Tsuru, and the current 3 Admiral Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and Polo Salino looked at Garp with puzzled faces. It's the first time to see Garp so exciting. Garp went straight to the subject. "It's about 7 warlords of the sea. I think we need to discuss it again." "Why do we need to discuss it again? Haven't we discussed it before? And Garp, you also support it?" Sengoku was puzzled. "I agreed with the proposal of 7 warlords of the sea before, but now I feel that this matter is a bit improper. Think about it. Pirates originally liked looting. What would they do after the government gave them privileges? It will only get worse. And can be selected as the pirates of 7 warlords of the sea. The strength should be very strong, at least they are the pirates who are offering a reward for the start of tens of millions of Baileys. Do you think such big pirates will have no ambitions? Perhaps there are some very individual pirates who are more orthodox school, but how many more such pirates? You grant privileges to the pirates, which is tantamount to pushing those civilians into the fire pit." This was what Lin Wei said to Garp at the beginning, and now Garp tells it to Sengoku, Tsuru, Sakazuki and others intact. This. Sengoku frowned, he hadn't thought about this problem. On the contrary, Sakazuki's attitude is the same as before. "I don't think there is anything wrong with it. If you want to protect justice, you must make choices." Chapter 40 Visit Lin Wei 3/4. It's right to guard justice. But if this kind of justice requires the sacrifice of ordinary people, it can still be regarded as justice. Garp glared at Sakazuki, saying every word. In high-level meetings on weekdays, Garp maintains a neutral attitude, but this time Garp is righteous and resolutely refuses. Just as Sakazuki has Sakazuki's justice, Garp also has Garp's justice. Once he touches his principles, Garp will do his part. "Garp. Calm down." It wasn't until Sengoku spoke up that Garp's anger subsided a bit. Sengoku sat there and said towards Garp, "Garp. I understand your feelings and your justice, but this matter is proposed by the government, and the participating countries have also voted for it. Even if they oppose it, it will not work." "I know this." Garp nodded and said, "My purpose is not to ask you to join me in opposing the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea system. It is to strictly screen Shishibuki's list. Choose someone who is stronger, but is not a brutal pirate who is the 7 warlords of the sea. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult." Garp. Sengoku frowned and said, "You also know the style of pirates, and you said before that there are very few more decent pirates. It is very difficult to choose 7 pirates who are inexhaustible and evil. So we have to spend time. With so many pirates on the Grand Line, I think if we take the time to screen, we can still choose 7. Garp said. "Okay. Then I'll give it a try." Stubborn but Garp, Sengoku can only follow Garp's ideas. And he also thinks that Garp is right. It is better to choose a few pirates who are not so vicious than to choose those pirates. After all, Marine's duty is to remove the pirates and protect ordinary people. If the selected pirates caused trouble to ordinary people, it would undoubtedly go against the justice they blessed. After making a decision, Sengoku was the one who ordered the Marine database to retrieve a copy of the pirates' information. Of course, they were all the pirates who offered a reward of 10 million Baileys to start. As for the reward of only a few million Baileys, Sengoku simply ignored them. So, a screening about 7 warlords of the sea began. After 3 days of screening, 4 pirates were successfully selected, namely, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, Kun Bartholomew Kuma, and the seaman Jinbei. Among them, the pirate Empress is the king of Daughter Island, the sweet fruit-capable person, and the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates. The data shows that there are no vicious activities, except for robbing the heavens. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye, Mihawk, is as powerful as Admiral. Although he is a pirate, he has not done anything that hurts the world. He likes to go his own way. And Kun Bartholomew Kuma is a new pirate in recent years. It also does not have its own pirate group. It has the same personality as Hawkeye, but also has its own style. The information shows that there are few illegal activities. At least they collected from Marine. There is very little or none in the data. The last seaman, Jinbei, is the captain of the Murloc pirate group. He has stayed in the Fishmen Island for many years. Although he is rumored to have a violent personality, he was also included by Sengoku because he did not cause substantial harm to the people. List. After selecting the 4, Sengoku passed the information of the 4 to Garp. Garp. These are the 4 people who think they can serve as 7 warlords of the sea. You can see what's wrong. Sengoku and Garp are old partners, and Garp is very concerned about the candidates for 7 warlords of the sea, so Sengoku also asked Garp's opinion after selecting these 4 people. Taking the information of the 4 people from Sengoku, Garp glanced at it, and after a while, he returned it to Sengoku. These 4 can. When I saw Garp and said yes, Sengoku said, then I will choose the remaining 3. After speaking, Sengoku continued to get busy. 3 days have passed since then. In these 3 days, Sengoku also selected some suitable pirates, but they were all denied by Garp. In this regard, Sengoku had no choice but to continue to choose. A week later, Sengoku screened all the pirate data and finally selected a dozen pirates that he thought were good. Garp. These are the candidates that I think are qualified for 7 warlords of the sea. Take a look. If you are not satisfied with these, then I have to vote for the other 3 Shishibukai candidates. Sengoku handed Garp the information of the dozen or so pirates. Garp took the information and glanced at it one by one. After such a moment, he just said to Sengoku, "Let's do it. I'll give you an answer in a week." "Why in a week?" Sengoku was puzzled. "No reason. Anyway, I will give you an answer in a week." After Garp said this, he left the Sengoku meeting room with the information about the dozen or so pirates, and boarded the warship and left the headquarters. What is Garp going to go for? Seeing Garp who left the headquarters, Sengoku is even more puzzled. Is it that Garp is going to visit these pirates himself? Naturally, Garp left the headquarters not to meet these pirates, but to Lin Hui's. In the exchanges with Lin Hui a few days ago, Lin Hui gave Garp very good advice on many issues, so he would like to hear Lin Hui's views on the remaining 3 7 warlords of the sea candidates. Maybe Lin Hui can give him a good suggestion. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Buggy is going to be Shishibukai 4/4. After 2 days and nights, Garp arrived in Shimotsuki village on a warship. Coming to the Ishin dojo, Garp said to the 2 swordsmen, "Please also inform the old Mr. Lin Hui, that is, Marine Vice Admiral Garp, please." "Okay." Nodded, one of the children left here and walked into the inner hall. Arriving in front of Lin Wei, the child bent slightly. Master 2. Marine Vice Admiral Garp said, I want to see you. Let him in. Yes. 2 Master. Leaving the inner hall, the child came to Garp and said to him, Master Tai let you pass. It is good. Garp nodded, and then led by the child to Lin Wei. If I didn't guess wrong, this time you came to me because of the choice of 7 warlords of the sea, right? Lin Wei smiled at Garp. How do you know? Garp was stunned. He didn't even say Lin Wei knew about it. You just asked me about 7 warlords of the sea a few days ago. You came to me today. Isn't it obvious? Lin Wei smiled. Sure enough, you can't hide anything from your eyes, old gentleman. Garp smiled, and then took out the information about the dozen or so pirates he had previously brought from the headquarters. The headquarter has identified 4 members of 7 warlords of the sea, namely Boa Hancock, Kun Bartholomew Kuma, My Hawk, the world's largest swordsman, and Jinbei. The remaining 3 members have not been decided yet, so this time I want to ask the old man about you. Which 3 do you think is appropriate? Picking up the information of a dozen pirates that Garp handed him, Lin Wei glanced at it. Just a scan, he saw 3 familiar names. Doflamingo, Crocodile, Gecko Moria. The original works are all members of 7 warlords of the sea. Then, Lin Wei looked at the list of other pirates again. After this moment, he extracted the information of 2 pirates from a dozen pirates. Gecko Moria. The 8 treasure marines command the Green Pepper. Although Gecko Moria has a bad personality in the original book, it is much better than Doflamingo and Crocodile. As for the Babao Shui Army Commander Green Pepper, he is still a very refreshing person. Even from the data point of view, it is inferior to Madara, but it is much better than the others. Old gentleman. Why did you choose only 2 people? Garp asked, frowning. I'll recommend one for the last person. Self-recommendation? Who? Buggy, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, the Clown Buggy. Lin Wei told the person he had recommended himself. Buggy. Garp frowned. This person knew that the captain of the East Blue No. 1 pirate group was strong, but his personality was too bad. He did a lot of evil things in East Blue. Don't worry. Garp. The person I recommend is absolutely reliable, and you don't have to worry about what Buggy will do when he gets 7 warlords of the sea. Because of me, he dare not do this kind of thing. Lin Wei saw Garp's anxiety and immediately smiled. Why? Garp cast a suspicious look at Lin Wei. Because he is my disciple, just like Kojiro. Garp's face changed as soon as he said this. Is Buggy the old gentleman's disciple? I go. Why are the disciples like old gentlemen some great people? A swordsman Kojiro, a captain of the East Blue pirate figure Buggy. How about this person I recommend? Lin Wei asked Garp. If Buggy is really your disciple of the old gentleman, that would undoubtedly be more suitable. Garp grinned. Buggy's strength is good, and the rewards Marine has given him have continued to increase over the years, and now it has climbed to 120 million. Such strength is undoubtedly enough to serve as 7 warlords of the sea. The only thing that worries Garp is whether Buggy's style will get worse after being authorized by the government. But after learning that Buggy is Lin Wei's disciple, Garp is relieved. If Buggy dares to do these things as Lin Wei, then Lin Wei will probably take all of Buggy's skin off. Picking up the 2 pirates selected by Lin Wei, Garp smiled knowingly. Hawkeye My Hawk, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Storm Kun Bartholomew Kuma, Hixia Jinbei, Gecko Moria, Babao Shui Army Commander Green Pepper, plus Lin Wei's disciple, the Clown Buggy. At this moment, the 7 members of 7 warlords of the sea are gathered together. A big rock in his heart also fell to the ground. 10 minutes later, Garp left Shimotsuki village and returned to the headquarters on his Kobo warship. Upon returning to the headquarters, Garp went straight to Sengoku, then took out the information of the two pirates that Lin Wei had previously selected, and the information of the clown buggy and handed it to Sengoku. These three people are the ones I think can be qualified for the remaining 3 7 warlords of the sea. Okay. Then set these three. Sengoku took the three people's information and didn't look at it. This time, he made the screening with fanfare entirely because of Garp. Since Garp thinks these three are okay, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Come on. Standing up, Sengoku yelled out of the office. A rear admiral walked in. Marshal. Sengoku handed him the information of the three people Garp handed him, plus the information of Boa Hancock, Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, and Jinbei. Send the information of these 7 people to the Holy Land and ask 5 elders for their opinions. If there are no comments, I will send out the invitation letter directly here. Okay. I'll send it over. The rear admiral nodded, and then took the information of the 7 pirates that Sengoku gave him and left here and headed to the Holy Land. 2 hours later, this rear admiral came back. Report to the marshal, 5 elders has no objection. Okay. I get it. Sengoku nodded, then returned to the desk, picked up a pen and drafted an invitation letter for 7 warlords of the sea, and then ordered someone to send it out. Asterisk. Chapter 42 The Terrified Buggy 1/4. Give it to me from Buggy. I will deliver it myself. Garp said to Sengoku. Okay. East Blue is the hometown of Garp, and the Buggy Pirates is located in East Blue. Sengoku guessed that Garp wanted to warn Buggy, so he didn't say anything and handed Buggy's 7 warlords of the sea invitation. Garp. After receiving the invitation letter, Garp then left the headquarters with his adjutant and boarded his kobold warship. It took 2 days and 2 nights to arrive at Shimotsuki village. Since Garp had been here the last time, because the disciples of Ishin Dojo also knew Garp, after seeing Garp came, he took Garp directly to see their great master, Lin Wei. Entering the inner hall, Garp saw Lin Wei and walked up with a smile. Old gentleman. You come here a bit frequently. Lin Wei smiled. If he remembers correctly, it has only been 4 days since Garp came here. This time it is an invitation to 7 warlords of the sea. Garp said with a smile, then reached out and took out an envelope from his arms. The entire envelope is made of white paper with golden lace on the sides, and in the center of the envelope, there is a large seal of marine and the distinctive 5 words 7 warlords of the sea. It's done so soon. Lin Wei was a little surprised. 7 warlords of the sea proposal was agreed to by the participating countries a month ago, and the rest is to determine the personnel. As long as the 7 pirates are determined, the invitation letter can basically be sent. Garp explained. That's it. Lin Wei nodded clearly, no wonder he sent the invitation letters so soon. Right. Old gentleman, where is your disciple Buggy? Garp looked around, then asked Lin Wei. Practice in the back mountain. I order someone to shout. Reaching out his hand to invite an apprentice, Lin Wei said to him, go to the back mountain and call for Uncle Buggy, let him come to me. Yes. To master. The child nodded, and then left the inner hall to the back mountain. 10 minutes later, Buggy came to the inner hall and asked Lin Wei, Teacher. What can you do with me? I am not looking for you. He is looking for you. Lin Wei turned Yu Guang to Garp. Buggy frowned, and then turned to look at Garp, but by this look, his whole person was split. Ha! Marine hero Garp. Buggy backed up a few steps and said to Garp while backing, Hey! Garp, I haven't done anything bad in this time. You misunderstood. Garp smiled and said, I'm not only here to catch you this time. I'm sending you an invitation to 7 warlords of the sea. 7 warlords of the sea? What is this? Seeing that Garp wasn't here to catch him, Buggy immediately relaxed, but the words behind Garp made him strange. 7 warlords of the sea? Never heard of it. Just look at it. Garp handed the envelope to Buggy's hand. After receiving the envelope, Buggy opened it and looked at it, and he was stunned by this look. Not hunted by Marine. Even looting will be acquiesced by the world government. Not only that, there are a lot of generous benefits below. The only condition is to be summoned by the world government. In other words, if the world government summons, you must go back. After reading the last one, Buggy was stunned. Where is 7 warlords of the sea? This is simply the Emperor of the Earth. The Emperor canonized by the government. I don't know if Buggy. Would you like to become 7 warlords of the sea? Garp said to Buggy. I have to ask the teacher's opinion about this. Buggy was naturally thinking about it, but now that the teacher is here, he has to ask the teacher for his opinion. However, before he spoke, he was interrupted by Garp. Don't ask, your teacher recommended you to me. What? Buggy gave a surprise, then looked at Lin Wei. Teacher. Is he true? Lin Wei smiled and nodded. Buggy's face was happy, but soon he was covered up again. He put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times, and he arrogantly stood up his chest. I didn't want to be the king of 7 warlords of the sea. But since you said that my teacher recommended me, then I will reluctantly accept your so-called 7 warlords of the sea invitation. After all, the master's order cannot be violated. What this said is called a pretense. It seems like Lin Wei forced him into it. As for Lin Wei, he was also amused by Buggy's remarks. This kid wants to be, he has to be so pretending. Garp didn't care about Buggy's pretending words, he didn't care about the process, only the result. As long as Buggy accepts the invitation of 7 warlords of the sea. Turning around, Garp said to Lin Wei, since your disciple Buggy agreed, I will go back first. There are still a lot of things to do in the headquarters. It is good. Lin Wei nodded. After Garp left, only Buggy and Lin Wei were left in the inner hall. Buggy said to Lin Wei, Teacher. Why do you recommend me to be 7 warlords of the sea? You will know later. Lin Wei said meaningfully, and then left with his hands behind him. Will know later? What do you mean by that? Buggy frowned. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Leave 2/4. Time flies, unknowingly Lin Wei has stayed in Kojiro for a year. 1 year, Zoro grew to 10 years old. As for Kuina, she also grew up to 12 years old. Perhaps it is because the appearance of Lin Wei changed the direction of the plot. In the original work, Kuina fell to death with a whetstone and did not appear. In a year's time, with the growth of age, Zoro and Kuina have made great strides in swordsmanship. According to the system's judgment on swordsmanship, Zoro and Kuina are now considered real swordsmen. But the swordsman is just a start. Zoro and Kuina still have a long way to go from the swordsman to the great swordsman. During this year, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy also came here from time to time. Although they are not real disciples, Lin Wei also regards them as real disciples, and Lin Wei also teaches them all. It's night. Lin Wei called Kojiro and Buggy in front of him. Teacher. Is there anything wrong with you looking for us so late? Kojiro asked Lin Wei. I'm here to tell you that I am ready to leave here for the teacher. Lin Wei said lightly. Leave. Kojiro was startled, and so did Buggy. Lin Wei nodded. I have stayed here for a year, and I have to look for your other brothers after calculating the time. Teacher. If you want to see me, you can order someone to notify them. Kojiro said so. No. Just go directly as the teacher, and the world of colorful flowers outside, I also want to go out as the teacher. Is that so? Kojiro nodded understandingly. It turned out that the teacher's purpose was this. Then teacher, when are you leaving? Kojiro asked. Tomorrow. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimatsuki Village, Port. Lin Wei is standing on the coast. Kojiro and Buggy stood in front of him, as well as Zoro and Kuina. Master 2. Are you leaving now? Zoro looked at Lin Wei with a look of dismay. After learning that Lin Wei was leaving early in the morning, Zoro and Kuina rushed out. At the moment, tears flashed in the eyes of the two of them. Lin Wei nodded. He knew that Zoro and Kuina were reluctant to leave, but there was always a parting in life, even if Kuina and Zoro would break into the world separately someday in the future. Master 2. I can't bear you. Kuina reluctantly said. It's not that I won't come back. I'm leaving this time just to see the outside world. If I have time, I will come back to see you. Really? Of course. When did Master Tai fool you? Comforting Kuina and Zoro, Lin Wei immediately looked at his two disciples, Kojiro and Buggy. After this behavior teacher leaves, you two are still the same as before. If there is an emergency, just call me by the phone worm. In addition, this is my life card. You two can take one. If you can't contact me, just follow the direction indicated by the life card to find me. Lin Wei gave Kojiro and Buggy a life card. The life card was made by Lin Wei in the past year. As long as the owner of the life card is still alive, the life card will record its direction. To a certain extent, this thing is better than those recording pointers and eternal pointers. Easy to use. It is good. Kojiro and Buggy nodded. After the explanation was completed, Lin Wei touched the ground with one foot, jumped onto the boat, and then started the boat and left here. The ship drifted away and finally disappeared from the sight of Kojiro, Buggy, Zoro, and Kuina. After leaving this trip, Lin Wei did not go directly to the Grand Line, but went to Fengch village. After all, the three little guys Sabo, Ace, and Luffy didn't even know he was leaving. After spending a day and a night, Lin Wei came to Fengch village, and then he informed Ace, Luffy, and Sabo that he was leaving. Like Zoro and Kuina, after learning that Lin Wei was leaving, the three of them were also very reluctant. At the port of Windmill Village, Lin Wei said towards Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, I leave this trip, it may take a long time for me to come back. I may not be able to guide you in the future. But the three of you remember that people live for their dreams. There is no difference between a life without dreams and chaos. So when you grow up, do what you want to do boldly, don't care about the eyes of others. Having said this, Lin Wei looked at Ace. He knows Ace is Roger's son, and he also knows that Ace has been troubled by his own life experience for a long time. Although Ace didn't tell him, he can still see one or two of the contacts in the past year. Ace. You have to remember that whoever gave birth is a child of the sea. So birth is not important. What matters is how to live in the future. Lin Wei said towards Ace. Grandpa. There was waves in Ace's eyes. As for Lin Wei, he didn't say much, he walked onto the boat. Goodbye, little guys. After that, Lin Wei left here in a boat. In the port, Ace watched Lin Wei leaving, thinking of what Lin Wei just said in his mind. Whoever gave birth to a child of the sea. At this moment, the shackle squeezed in Ace's heart also suddenly opened, and then he shouted at Lin Wei who was already hundreds of meters away. Grandpa, I know how to live my life. Lin Wei smiled faintly when he heard Ace's shout behind him. This kid finally got the hang of it. In fact, what I said to Ace earlier, Lin Wei is not simply helping Ace open his heart, that is the truth that Lin Wei agrees with in his heart. Even if Ace is Roger's child, he shouldn't live with such a burden. Ace has his own life. Asterisk. Chapter 44 In front of Marine Admiral Zephyr 3/4. The blue sea is endless. On the sea level, a small ship is sailing. This ship is Lin Wei's ship. After bidding farewell to Ace, Luffy and Sabo, Lin Wei started his journey. But after nearly 5 days of sailing, Lin Wei realized a problem after realizing that he hadn't stepped out of this sea, and that was that he seemed lost. I thought that with the navigation route of Luffy and others in his memory, he would not get lost. But soon Lin Wei realized that he was thinking too much. In this endless sea, it is impossible to discern the direction. It's troublesome now. Standing on the boat, Lin Wei looked at the vast sea all around, and couldn't help but feel anxious. If he knew this would be the case, Kojiro should have some recording pointers or eternal pointers, at least by relying on the pointers to point to sail. But now he can't tell the difference between the south, east, and the north, let alone the disciples who went to find him. It's hard for this FK to even get out of this sea. Why don't you call Kojiro? Suddenly a thought came to Lin Wei's mind, but it was quickly rejected by him. It's not that Kojiro can't help him, but it's too embarrassing. After I came out for a week, I got lost. If I told Kojiro, I couldn't hold it anymore. Forget it. Use your sights and sounds to perceive it, like when you go down the mountain. I hope there will be people nearby. Closing his eyes, Lin Wei opened up the color of sight and hearing, and walked towards the surrounding bedding. And as soon as I perceive it, there is really some movement. There are really people. It seems that my luck is good. With a long sigh of relief, Lin Wei sighed that the god of destiny still favors him. Once again, Lin Wei wanted to perceive the specific position, but in the next moment, his brows wrinkled like they did when he went down the mountain. Without him. It turned out to be another sound of beating and killing. I met the pirate robbery twice. I have no luck. At this time, Lin Wei couldn't help but think of an anime that he had watched before, the famous Detective Conan. That kid is dead. Isn't his situation similar to Conan? Forget it. I don't want this. Someone is better than no one. And it's better to meet pirates in my situation. After all, pirates are very familiar with the sea. Thinking of this, Lin Wei felt that his experience was not so bad. Turning the direction, Lin Wei drove the boat in the direction that he saw, heard, and perceived. The distance is not very far, it will be there in half an hour. However, the scene he saw made Lin Wei frown again. The reason for frowning was not how tragic the fight on the ship was, but the appearance of the ship. There are several cannons on the side and bow of the ship. The sails are made of white canvas, and the sides of the ship are printed with patterns similar to blades of grass. This is Marine's ship. And depending on the size of this ship, at least it is a Vice Admiral class ship. A pirate robbed the Marine Vice Admiral warship? Opening up the sights, Lin Wei covered the entire warship. In the next instant, his brows frowned again. This time the frown was indeed because the battle on the warship was terrible, but there was another reason why Lin Wei was even more surprised. That is, there was only one pirate who attacked the warship this time. A pirate holding a large pheasant knife similar to Whitebeard. A pirate caused Marine so much damage. Lin Wei frowned. If this ship were an ordinary warship, Lin Wei would not be so surprised. But this is the boat for characters above the Vice Admiral level. Even if it is conservatively estimated that the ship is Marine Vice Admiral, that is not something ordinary pirates can deal with. After all, if you want to defeat a Marine Vice Admiral, at least hundreds of millions of Baileys are offering rewards for starting pirates. But this is not New World, the pirates offering rewards for billions of Baileys are almost rare. Who could have caused Marine to suffer such a heavy blow? And looking at the battle on the warship, it was almost one-sided, which made Lin Wei even more curious. Who the hell is this guy? Brush. Jumping up from the ship, Lin Wei jumped to the side of the ship. At this moment, there was a fight on the ship, so the appearance of Lin Wei did not arouse the attention of others. Standing on the side of the ship, Lin Wei looked at the pirate holding a large pheasant knife. It was an obese man with a crescent-like beard like Whitebeard. This is the pheasant knife, and the iconic appearance brought a person to Lin Wei's mind. Edward Bowell. In the original book, the guy who claims to be the son of Whitebeard is very strong. Marine Admiral Kizaru once commented that he has the power of Whitebeard when he was young. It turned out to be this guy. Knowing that this pirate is Edward Buell, Lin Wei is not so strange, because this guy is really terrifying. After the battle for the top that year, this guy defeated all the captains of Whitebeard's squad. I didn't expect to meet this guy here. The corner of Lin Wei's mouth stretched a little, and through Edward Buell, Lin Wei also roughly knew what the incident was. In the original book, Zephyr led his recruits to experience in the outside world and was attacked by Edward Buell. In that incident, among the many recruits, only Ain and Binz survived, and all the others were killed by Edward Buell. Even Zephyr had his right arm cut off by Edward Buell. Thinking of this, Lin Wei looked at the Marine who was playing against Edward Buell. He guessed right, it was indeed the incident. Because it was no one else who was fighting Edward Buell. Exactly, before Marine Admiral Zephyr. Asterisk. Chapter 45 give you two choices, leave or die. 4/4. On the warship, the battle is quite tragic at the moment. There are many corpses lying on the deck. These corpses are not very old, they are only in their 20s. You can tell from your age that these are all recruits. And this is only on the ship, and those recruits who were killed by Edward Buell and fell into the sea are also not a minority. This can be seen from the red water under the warship. Today, only Zephyr and his two students Anne and Binz survive on the entire warship. All other recruits were killed. It's miserable. Undoubtedly, this is the most tragic pirate massacre Lin Wei has encountered since going down the mountain. At this time, Zephyr is at war with Edward Buell, and his two students, Anne and Binz, are behind Zephyr. Although Anne and Binz performed well in the original work, they dare to live and die together with Zephyr. But now they are recruits who have just joined Marine after all. Wherever they have seen such a scene, both of them are frightened. But the two of them had been behind Zephyr for some time, so even if they were scared, they didn't flinch. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Zephyr was hit by Edward Buell. Pouch! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zephyr was seriously injured by this blow. However, Zephyr didn't care about his injury. Instead, he said to the still alive Anne and Binz, "You two, go. Teacher. Let's not go, we will fight against the enemy with you." Ai Yin with long hair cried. "This guy is not something you can fight against, you two staying here will only drag me back. Go." The last two words Zephyr almost roared out. He knows the horror of Edward Buell very well. This guy is an existence that even he can't fight against. If Anne and Binz don't leave, then Zephyr can imagine the fate of the two of them. Do you still care about other people at this time? At this time, Edward Buell walked in front of him, holding a large pheasant knife and looking at Zephyr with a grim look. "Give me to die." Boom! The pheasant knife fell and slashed directly at Zephyr's head. Zephyr's face changed, and he turned around to avoid Edward Buell's blow. Edward Buell took the lead and slashed at Zephyr again with a pheasant knife in his hand. Boom! Boom! The two fought fiercely together again. But it is clear that Zephyr is not Edward Buell's opponent, and has been suppressed and beaten by Edward Buell throughout the battle. The body was also hit by Edward Buell several times, and the blood flowed. Had it not been for Zephyr to have an armament-hacky bodyguard, these few knives would be enough to kill Zephyr. Edward Buell, holding a large pheasant knife, walked towards the seriously injured Zephyr step by step. And watching the pressing Edward Buell, Zephyr also felt a sense of despair in his heart. Is he dying here this time? On the ship's side, Lin Wei looked at the desperate Zephyr, shook his head, and then jumped from the ship's side to the deck. Forget it. Help this guy. After all, he is a good comrade of Garp. Edward Buell walked up to Zephyr and smiled grimly. "When I solve you, I will also solve your only two students." Having said that, he held the pheasant in both hands, and after covering the thick armament hacky, he directly slashed towards Zephyr. The speed of this knife is extremely fast, the power is also terrifying to the extreme, and with the blessing of hacky, the space has a tendency to be split. Feeling the terrifying blow of Edward Bowell, Zephyr directly covered armament Hacky on his right arm. Zephyr knows that even if he fights with his right arm, his arm will be cut off by this guy in all likelihood, but he has no choice at the moment. Because of Edward Bowell's blow, he couldn't avoid it. If he didn't use his arm to block it, then the knife would directly kill him. Lifting his right fist, Zephyr slammed up. However, just when Zephyr thought his arm was about to be cut off by Edward, a hand suddenly appeared in front of his iron wrist. Immediately after, Zephyr saw a scene that he could not believe. Edward Bowell's attack turned out to be blocked by this hand out of thin air. At this moment, Zephyr was stunned. The two students of Zephyr, Anne and Binz, were also stunned. Edward Bowell's full blow was blocked. Turning their eyes, the three of them looked in front of Edward Bowell. I don't know when an old man appeared there. It was the old man's hand that stopped Edward Bowell before. The old man is Lin Wea, holding Edward Bowell's pheasant knife. He smiled at Edward Bowell. You have to be forgiving and forgiving, why bother to kill? Where did the old guy come from? Edward Bowell looked angry and wanted to pull out the big pheasant knife held by Lin Wea. But the next moment, his face changed. He couldn't pull it out. He tried to pull it out again, but this hand was like iron tongs to firmly grasp his big pheasant knife. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Edward Bowell was stunned. How could this be possible? He actually lost to this old guy in strength. Looking at the shocked Edward Bowell, Lin Wea smiled faintly, and immediately after letting go of his palm, Edward Borka staggered and sat on the ground. Give you two choices, leave here now or die. Lin Wea looked directly at Edward Bowell and said lightly. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Kill Bowell with one punch 1/4. If ordinary people hear Lin Wea's words, they may leave right away, but Edward Bowell is completely stunned, and his mind is also immature, and Lin Wea finally said the death word. All of a sudden violent. Where did the old guy dare to say this to me? The facial muscles trembled for a while. Edward Bowell directly lifted the pheasant in his hand and slashed it towards Lin Wea. Old gentleman, beware. This guy is very strong. Although Lin Wea used only one hand to block the full blow of Edward Bowell, Zephyr reminded him considering Edward Bowell's strength and Long Zi's old appearance. Relax. This kind of stuff can't threaten me. Lin Wea said faintly, and then looked at Edward Bowell again. He originally wanted to let this guy go, but he didn't expect the other party to be so ignorant. In this case, it's no wonder he is. Stretching out his left hand, Lin Wea grasped Edward Bowell's pheasant knife, and then a sharp light flashed in his eyes. One trick. Armament Hacky covered his right hand, and Lin Wea's figure flashed in the next instant, and he appeared directly in front of Edward Bowell's huge body. He squeezed his right hand, and then directly hit Bowell's chest with a punch. Boom! Zephyr and his two students Anne and Binz saw only a powerful shock wave coming from behind Edward Bowell. In the next instant, Edward Bowell fell straight down. Boom! The huge body smashed on the deck, causing a heavy impact. Silence. Deathly silence. Zephyr, Anne, and Binz looked at the fallen Edward Bowell, and they were stunned. Punch. Just a punch. Edward Bowell actually fell down. What kind of power is this? The most shocking of the three of them was Zephyr. Zephyr had previously competed with Edward Bowell, so he knew the horror of this guy was something he couldn't deal with. However, such a terrifying Edward Bowell unexpectedly fell under the punch of the old gentleman. How strong is this to achieve this level? Lin Wea turned around and smiled at Zephyr. Okay. It's okay now. Lin Wea at the moment is not as strong as before killing Edward Bowell, and some are just a kind of kindness. It looks like an ordinary old man. Zephyr nodded with a dry throat, and immediately stood up with the help of Anne and Binz, and then he thanked Lin Wea. Thank you, old man, for helping. It's okay. It's easy. Lin Wei smiled slightly, then glanced at Zephyr's body wounds. Those wounded knives were all bones. Your injury must be bandaged as soon as possible, otherwise, too much blood loss may be life-threatening. Teacher. I'll help you in and bandage it. Female student Ai Yin said to Zephyr. Zephyr nodded, then helped Anne down into the cabin. Lin Wei also followed along. In the cabin, Zephyr sits on a bed, Anne and Binz apply medicine and wrap gauze one by one. After bandaging the last wound, Ai Yin said to Zephyr, Teacher. How are you feeling? Much better. Zephyr nodded, and then dragged his bandaged body to Lin Wei, thanking again, this time thanks to the old man. If it weren't for your help, this time the 3 teachers and students will probably be hiding in that guy. It's down. Lin Wei smiled and said, it is said to be a simple effort, so you don't want to thank me so much. If you really want to thank me, just tell me where it is. To be honest, I was also lost this time, otherwise I won't run into you. Is that so? Zephyr nodded, and then asked, where is the old gentleman going on this trip? Alabasta. Lin Wei said the name of the place he was going to. I chose to go to Alabasta because Lin Wei thought that a disciple might be there. Among his 25 disciples, besides Cho Jun, another female disciple. Alamistan? That city is some distance away from me, so it will take a few days. If you don't mind, the old man can take a naval ship. I will take you there. Zephyr turned to Lin Wei. Is that okay? Old gentleman, you saved the 3 of our teachers and students. I should take you there because of my feelings and reasons. Zephyr laughed. Zephyr insisted on this. Lin Wei did not hesitate, and simply agreed to Zephyr. Let's do it. Seeing Lin Wei agreed, Zephyr's face was also happy, and then he turned to Lin Wei and said, Sir, sit down first. I'll go outside and take care of it. It's okay. Let's go over. Lin Wei smiled. It is good. Zephyr nodded, and then walked out of the cabin with Lin Wei. Although Edward Buell was already killed by Lin Wei with a punch, the recruits were not spared. I can see that there are recruit corpses all over the deck of the warship. And many of these corpses were incomplete, some were cut off at the waist, some had their heads cut off, and some had their legs cut off. It's hard to describe the scene on the ship with misery. Although Zephyr is Marine Admiral, he is a person after all, and he felt heartache when he saw this scene. After a while, Zephyr calmed down, and then said to Anne and Binz beside him, Anne and Binz, you can dispose of their corpses. Although they are all killed, the corpses are still lucky. Go back. Yes. Teacher. Anne and Binz nodded, then walked to the deck to deal with those Marines killed by Edward Buell. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Arrive in Alabasta 2/4. This time it was really heavy casualties. Zephyr sighed as he looked at the corpse all over the floor. These are the fresh blood of their Marine, and many of them have some highly qualified recruits, but they all died here. If Zephyr says that he is not heartbroken, it is fake. Does this happen often before? Lin Wei asked. No. Zephyr shook his head. Although there were occasional casualties during the previous experience with recruits, the casualties were not as great as this. This time it was the heaviest casualty since I led the troops. A total of 300 recruits, only Anne Binz left. Ugh. At the end Zephyr couldn't help but sighed. After calming down, Zephyr turned his gaze to Edward Buell on the deck, and then asked Lin Wei, Old sir. What are you going to do with this guy? Everyone is dead. What else can I do? Just throw it into the sea. Lin Wei said casually, but when Zephyr heard these words, his expression changed. Dead. He stepped forward and checked Edward Buell's situation, then his face changed suddenly. It is indeed dead. This. Zephyr didn't understand it, but he died without any external injuries. My fist shattered his heart from the inside before, so no casualties are visible from the outside. Lin Wei turned to Zephyr. That's it. Zephyr nodded, and he couldn't help but sigh Lin Wei's strength in his heart. He even smashed the heart of an admiral-level monster with one punch. Even Garp couldn't do this. An. Bins, throw this guy into the sea. Yes. Teacher. Ian and Bins nodded, and they both lifted up Edward Bowell's body and threw it into the sea. Boom. The huge body fell into the sea, splashing waves. Bins. You turn the ship around and go to Alabasta. Yes. Teacher. Bins nodded, then walked to the rudder and changed the direction of the ship, heading towards Alabasta. Old sir. Please inside. Zephyr stretched out a hand toward the cabin and looked at Lin Wei at the same time. Lin Wei nodded, and then returned to the cabin with Zephyr. Walking across from Lin Wei, Zephyr asked Lin Wei, I don't know where the old man comes from. East Blue. East Blue? It's a coincidence. A good comrade of mine also happens to be East Blue. Zephyr laughed. Is the comrade in arms you mentioned Garp? Hey. Zephyr was slightly surprised. Old sir. How do you know? Have a few contacts with Garp at East Blue. Lin Wei smiled and said, besides those who can be called comrades in arms by Marine's former Admiral Zephyr, I think they will not be unknown people, at least they are at the Vice Admiral level and above, and Vice Admiral from East Blue is above. The generals, besides Garp, I can hardly think of a second person. That's it. Zephyr nodded clearly, and Zephyr didn't feel surprised that Lin Wei recognized him. After all, he is Marine Admiral, and it is normal for someone like Lin Wei to recognize him at a glance. In the chat, time passed 10:10. When the warship stopped at Alabastus Harbor, Lin Wei and Zephyr walked out of the cabin. Old sir. Here we are. Zephyr turned to Lin Wei. There will be a period after that. After that, Lin Wei walked off the boat and disappeared from the sight of the teachers and students Zephyr, Anne, and Bins in less than a moment. Teacher. Who do you think this old gentleman is? After Lin Wei left, Ai Yin asked Zephyr. Obviously he was 80 years old, but he couldn't see what an 80-year-old should look like, and his strength was even more terrifying. Even now, her mind still reverberates with the scene where the old gentleman punched Edward Bowell 5 days ago. That punch is really terrifying. I don't know this either. Zephyr shook his head. Although he often chats with the old gentleman these days, he is not clear about the identity of the old gentleman. The only thing he knows is that the old gentleman is from East Blue and knows Garp. Go back and ask Garp, he should know. This thought flashed through his mind. Zephyr turned around and returned to the warship, then activated the warship and left here. At the entrance of Alataston City Gate, at this moment, an old man is standing here. This old man is naturally Lin Wei. Looking at this dusty city, Lin Wei shook his head secretly. It seems that Crocodile's ambition has not changed even if it has not been called up as 7 warlords of the sea. Withdrawing his gaze from the dust, Lin Wei walked directly into this dusty city with his hands behind him. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Young people, don't be so irritable 3/4. Alabasta, in the original work, because of the appearance of Crocodile, this place has changed from a peaceful and prosperous city to a place full of wars and chaos. The same is true in this life, because the arrival of Crocodile makes this city the same as in the original, with constant wars and raging sands. But there is one difference, that is, the leader of the Baroque work agency in this life is no longer Crocodile, which is accurate on the surface, but as long as the members of the Baroque work agency know that the real control of the Baroque work agency is a woman. After arriving here a few years ago, this woman defeated Crocodile with absolute strength and took control of the Baroque work agency. No one knows her identity, no one knows her name, and no one knows what she looks like. Even the people in the Baroque workplace have rarely seen her. A face covered by a black cloth. Because of its strength and mystery, the people of the Baroque Work Club gave it such a title. Ms. Red Rose. Spider Coffee Shop is a stronghold under the Baroque Workshop and a place where members of the Baroque Workshop often gather. The lady boss is a woman named Zayla. She has a dark complexion and a headpiece on her head. She looks like an ordinary woman. But in fact, her identity is not simple. Her real identity is a senior agent of the Baroque Working Society, codenamed Ms. Two Fingers. As always, Zayla is busy in the coffee shop at the moment. Today, however, the coffee shop welcomes an old gentleman who is 80 years old. Is there any coffee? After the old man came here, he found a place to sit down, and then he raised his head and asked the lady boss who was busy at the counter. Yes. Old sir. The lady boss is Zayla. He nodded to the old gentleman and immediately asked, I don't know which flavor the old gentleman wants to drink. The taste doesn't matter, as long as it is refreshing. The old man said with a smile. Okay. Wait a minute. Zayla smiled slightly, then walked to the counter and started making it. Soon, a cup of fragrant coffee was served in front of the old gentleman. The old man tasted it first, and then asked again, just ask, can I inquire about things here? Inquire about information? This is natural. It just requires some extra cost. Zayla laughed. The cost is okay, I can only find out. The old man smiled lightly, and took out a dozen Baileys and put them on the table. The old man is refreshing. Zayla smiled faintly, then walked in front of the old gentleman, took the money on the table in his hand, and then pulled a chair and sat down, raising Erlang's legs. I don't know what the old man wants to inquire about. Zayla asked at the old gentleman. That's it. I have a disciple who seems to be in this city, I want to find out where she is. The old gentleman said what he wanted to inquire. I don't know what your disciple's name is, but what iconic characteristics does it have, for example, what does it do? Zayla thought that the old gentleman wanted to inquire about it. It turned out that she was only inquiring about one person. This kind of thing can be done easily for her. After all, their Baroque workplaces can be said to be all over Alabasta. I don't have any iconic features. I don't know what to do, but I remember the name. Her name is Nico Robin. Listening to the name the old man said, Zayla frowned. Nico Robin? I haven't heard of this name. The old gentleman said in surprise, no. It stands to reason that she should also be a member of your Baroque work agency. As a senior agent of the Baroque work agency, you don't even know. Brush. Zayla stood up directly from the chair. At this moment, she didn't have the randomness that she had before, and some was just a look of alertness. This old gentleman actually knew that she was a member of the Baroque work agency, and at a glance she revealed her identity as a senior agent of the Baroque work agency. Who are you? Zayla stared at the old man with a pair of eyes. The old man is Lin Wia. He looked at the wary Zayla and smiled, I'm just an ordinary old man. Ordinary old man. The corners of Zayla's mouth twitched slightly. The ordinary old people knew about their Baroque work agency and knew that she was a senior agent of the Baroque work agency. You lied. Old guy. I advise you to be honest, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Zayla snorted coldly, and then her long hair that was bound by the headband directly swelled, and in addition, he also grew sharp thorns in various parts of his body. Now that the other party knew her identity, Zayla no longer pretended to be, and directly used his thorny fruit ability. Looking at Zayla, who turned into a disagreement, Lin Wei sighed, are young people so irritable now? Even an old man like me is bullied. It seems that you just want to toast and not eat fine wine. Then it's no surprise to me. A coldness flashed in Zayla's eyes, and then he directly lifted the thorny right hand and slammed it towards Lin Wei. However, before her hand touched Lin Wei, Zayla hit the ground directly in the next instant. What? Zayla's face changed and she tried to stand up, but she was shocked to find that no matter how she got up, her body was firmly pressed on the ground. Now. Zayla panicked completely. What is going on? How could her body be so heavy? Lin Wei sitting in the chair looked at the horrified Zayla and smiled and said, I said, young people don't be so irritable, now you are suffering. Look, you can't stand still, just go straight fall down. Asterisk. Chapter 49 If you take my money, you have to do things for me 4/4. Let go of me. Zayla didn't believe that she fell because of her irritability. She knew she must be the old guy. Lin Wei smiled and said, let go of you? That's not okay. You shot against such an old man before. If I let you go, what should you do against me again? I won't shoot you. Zayla gritted his teeth. That won't work either. You. Zayla got angry, and she tried to stand up again, but the gravity on her body was like a huge boulder, and she couldn't breathe. What do you want to do? Zayla asked with gritted teeth. Didn't I tell you? I just came to look for my disciple. You were the one who attacked me. What are you still asking me to do? Lin Wei looked at Zayla, who was pressed against the ground by the fruit of gravity with an idiotic look on his face. All women have big breasts and no brains. Sure enough. This woman has no brains at all. Zayla said with an innocent look, but I really don't know. You are a senior agent of the Baroque Work Club? Would you not know? Besides, with the strength of my disciple, at least you are a senior agent in your Baroque Work Club. You said you don't know? What about a liar? Lin Wei sneered and didn't believe Zayla's words at all. Zayla is vomiting blood out of anger. Why doesn't this old gentleman believe her? Let's do it. Old gentleman, let me go first, and I will ask my companions to see if they know. Zayla had no choice but to come up with this method, and there were so many people in the Baroque workplace, Zayla felt that there might be people he didn't know. Lin Wei groped his chin, then nodded and said, also. After speaking, he removed the power from Zayla. The strength was removed, Zayla's whole person also became more relaxed, and then she stood up from the ground and took out a phone worm. This phone worm is unique to their Baroque workers and senior agents, and is used for ordinary communications. Pressed a series of numbers, and then the phone worm imitated a person and said something. Ms. Two Fingers, what's the matter? Zayla said to the phone bug, that's it, Mr. 1. There is an old gentleman with me, asking if there is a Baroque work agency called Nico Robin. I don't know if there is such a person, so I came here. Ask you, do you know this person? The phone worm frowned. Nico Robin? Who is this? Our Baroque work agency doesn't seem to have this number, right? Hearing what Mr. 1 said, Zayla turned his head and looked at Lin Wei, with an innocent look. You see, I didn't lie to you? Old gentleman, our Baroque work agency really doesn't have this number of people. Perhaps you didn't lie to me. But my disciple is indeed in Alabasta, so you must help me find her, and you have collected my money, so you can't help but do things for me. The reason why Lin Wei is so sure that Robin is in Alabasta is because he felt Robin's breath when he entered Alabasta earlier. However, this kind of breath was very weak and disappeared in just an instant. As for Lin Wei using observation haki, he did not perceive it. After all, the entire Alabasta was too big. Moreover, there is too much sand and dust here, which has a great influence on seeing, hearing and color, so Lin Wei came here. Otherwise, he will go to Robin directly, so why bother with this woman here? But Lin Wei was sure that Robin was here, but Zayla didn't know. After hearing Lin Wei's words, his chest was ups and downs. And two white rabbits moved up and down. Why is this old man like this? She said so. This old gentleman still didn't believe it. But at this moment, Mr. 1 on the phone worm is Das Bonus, but his brow is frowned. Did Ms. have any trouble with both fingers? Hanging up the phone worm, Das Bonus turned and looked at a man next to him in a coat and a cigar in his mouth. Mr. Zero. Ms. seems to be in trouble with his 2 fingers. I heard it. Mr. Zero is crocodile. He smoked a cigar, and then said to Das Bonus, take someone to deal with it. Ms. Red Rose is coming, I have to wait here. Das Bonus' pupil shrank, is Ms. Red Rose coming here? For Ms. Red Rose, Das Bonus can be said to be quite scared. No. To be precise, as long as there is no one from the Baroque Work Club who is not afraid of her, they all know the horror of Ms. Red Rose. That is, even Mr. Zero is not an opponent at all. He still remembers the battle with Mr. Zero that year. In that battle, Mr. Zero was defeated in just 10 minutes. In the hands of that woman, Mr. Zero almost resisted. Can't do it. Because of this, listening to Mr. Zero saying that Ms. Red Rose is coming here, he was also panicked. This woman is not the first to see the dragon, and she can't even see her face to face. What are you going to do here this time? With this kind of doubt, Das Bonus left here, and took Mr. 3 and Ms. Merry Christmas to Durovai to the cafe where Zayla was located. After Das Bonus left, a woman with a veil appeared here. This is a woman with a graceful figure. Although the skin is slightly dark, the cold temperament makes people shudder, as if the whole person will be plunged into the ice cellar at a glance. The woman is Ms. Red Rose. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Oh. I'm here to help 1/4. Ms. Red Rose. Crocodile turned and looked at Ms. Red Rose. There is no haki between his eyebrows like that of Das Bonus, but there is only a boundless fear and fear. Ms. Red Rose nodded, and asked in a cool tone, has Marine been doing anything lately? No. Still the same as before. Crocodile said so, but there was a burst of doubt in his heart. Someone like Ms. Red Rose has always been concerned about Marine's movements, which made him a little puzzled, but Crocodile just kept this thought in his heart, and he didn't dare to say it. Because he knows the horror of Ms. Red Rose, that is the power that makes him unable to bring up any hope. Ms. Red Rose nodded. At this time, she thought of Ms. 1 who had left earlier, and then asked Crocodile, Mr. 1 just went out with some agents, what happened? Ms. is having trouble with 2 fingers, so I let Ms. 1 handle it. Crocodile said. If you have any trouble, solve it as soon as possible. Ms. Red Rose's icy voice came. I know. Crocodile nodded. After Ms. Red Rose said this sentence, she didn't continue to say anything, her figure flashed, and she disappeared here. After Ms. Red Rose left, Crocodile also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the place where Ms. Red Rose disappeared, and he secretly said in his heart, what a terrible woman. After Ms. Red Rose left, she returned to her residence. This is a small but unique courtyard with a few crisp bamboos planted in it. If Crocodile and the agents of the Baroque Work Agency were here, they would be surprised, it would make it so simple for the woman they feared day and night. After Ms. 1 Red Rose came to the residence, she returned to the room and immediately took off the veil on her face. Under the veil is a face that is not too charming, but very attractive. His skin was the same as his complexion, a bit rocky, but his eyes were quite agile. And as the veil was taken off, the cold temperament of Ms. Red Rose suddenly disappeared, replaced by a smell of a little woman. She sat in front of the window, looking out the window, a touch of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Teacher. Robin missed you. Robin is his name, and her full name is Nico Robin. That's right. She is one of Lin Hui's 25th disciple, and besides Kei-jun, she is also another female disciple of Lin Hui. Since going down the mountain, she started running around, after wandering for a few years, finally came to Alabasta, and then used Alabasta as a coat to hide her identity. This is 5 years. Although time has passed for so long, Robin still misses the teacher in his heart, and he hasn't forgotten it for a long time. The time with the teacher is her happiest life so far. On that small island, he didn't have to worry about the government's chase, he could just concentrate on his practice. Although the days of practice were hard, Robin felt a deep warmth. I don't know when the teacher will go down the mountain. Sitting at the window, Robin was thinking with his hands on his chin. Although the time in Alataston over the past 5 years is very safe and no one knows her identity, Robin still wants to be with the teacher. Because only by following the teacher, she doesn't have to pretend like she does now. It's just that Robin never thought that the teacher she never forgot in her heart had already arrived in the city she was in, which is Alabasta. Spider Coffee Tube. Linwea is sitting there relaxing and drinking coffee. The one standing in front of him is naturally Zayla, but Zayla looks very miserable at the moment. Black nose and swollen face. A sexy blue hair is also messed up at the moment. Don't tell me yet. Linwea took a sip of coffee and turned his attention to Zayla again. Old man. I really don't know. Zayla now has the heart to die, why this old gentleman doesn't believe her. It seems that you still don't want to say it. Linwea shook his head, and the gravity fruit started. Bang! Zayla's whole body was pressed on the ground again, and the originally purple face was purple again at this moment. Being pressed to the ground again, Zayla was also angry. She yelled at Linwea, "Old stuff, don't go too far. Still scolding me." Boom! The gravity fruit was activated, and Zayla's cursing mouth was directly pressed to the ground. I number at %%%. A vague word came from Zayla's mouth. Although he couldn't hear him clearly, Linwea knew it was definitely not a good thing. Immediately, Linwea launched the gravity fruit again to make Zayla shut up. However, just as his thoughts fell, the door of the cafe was suddenly pushed open, and Linwea saw 3 people break in. The 3 people who broke in are naturally Mr. 1 Day's Bonus, Mr. 3, Ms. Merry Christmas, Dorothy. Oh? A helper came, it's kind of interesting. Linwea smiled faintly at the 3 people walking into the cafe. Because he is familiar with pirates, Linwea also recognized these 3. Senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. 1 Dawes Bonus, Paramecia Quick Fruit Cutting Ability, Mr. 3, Paramecia Wax Fruit Ability, Ms. Merry Christmas Dorothy, Zoan Mole, Rat Fruit Ability, *.